Ang lindol ay isa sa mga mapanganib na sakuna. Alamin ang dapat gawin.
This $30 bag is taking the travel industry by storm. It keeps all your valuables safe in one place so that you can travel with peace of mind.
Isagawa ang drop, cover, and hold. Umiwas sa mga bagay na maaaring bumagsak. Gamitin ang hagdan sa paglabas ng gusali pag pwede nang lumikas. Pumunta sa evacuation zone at sumunod sa mga nangangasiwa. Tandaan para sa kaligtasan sa lindol, drop, cover, and hold. Umiwas sa mga bagay na maaaring bumagsak. Gamitin ang hagdan sa paglabas ng gusali. Pumunta sa evacuation area. Isang paalala. Kaligtasan sa sunog. Ang sunog ay isa sa mga mapanganib na sakuna. Alamin ang dapat gawin. Alamin ang fire exits at emergency hotlines. Tumawag ng tulong. Pag maliit pa ang sunog, patayin ng fire extinguisher. Paglikas, gumabang palabas ng may takip ang ilong at bibig. Pag nasunog ang damit, stop, drop, and roll. Manatili sa labas. Tandaan para sa kaligtasan sa sunog. Alamin ang fire exits at emergency hotlines. Tumawag ng tulong. Pag maliit pa ang sunog, patayin ng fire extinguisher. Paglikas, gumabang palabas ng may takip ang ilong at bibig. Pag nasunog ang damit, stop, drop, and roll. Manatili sa labas. Simpleng ehersisyo sa palaupong pamumuhay o sedentary lifestyle. Sabi nga nila, sitting is the new smoking, at ang pag-upo ng matagal ay nakakasama sa kalusugan. Sundin ang mga sumusunod. Ehersisyo sa leeg at balikat. Ehersisyo sa kamay. Ehersisyo sa likod at legs. Ugaliing gawin itong mga ehersisyo kada isang oras ng pagkakaupo. Ehersisyo sa leeg at balikat. Ehersisyo sa kamay. Ehersisyo sa likod at...
Did you know that, according
Siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Siguradong quality ang trabaho. Siguradong protektado at iwas aksidente.
Maging sigurista pagdating sa occupational safety at health.
Siguradong okay ang kabuhayan.
Siguradong okay ang pamilya at kinabukasan. With OSHC, laging OSH, sigurado.
Hello po, welcome po dito sa...
Isang kaaya-ayang araw sa lahat. Sa video na ito tatalakayin natin ang Section 14 ng Republic Act 11058 at ang Implementing Rules and Regulations nito na Department Order No. 198 Series of 2018. Ang Section 14 ay ang requirement ng safety officer or officer sa lugar ng trabaho. Sa pagpapatupad ng programa ng OSH, ang mga safety officer sa bawat establishmento o lugar ng trabaho ay dapat na itinalaga na may mga sumusunod na tungkulin at responsibilidad. A. Pangasiwaan ang pangkalahatang pamamahala ng OSH program at koordinasyon sa komite ng OSH. B. Madalas na subaybayan at siyasatin ang anumang aspeto sa kalusugan o kaligtasan ng operasyon na isinasagawa sa pakikilahok ng mga supervisor at manggagawa. C. Tulungan ng mga inspektor ng gobyerno sa pagsasagawa ng inspeksyon sa kaligtasan at pangkalusugan sa anumang oras tuwing ginagawa ang trabaho o habang isinasagawa ang isang pagsisiyasat sa aksidente sa pamamagitan ng pagbibigay ng kinakailangang impormasyon at mga ulat ng OSH na hinihiling ng mga pamantayan ng OSH at D. Maglabas ng order ng pagtigil sa trabaho o work stoppage order kung kinakailangan batay sa mga kinakailangan at pamamaraan na ibinigay ng mga pamantayan ng OSH standard. Tulad na lang kung may mga imminent danger sa lugar ng trabaho. Ang bilang at kwalifikasyon ng mga safety officer ay dapat nakatimbang sa kabuoang bilang ng mga manggagawa at kagamitan, laki ng lugar ng trabaho, pag-uuri ng lugar ng trabaho at iba pang pamantayan na hinihiling ng OSH standard. Ang safety officer ay kinakailangang sumailalim sa ni-require na oryentasyong pagsasanay o kurso sa DOLE-BOSH, mga advanced na kurso sa pagsasanay na OSH at iba pang pagsasanay na may kinalaman sa OSH o kinakailangan sa mabisang pagganap ng mga tungkulin at responsibilidad. Ang mga safety officer na nakikibahagi sa mga micro at maliit na establishmento, mababa sa katamtamang peligro, ay dapat na makisali sa mga programang pangkaligtasan kabilang ang iba pang mga gawaing itinalaga sa kanya ng kanyang employer. Sa kaso ng isang kontratista o subcontractor, hindi bababa sa isang safety officer ang dapat na ipakalat sa bawat tiyak na lugar ng pagpapatakbo, upang pangasiwaan ang pamamahala ng programa ng OSH ng sarili nitong lugar ng pinagtatrabahuhan. Minimum na pag-uuri at bilang ng safety officer para sa lahat ng mga sakop na lugar ng trabaho ay ang mga sumusunod. Ang pakikipag-ugnayan ng serbisyo ng isang sertipikadong konsultant ng OSH or ang SO4 ay pinapayagan para sa isang panahon na hindi hihigit sa isang taon. Para sa pagtatatag na ang itinalagang safety officer ay dapat nasanayin o nasa proseso ng pagkumpleto ng mga ni-require kurso sa pagsasanay at nauugnay na karanasan. Ang mga opisyal ng kaligtasan ng lahat ng lugar ng trabaho ay dapat magkaroon ng kinakailangang pagsasanay na kinakailangan at pagsasanay alinsunod sa kategorya nito, tulad ng nakapaloob dito. Ang kaukulang kwalifikasyon ng mga opisyal ng kaligtasan or safety officer ay ang mga sumusunod. Para sa Safety Officer 1, ang mandatory na pagsasanay sa OSH ay 8 oras na kurso na orientation ng OSH at 2 oras ng pagsasanay ng trainer o TOT. Walang kinakailangang minimum na karanasan sa OSH. Para sa Safety Officer 2 or SO2, ang mga kinakailangan ay mandatory 40 oras na pangunahing kurso sa pagsasanay sa OSH na nalalapat sa industriya. Para sa Safety Officer 3 or SO3, ang mga kinakailangan ay ang A. Ipinag-uutos na 40 oras na pangunahing kurso sa pagsasanay na OSH na nalalapat sa industriya o ang BOSH or COSH. B. Karagdagang 48 oras ng advanced o dalubhasang kurso sa pagsasanay na kaligtasan sa trabaho OS na nauugnay sa industriya at C. Iba pang mga kinakailangan tulad ng ni-require ng OSH standard. Para sa Safety Officer 4 or SO4, A. Mandatory 40 oras na kurso sa pagsasanay na OSH na nalalapat sa industriya gaya ng BOSH or COSH. B. Karagdagang 80 oras ng a-advanced, dalubhasang kurso sa pagsasanay sa kaligtasan sa trabaho na nauugnay sa industriya. C. Isang pinagsama-samang 320 oras ng kaugnay na pagsasanay sa OSH o experience. Maaaring dagdagan ang karagdagang pagsasanay sa mga karanasan sa taon kung saan 80 oras ng pagsasanay ay maaaring katumbas ng 1 taon ng karanasan and vice versa. D. Iba pang mga kinakailangan tulad ng ni-require ng OSH standard. Yan po ang part 1 na discussion natin tungkol sa Section 14 para sa Safety Officer Requirement. Sa susunod na video po natin, pag-usapan naman po natin ang number of safety officers na required sa mga establishmento. Hanggang sa susunod po at ito ang inyong OSH CREU8 team. #ligtas ang maingat. #una ang kaligtasan. Salamat po at magandang araw sa lahat. Magandang araw sa lahat at sa mga COSH advocates. Sa video na ito, ipagpapatuloy natin ang ating talakayan ng huling bahagi ng Section 14 ng Republic Act 11058 at ang IRR nito na ang DOL DO198 Series of 2018. Tulad ng nabanggit sa aming nakaraang video, sa Section 14 na ang lahat ng designated safety officer ay kinakailangang magkaroon ng mandatory na pagsasanay o relevant training at maging ang karanasan sa trabaho sa OSH. Sa video na ito, tatalakayin natin ang bilang na kinakailangan ng safety officer sa bawat lugar ng trabaho o establishmento. Ang bilang at kwalifikasyon ng mga safety officer ay magiging katimbang sa kabuoang bilang ng mga manggagawa at kagamitan, laki ng lugar ng trabaho, pag-uuri or risk classification ng lugar ng trabaho, at iba pang pamantayan na hinihiling ng OSH standard. Tulad ng nabanggit naming sa Part 1 ng Section 14 na video, ang safety officer ay kinakailangang sumailalim sa DOL Required Mandatory Training or Course sa OSH, mga advanced courses sa OSH, at o iba pang training o pag-aaral na nauugnay sa OSH kung kinakailangan para sa mabisang pagganap ng mga tungkulin at responsibilidad nito. Ang mga safety officer na nakikibahagi sa mga micro at medium na establishmento na classified as low to medium risk ay dapat na makisali sa mga programang pangkaligtasan, kabilang ang iba pang mga gawaing itinalaga sa kanya ng kanyang employer. Para sa contractor o subcontractor, hindi bababa sa isang safety officer ang dapat na ipa-assign sa bawat lugar ng trabaho or worksite, upang pangasiwaan ang pamamahala ng programa ng OSH ng sarili nitong lugar ng trabaho. Kaya narito ang minimum na required at bilang ng safety officer para sa lahat ng mga sakop na lugar ng trabaho. Pag-usapan natin ang requirement para sa low-risk workplace. Para sa low-risk workplace na may 1 hanggang 50 manggagawa, ang kinakailangan ay isang safety officer 1, para sa mga may 51 hanggang 199 na manggagawa, isang safety officer 2. Para sa mga mayroong 200 hanggang 250 manggagawa, ang required ay 2 safety officer 2 o maaari ding isang safety officer 3 lamang. Para sa mga may 251 hanggang 750 manggagawa, ang kinakailangan ay 2 safety officer 2 at isang safety officer 3. At para sa mga may 751 hanggang 1,000 manggagawa, ang kinakailangan ay 2 safety officer 3. At para sa bawat dagdag na 500 na manggagawa or fraction nito, dapat magkaroon ng karagdagang isang safety officer 3. Ang pakikipag-ugnayan ng mga serbisyo ng isang sertipikadong OSH consultant o safety officer 4 ay pinapayagan para sa isang panahon na hindi hihigit sa 1 taon para sa mga establishmento na ang itinalagang safety officer wala pang training at karanasan, kung saan ay kailangang sanayin o nasa proseso ng pagkumpleto ng ni-require na training at nauugnay na karanasan. Talakayin naman natin ang requirement para sa mga establishmento na classified as medium risk. Para sa mga may 1 hanggang 9 na manggagawa, ang requirement ay isang safety officer 1. Para sa lugar ng trabaho na may 10 hanggang 99 na manggagawa, ay isang safety officer 2. Ang may 100 hanggang 250 manggagawa, ang required ay isang safety officer 2 at isang safety officer 3. Para sa mga may 251 hanggang 1,000 manggagawa, ang kinakailangan ay 2 safety officer 3. At magkakaroon ng karagdagang isang safety officer 3 o isang safety officer 4 para sa bawat karagdagang na 500 manggagawa o fraction nito. Para naman sa lugar ng trabaho na inuri o classified bilang high risk, ang mga sumusunod ay ang kinakailangang bilang ng mga safety officer. Para sa lugar ng trabaho na may 1 hanggang 9 na manggagawa, ang required ay isang safety officer 2. Para sa mga may 10 hanggang 50 manggagawa, ang required ay isang Safety Officer 3. Para naman sa mga may 51 hanggang 199, ang required ay isang Safety Officer 2 at isang Safety Officer 3. Para sa mga may 200 hanggang 250, ang required ay 2 Safety Officer 3. Para sa mga may 251 hanggang 1,000 manggagawa, ang required ay isang Safety Officer 2 at 2 Safety Officer 3. At magkakaroon ng karagdagang isang Safety Officer 3 o Safety Officer 4, para sa bawat karagdagang na 250 manggagawa o fraction nito. Ang pagkakaroon ng Safety Officer sa mga establishmento ay makakatulong para makaiwas sa mga aksidente sa trabaho. Yan po ang required na bilang ng Safety Officer sa bawat establishmento alinsunod sa Republic Act 11058. Hanggang sa susunod natin talakayan, #ligtas ang maingat. Maraming salamat po. At ito ang inyong public servant mula sa OSH.
This accident took place while dismantling the free-fall safety nets after construction was complete.
It's high. Hey, I'll do the second floor. This job isn't for just anyone. Sure, it's dangerous. I'm better than you at this. Kim!
After we arrived at the scene, we started to hear the details of the case and were shocked to find out what had happened. When Kim was through untying the Y rope while he was dismantling the free-fall safety net on the 7th floor, which is over 22 meters high, he tried to move toward the end of a single pipe and fell without any safety gear. And the free-fall safety nets on the 3rd and 5th floors had already been removed.
Hey, why aren't you guys coming up? Let's start from the bottom.
They didn't follow a simple but very important rule. This is to do the floors in order when doing dismantling work. While investigating this case, we discovered a few other construction sites that didn't have proper safety nets, proving this case was no exception. There is no guarantee that a case like this won't happen again. That's it from the accident headquarters.
All we have to do is move the waste material, right? Isn't this too much to move at once? That's why I brought this hand cart. We should move it in a bag, even if it takes longer. Don't worry. Let's open this door first. Oh, why did you open the door? This is easier. It's too much hassle to lower the cart and press the button. Ugh, jeez. You're always taking the easy way around. Whoa! Did I load too much?
Why was this door open? Don't you know that construction lift doors must be closed at all times?
Oh, well.
The doors to construction lifts must not be opened by workers under any circumstance. It should only be openable by lift operators and passengers. Oh, this was also a problem. Using a two-wheeled handcart to move heavy equipment is very unreliable because it is difficult to maintain balance. It is much safer to use bags when cleaning up waste material. This accident was caused due to neglecting safety procedures and choosing the easy way to do things. Please remember that closely locked lift doors also protect your safety. And don't forget that neglecting this fact for a single moment may cause dangerous accidents.
What's the job today? We're excavating over there and laying new sewer pipes. There comes the excavator. You're excavating too steep. Dig at a lower angle, please. What's the point? You'll lay the pipes and cover them up again. It's not that deep. It's only knee height, even if it does collapse. Let's just get it over with. He's not being careful enough. It's not like he's going in there. We barely installed one pipe because of the excavation. Let's do the rest after lunch. Okay. Are we installing the earth strut slurry wall after lunch? What are you talking about? We don't have time to install it. If we do, we won't finish today. It's not that deep. We'll skip the slurry wall. The soil might collapse because we excavated at a pretty steep angle. It'd be safer to install the earth strut slurry walls before we begin. Yeah, of course, I know that. But it's too much hassle, and it's time-consuming. Come on, I'm hungry. Let's just go get some lunch. Oh, I have to go to the bathroom. Hey, Lee, I'll be back really soon. Yeah, okay. I'll get started first. Lunch hour isn't over yet. Take a break and we'll start together. Oh, it's steeper than I thought. I hope it won't collapse. Oh, accidents don't really happen to anyone.
This accident was caused by a collapsing excavation surface when laying sewer pipes. The collapsed soil buried the worker alive. When excavating, you have to maintain a safe angle of the excavation surface to prevent collapsing. However, the workers didn't meet this angle and didn't even install earth strut slurry walls for safety. When you can't maintain the appropriate angle for the excavation surface, you must analyze the condition of the earth and check for any buried objects that can influence safety and install appropriate earth strut slurry walls. Remember that accidents are prevented by your actions.
Oh, picture muna, picture mga bata, picture muna, picture. Happy birthday, Vince!
Asan si Mommy?
Picture muna tayo, masaya tayo. Happy birthday, Vince!
Wala pa si DJ?
Wala pa nga eh. Anong oras na oh? Nag-promise siya sa akin, dito siya magdi-dinner eh.
Pag ikaw ay nagkasakit o naaksidente, paano na ang pamilya mo? Taon-taon, 2,780,000 ang namamatay dahil sa sakit at aksidente sa trabaho. Huwag maging parte ng bilang na ito.
Lahat tayo pwedeng umiwas
Sa sakit at aksidente.
Lahat tayo
Pwedeng maging
Pwede kang maging COSH champion sa pamamagitan ng pag-share ng impormasyon sa social media, pag-attend ng training, at pagbabahagi ng kaalaman sa mga katrabaho, pagbibigay ng tamang PPE sa mga manggagawa na pasado sa testing, at pagre-report ng mga di ligtas na sitwasyon sa lugar ng trabaho bago pa man may maaksidente o magkasakit.
Kung magtutulong-tulong tayo, may iwasan natin ang sakit at aksidente.
Maganda kung lahat tayo magiging COSH champion. Isama natin sila.
It has always been an important goal of the government to improve workplace conditions in the Philippines. In 1982, the Department of Labor and Employment prepared a concept paper creating an institution on occupational safety and health from which foreign aid could be tapped. 1984, the Japanese government responded positively to the call. 1986, an agreement was signed for a 300 million peso grant aid, a project-type technical cooperation under the bilateral grant of the Japanese Official Development Assistance Program through the Japan International Cooperation Agency, March 12, 1987. The groundbreaking ceremony was held on a 2-hectare lot in North Avenue, Quezon City, with then-President Corazon C. Aquino as guest of honor. November 4, 1987, Executive Order 307 was signed, creating the Occupational Safety and Health Center as a special department under the Employees' Compensation Commission. And on the Labor Day or May 1 of 1988, OSHC officially started being part of the government's efforts to better the working conditions of the Filipino workers.
Ikinakampanya ng Occupational Safety and Health Center ang kaligtasan at kalusugan ng mga manggagawa dito sa Pilipinas. Ito ay sinasagawa namin sa pamamagitan ng pananaliksik, pagsasanay, pagpapakalat ng mga impormasyon at mga technical na serbisyo tulad ng work environment measurement, PPE testing at biological monitoring. Napakabigat ng tungkuling ito kaya kami ay nagpapasalamat sa aming mga partners sa gobyerno at pribadong sektor na tumutulong sa amin palaganapin ang advokasya ng OSH upang mapanatili nating ligtas at malusog ang ating mga manggagawa sa lahat ng industriya.
Based on its mandate, vision, and mission, the OSHC champions the cause of work safety and health in the Philippines. Programs to promote health and safety of workers are carried out through the following. The Office of the Executive Director, who oversees planning, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation of the OSHC operation. Under DOLE Administrative Order No. 56, Series of 2011, and DOLE Administrative Order No. 407, Series of 2017, the accreditation of Occupational Safety and Health, or OSH consultants and training organizations, as well as OSH practitioners and testing organizations for construction-heavy equipment, respectively, have been transferred to the Occupational Safety and Health Center. The accreditation team is headed by the Deputy Executive Director, Engineer Jose Maria S. Patino. The Environment Control Division, or ECD, works toward eliminating work environment hazards and risks and controlling their ill effects on workers. It conducts researches to determine the presence of harmful environmental contaminants that affects workers' safety and health. The Safety Control Division conducts continuing studies, researches, safety audits, and technical inspections in work sites, with emphasis on hazardous machines, processes, and operations. It undertakes performance testing of personal protective equipment to ensure that manufactured PPEs conform with the set standards. The Training and Public Information Division, or TPID, plans, organizes, and conducts OSH training for a broad range of clientele. The TPID also maintains a library with an exclusive collection of books, journals, researches, and materials on occupational safety and health, which aid researchers and students pursuing studies related to OSH. TPID develops various training modules and conducts information dissemination activities. The Health Control Division conducts scientific researches on occupational health and formulates medical surveillance programs to assist enterprises in the early detection of occupational diseases. The division is among the few laboratories in the country that provides biological monitoring services to assess exposure of workers to chemical hazards such as heavy metals and organic solvents. And the Finance and Administrative Division, or FAD, provides fiscal management, human resource development, procurement of supplies, and general building maintenance in support of the total operations of the center. OSHC also prides itself in its valuable contribution to policies that promote workers' welfare. In fact, DOLE has issued department orders, labor advisories. Also, the OSHC was part of the technical working group that provided technical inputs for the crafting of Republic Act 11058, an act strengthening the occupational safety and health standards and providing penalties for violations thereof, which was signed by President Rodrigo Roa Duterte on August 17, 2018, that proves to be beneficial to its causes. Serving as the centerpiece programs of OSHC on increasing awareness and strengthening commitment to safer and healthier workplaces nationwide are these two major events which are held every 2 years. Gawad Kaligtasan at Kalusugan, or GKK, is a national award given by the Department of Labor and Employment to companies and individuals with outstanding achievements on work safety and health. The National Occupational Safety and Health, or NOSH Congress, a venue for exchange of experiences and news trends on OSH. And Vision 1 Million, which aims to promote the culture of occupational safety and health as a way of life for all Filipinos. OSHC remains true to the integrity of its credo, outstanding professionalism, service with dedication, honesty and integrity, and competent workforce. Ligtas ang maingat is not just a hashtag for OSHC. It's a way of life for the people, for the workers, and for the nation.
Hello po, welcome po.
Morning po.
Good morning.
Morning, sir.
Morning, sir.
Good morning,
Good morning,
sir.
sir.
Morning, sir.
Morning, everyone.
Sa mga hindi pa po naka-open yung camera, paki-open po.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning po. So yan, complete attendance po tayo ngayon. So welcome po sa last day po ng training. Pag-check po ako ng attendance. Andito na po ba si Sir William?
Sir, good morning, sir.
Sir, ano po? Sabihin niyo po yung pangalan, company, tsaka position. Then yung recap po tayo sa napag-aralan natin kahapon.
Ako pala si William R. Vera Jr. Nakatira ako sa Cebu. Name po ng company ko, Geneseve Industry. Isa po ako electrician. Saka natutunan ko po kahapon yung mag-toolbox bago magsimula sa work. Saka yung event era, operation era, production era, admin office, saka warehouse. Yun lang po, sir.
Okay, thank you po. Next po, si Sir JB.
Good morning, sir. Marinig po.
Yes, sir. Malinaw.
So good morning, I'm JB. I'm from Ramona Buet. It is about sa accident ratio, yung different ilang near misses, like let's say 600, so meron talagang isang accident dyan. Tapos yung roles ng safety officer, yan lang po.
Sir, mukhang malabo yung camera niyo po. Okay, next po natin si Sir Chris.
Magandang umaga sa lahat. Ako po si Chris Sarmiento. Aspart Company, isang electrician. Ang natutunan ko kapon yung kaibahan ng high rack at saka job hazard analysis. Yun lang po. Magandang umaga.
Okay, sir. Magandang umaga din po. Next po si Sir Rachel.
Good morning po. Ako po si Richie Santiago, nakatira po ako sa Cebu City. Ako pala isang foreman sa Aspard. Natutunan ko po kahapon ay tungkol sa mga job hazard analysis. Iyon lang po sir.
Okay, thank you po. Next po si Sir Joe.
Good morning, si Joe Fab from Asparded. Natutunan ko kahapon regarding yung sa accident investigation at saka yung important role ng safety officer sa isang kumpanya. Thank you po.
Thank you, sir. Next po si Sir Billmore.
Hey, good morning everyone. Recap lang for yesterday, yung natutunan natin is regarding the hierarchy and job hazard analysis on how to do job hazard analysis, like selecting a job, break the job into sequence of basic steps, identify potential hazard per step, and develop solutions. So, yun lang.
Okay, thank you po, sir. Next po si Ma'am Almira.
Magandang umaga po sa lahat.
Good morning po, ma'am.
Karamihan na mention na nila yung lecture kahapon eh. Yung i-add lang yung mga accident and incident investigation. Anong gagawin pag may aksidente, yung mga percentage ng mga accident, near miss, anong gagawin sa investigation, saan magre-report sa DOLE, yung mga ganon. Pero the rest na ano na nila, nasabi na nila. Yun, ito lang yung na-miss. Thank you.
Thank you po. Next po si Sir Roderick.
Good morning po.
Sir Roderick.
Good morning po. Morning po sa lahat.
Good morning po.
Ako po si Roderick Floria, isang civil engineer. Natutunan ko is yung paano mag-build up ng HIRAC at saka yung job hazard analysis. At saka yung about sa accident investigation at saka role ng safety officer sa isang company. Yun lang po.
Okay po, thank you po. Next po si Sir Samson.
Yes po, good morning sir. Good morning everyone. Yeah, ang natutunan ko is about yung occupational safety and health, on how many percent preventable unsafe act, then yung unsafe mechanical and physical condition, and how many percent unpreventable, and also about the job and hazard analysis, the basic job step, and the potential hazard, as well as how to correct the hazard. Thank you.
Okay sir, thank you po. Next po si Sir Jomil.
Yes, sir. Good morning po. Good morning, sir. Good morning, classmates. Jomil Quinto po, na JDE Services. Ang natutunan kahapon is yung yun nga, yung sa HIRAC, yung approach ng HIRAC and job hazard analysis, and even the roles ng mga roles of safety officers. Thank you.
Thank you sir. Next po si Sir Marlon.
Morning, sir.
Morning po.
Yung natutunan ko po kahapon, yung regarding sa role ng safety officer, and then yung job hazard analysis and HIRAC. Yun lang, sir.
Okay, thank you sir. Next po si Sir Ferdinand.
Good morning po, sir. Good morning, everyone. Ako po si Ferdinand Peñalosa ng J1 Company. Ang natutunan ko po sa hapon, yung paggawa ng HIRAC po, sir. Yun lang po.
Okay, thank you sir. Next po si Sir Carlo.
Morning, sir. Pala si Carlo Pautencio, supervisor sa G1 Company. Yung natutunan ko kahapon is about safety and health inspections sa job hazard analysis.
Okay, next po si Sir Erwin Peñalosa.
Good morning po. Ako si Erwin Peñalosa ng G1 Company. Natutunan ko kahapon ay yung safety officer and paggawa ng job hazard analysis. Yan lang po.
Next po si Sir Amil.
Ay, good morning. Malinaw po ba?
Naririnig po sir, malinaw.
Okay. Good morning po. Ako po si Norodom Amil, Disakan. Isang site engineer sa SRN Construction. So, isa sa mga natutunan ko kahapon is yung steps sa accident investigation, tulad nung secure and document the accident scene, conduct interviews, develop sequence of events, yung mga ganon. Yun lang po. Thank you.
Okay, thank you po. Next po si Sir Ernesto Mercado.
Good morning po, sir.
Good morning po.
Tutunan ko po paano mag job sa job observation saka sa reporting po.
Okay, thank you po. Andito rin po si Sir Emran Lagya. Good morning po, sir. Si Sir Erman po, from previous training po siya. Meron po siyang absent ng last day. Kukumplete po niya ngayon. So, kaya po napakahalaga nung attendance po natin araw-araw kasi kailangan po natin siyang i-complete pag nagkaroon ng susunod na schedule. Si Sir Emran po, medyo matagal na siyang nag-training. Then ngayon lang po niya makukomplete yung last day na di niya po naipasok. Then pag na-complete po niya ngayong araw, tsaka pa lang po marirelease yung kanyang certificate. Good morning po, sir. Naririnig niyo po ba?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning po.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir. Good morning sa inyo lahat. Una-una, humihingi ako ng paumanhin kasi yung signal dito parang mahina. Umaambon pa talaga dito sa amin. Pero susubukan kong makakunik. Pangalawa ay salamat sa pagkakataon na ito. Kasi andito na ito. Andito sa pagkakataon na ito. Para ito sa atin lahat. Para sa mga kasamaan ko dyan is ang masabi ko tungkol naman sir sa sa about safety natin, napakaganda aralan itong safety kasi bukod sa talagang kapit sa action is magagamit pa na po Akla Nagya sa construction.
Okay po, sir. Thank you po. So, andito na rin po yung magiging speaker po natin for today. Sir Arman.
Morning, sir.
Good morning po.
Good morning po, mga sir and si ma'am. Good morning po.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
So before we start discussing any topics, let's pray. Let's start the day with a prayer. In the name of the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. Amen. Lord, thank you for this day, for giving us life. Lord, thank you po sa mga resources na meron po kami ngayon. Ang electricity, internet connection, our gadgets. Marami pong salamat. Lord, we ask for your guidance throughout the day. Make this day a fruitful one and glorify your name. Lord, we ask for your to give us the endurance, the strength, the knowledge, the skills, and the protection po, Lord, not just for us, but also for our loved ones na naiwan sa aming mga tahanan at sa aming mga co-workers na sa mga workplaces po namin. This we all ask po in Jesus' name. Amen. And the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. Amen.
Amen.
Clear po ba ako? Clear?
Yes, sir. Loud and clear.
Medyo clear, sir.
Dito yung mic ko eh. Medyo parang may electric fan ako kaya baka nahanginan. Okay naman?
Loud and clear, sir.
Loud and clear.
Sige po. I'm taking notes regarding do sa mga introductions nyo. So, ako na lang ang hindi nag-i-introduce. Sige po. Sir Louie, ano po? Pa-co-host para makapag-share ako. Yan, okay. Remind ko lang po ulit mute po natin yung mic natin if kung hindi na tayo tinatanong or we are not asked to unmute our mic. So keep muted po throughout our presentation. If you have questions, type lang po natin sa ating chat box. At kung may pauses tayo between presentation, we could answer. If not, by the end ng presentation, we would be definitely answering it. Okay? And sa akin po, may additional rule ako pag nagpe-present. I always ask my participants, please confirm sa ating chat box, nakikita po ba yung slide? About the speaker, yes or no po sa ating chat box. Yes or no, Y or N. So isa pa lang, dalawa. Yan. Only 9, 11, 12, 4, 13. Yan. Para ma-monitor ko rin kung gaano na yung attention ninyo. Minsan, mabagal na yung dating natin sa chat box. Oops, probably naantok na sila. Oops, mabilis. Very attentive pa yung participants. Okay? That's one reason. And the other reason is, of course, para alam ko kung na-share ko. Minsan, nagkakamali ako. Discuss ako ng discuss, hindi ko pala na-share. Okay? By the way, my name is Arman Dominic Izingapan. I am a DOLE accredited COSH practitioner since 2016. Ang expertise po natin ay power plant operations. I was involved sa construction on the early years ng aking pagiging safety officer for 4 years before ako nag-shift sa mga power plants. Since power generation company, so we also have a certification from Department of Energy. Currently, the head ng Plant Safety and Health sa 200 megawatt Subic Solar Power Plant. Dito po yan sa loob ng SBMA. And the Senior Officer for Safety of Mindoro Geothermal and Biliran Geothermal. Ayan. So the bigger picture is the Subic Solar and the smaller one is Biliran Geothermal. 2016 received the Outstanding Safety Professional Award given by the Safety and Health Station of the Philippine Energy Sector and by the Department of Energy. The following year po, 2017, received the similar award. 2018 received the Hall of Famer, and 2021 received the Gold Award for Outstanding Safety Professional Award. This award is given if kasama po tayo sa honors for 5 straight years. So ano po ang i-discuss natin ngayon para may idea rin tayo, may roadmap tayo. Yan. We would be starting sa COSH trainer and communication. Gaano ka-importante yung communications. COSH trainer kasi after this training, you are required to conduct the 8 hours workers mandatory training. Sino magko-conduct na ng training? Kayo na po. Kayo ang magiging lecturer for a day. 8 hours po kasi yan. Okay? Required po yan ni DOLE. Next, after we finish the TOT and communications, we proceed sa workplace emergency preparedness. Then we will have our morning break. After the morning break, we have the ECP, Employees Compensation Program, the benefit that an injured or disabled worker would receive sa government. Okay? Hindi sa company, but the government. Next, after that, siguro lunch. Then PM session po natin. We would be discussing DO13 to be followed by the DO198-18. And last part po of our training is the COSH program. Okay? Then after that, we would proceed sa inyong post-test pre-entry planning. Okay? So let's go. First topic natin. Ating gawin, please confirm sa ating chat box. Nakikita po ba? Yan, medyo mabilis-bilis ngayon kumpara kanina. Yes or no lang, Y or N sa ating chat box. Okay. Thank you for confirming. So this is TOT. What do you mean by TOT? Training of trainers. Okay, before you could speak sa mga workers, sa mga engineers, dapat po meron training ng TOT, training of trainers. If kayo po, someday you want to be a lecturer din po for a COSH training, kailangan nyo po mag-undergo naman ng 3 days na TOT rin. Hindi lang po ito, ilang minutes na natin di-discuss. This is for in-house training lang. Okay? And we will be discussing OSH communication. Sige, let's start with the communication. Ano ba yung communication? Could someone read? Could I call Sir Ferdinand Peñalosa sa G1 Company, tama ba? Sir Ferdinand?
Opo. A process by which information exchange between individual through a common system, symbol, sign, or behavior. Webster Dictionary.
Okay, thank you, Sir Ferdinand. Okay, basa ni Sir Ferdinand, it is a process of information. Information, saan na makukuha? Pwedeng sa sounds, tulad po ngayon, naririnig nyo ko. Symbols, tulad po ng mga letters natin. Signs, kung may picture tayo dyan. Or even behavior. Okay? Kaya nga po, tinitingnan ko rin kayo sa camera ngayon if you're very attentive. Okay? Kasi kailangan natin mag-establish ng communication. Hindi lang ako yung salita ng salita. I need to know if you are paying attention sa akin. Okay? This is according to kay Webster Dictionary. So why do we communicate? This is to get action. If we have concern sa site, kailangan po malaman ng mga tao. So we need to communicate. Hindi pwede, oops, may nakita akong hazard, hayaan lang natin. Sige. Note ko lang yan sa aking inspection para meron akong daily record. Pero hindi natin sasabihin sa workers, sa engineers natin, what will happen? Magkakaroon pa rin ng aksidente. You need to communicate those hazards and concerns. Next, to inform. Meron tayong bagong policy. Okay, example lang po, may bago tayong DOLE order. Ngayon, we need to communicate that kay company. Otherwise, pwede tayong ma-penalize. It is because they were not informed regarding the policy. Next, to convince. Baka may argument tayo sa site. Stop work. Sabi ni safety. Pero sabi ng engineer, hindi tuloy. Delay na tayo. So you need to convince. You need to establish a proper communication. An effective communication. Bakit kailangan i-stop work yan? Okay? Para ma-appreciate nila yung ginagawa natin sa site, yung order nating stoppage. Or simply, we want to be entertained. Okay? Gusto nating break time. Hindi yung trabaho, kain, tulog, ganun lang. Of course, during eating or break time natin, nakikipagkwentuhan tayo sa ating mga kasamahan. This is to entertain, to boost our morale. Okay? Effective communication. So we need this communication model. Sender, yan po yung may message, tulad po ngayon, ako. I have the information. Kayo po ang receiver. Nakikita po ba sa screen? Yun ang question ko kanina. Then what do I require? Sa chat box, type yes or no. So that is your feedback. Okay, yan, may nag-feedback agad. So yes, yes. Okay, so that is your feedback. What if kung nilagay nyo, sir, no? Wala kasi akong nailagay. Okay? So, I would adjust my information. Wala po ba? Sige po, i-share ko ulit. So, I adjusted yung information. Kasi wala nga akong na-screen. Wala akong na-share screen. So, in that way, we are establishing understanding. Hindi po pwedeng bigla lang ako magsasalita dito, maglalabas ng screen, tapos wala na. Hindi ko kayo i-engage. We could not establish understanding. Okay? Clear po yun, ha? So sender, meron information, marireceive ni receiver, magbibigay ng feedback. Depende sa feedback na yan, we need to adjust our information. Okay? Naintindihan po ba? Yes or no? No, sir. I need to repeat it. Okay? Naintindihan po ba? Yes, sir. Okay, let's move sa next screen. Sir, no. I need to explain it again. Okay, adjusted information. Is anyone listening? Yan ang question natin dito. Barriers that get in the way of communication. And ito yung magiging problem natin if we are communicating. Yung mga barriers. Example, nag-uusap tayo pero sa background ko may nagja-jackhammer. Noise. May maintindihan niyo po ba? Of course not. Hindi magiging effective yung pakikipag-communicate ko. Confusion. Nagkakalituhan tayo in terms of terminologies sa inyong common society. Example lang po, accident, incident. Bibigyan ka ng incident report. It turns out may nasaktan na. It should be an accident report. Okay? Next, fatigue. Pagod na. Instead, gusto na magpahinga ng tao, kailangan niya pang mag-training. Is it advisable? Of course not. Kaya ang toolbox meeting, ginagawa yan before the start of the work shift. Bakit? Fresh pa yung katawan, fresh pa yung utak natin. Okay? Mas maintindihan ng mga tao natin, mas makakapag-prevent pa tayo ng aksidente. Hindi yung magtutoolbox tayo kahapon para sa trabaho ngayon. Hindi po. Yung iba kasi ganun, para mabilis, bukas papasok na lang sa hindi po. Kailangan fresh pa yung utak at yung katawan pag nagdi-discuss tayo, especially in terms of safety. Stress. Stress. May report kayo, but still you need to attend. Excuse me, medyo dry na eh. May deadline kayong report. You need to submit, but kailangan nyo ma-attend sa training. Maintindihan nyo ba yung training 100%? Of course not. Kasi hati yung inyong focus. Okay? Angry. Galit kayo dun sa nag-explain. Kasi hindi totoo yan. Nambobola lang yan. Okay? Eager. Mamayang hapon, I'm sure, pagod na kayo. You want to finish the day. Makuha ang inyong training. Bababa na po yung attention span ninyo. Okay? Then we also have language differences. Especially sa Philippines, marami tayong dialect. Isang word, magkaibang meaning, pwede mag-result ng accident. Okay? Meron po tayong mga taga Cebu rito, tulad si Sir Richel and company nila. Okay? Meron pa ba? Raise your hand if meron tayong mga Cebuano rito, mga Bisaya. Meron po ba? Raise your hand. Yan, Sir William. Yan, si Sir JB. Sige. Language difference. I'll tell you an old safety joke. Okay, yung mga Bisaya siguro maintindihan agad to. May props tayo. Okay, example, this is a GI pipe. Dalawang tao ay nagbubuhat. Sa harap yung Tagalog, sa likod yung Bisaya. Yung nasa harap ang sabi, Brad, ang bigat. Ang sabi ng Bisaya, Brad, ang bigat. Sabi ng Bisaya, bitaw. So, ang gagawin yung Tagalog, bibitawan niya. Okay? I see Sir Richel smiling. Okay? Sabi ng Tagalog, Brad, ang bigat. Sabi ng Bisaya, bitaw. O di bitawan nga naman. Nagkaroon ngayon ng aksidente. Bakit kaya? Anong ibig sabihin ng bitaw for our participants na Bisaya? What does bitaw mean? Sa Tagalog, release. Sa bitaw, Sir, ayan si Ma'am pala. The only rose among the thorns, si Ma'am. Oo nga, a strong sense of agreement. Okay? Pag-agree. Oo nga. Ang gusto lang sabihin sana ng Bisaya, dun sa tanong ni Tagalog na kung mabigat, ang sabi niya sana, oo nga. Pero because of language difference, yan, iba yung naging meaning. Okay? Bitaw yung nabanggit niya. Okay? So I hope that is clear. To illustrate the barriers in communication, yan. For example, we have a sender. Ang message po niya, unsafe stop work. Because of barrier, let's say noise, pwedeng ang lumusot na lang, safe stop work. Parang contradicting, no? Safe, pero stop work. Then, another barrier. Okay, let's say fatigue. Pagod na yung tao. So, ang nakalusot na lang na message sa kanyang isipan ay safe stop work. Another barrier, let's say, anger. Okay? Sige, pagod na nga. Pinupush pang magtrabaho. Pagod na nga ako. Sige, tuloy-tuloy lang. So what happens? So ang interpretation niya dun sa naging message ay safe work. Okay? Or ibig sabihin, ligtas. Trabaho ka lang dyan. Yun yung nakalusot. See? This is just an illustration on how does barrier affects communication. Okay? Methods of communication. Yan, pwedeng verbal. Nag-uusap tayo. Non-verbal. Body language. Sample, face-to-face, may kinakausap kayo, biglang tumalikod. Wala siyang sinabi ha, tinalikuran lang kayo. What does it indicate? Parang pambabastos. Oops, biglang pinakita yung likod niya. Ayaw kong i-accept yung information mo. Parang ganun yung gusto niyang sabihin. Those are non-verbal. That is an example of non-verbal communication. And we have written, yan, sa mga documents natin, sa mga emails, sa mga posts sa social media. Okay? Effective communication, again, we need the sender na may message or information. Re-receive yan ni receiver. We need a feedback. Ang end goal natin is to have an understanding. Okay? Successful communication is a responsibility of the sender and the receiver. Sir, sinabi ko yan kay ano? Ano nangyari? Ano sabi niya? Ewan ko, sir. Okay, is it an effective communication? Hindi. Sino may mali doon? It is the sender. Why? Hindi niya sinecure yung response, yung feedback po ni receiver. Okay? So it should be both the sender and the receiver. Hindi dahil nasabi mo na, napasa mo na yung bola doon sa kabila, okay na. Hindi. Sir, na-email ko na yung kahapon sa kanya eh. Hindi lang siya nag-response. Hindi po. You need to confirm kung na-receive niya ba yung email. Kung na-receive niya ba yung text. Or kung ano yung sagot niya sana sa inyo. Okay? So, responsibility, both the sender and the receiver. Now, let's go sa training of trainers. If you are conducting in-house trainings, the first one would be the mandatory 8 hours COSH seminar for workers. Kayo po ang magko-conduct niyan sa pagbalik nyo sa inyong mga job site. Okay? So how does learning absorption percentage distribution, sorry. Okay, if we conduct our lecture, our seminars, bibigyan lang natin sila ng mga babasahin. So that only accounts for 10% memory retention. Okay, maalala lang nila dun sa mga babasahin nila ay 10% lang. 20% pag may audio visuals. Okay, may presentation kayo, may PowerPoint. Okay? Or may pictures. May sounds. 30% demonstration. Papakita lang ng lecturer or ng trainer paano magsuot po ng earplug. Angat, batak, salpak. Okay? 30% lang ng information regarding sa earplugs, earmuff, paano gamitin yung mare-retain. Okay? Including yung computation ng NRR. I-discuss po natin. Meron tayong exchange ng information, 50%. 75% practice. Okay, example. I hope nag-JHA kayo. Nagkaroon kayo ng workshop. So, 75% retention yun. Pero kung kayo, pagbalik nyo sa inyong mga job site, ituturo po natin yan sa ating mga engineers, foreman, supervisors, or even our workers. Yan. 90% ng paggawa ng GHA, job hazard analysis, 90% doon, mare-retain natin. Okay? Kasi hindi lang natin pinapractice, we are teaching it sa ibang tao rin. Okay? We are demonstrating. Aside from practicing, you are demonstrating as well. Okay? So hindi sapat yung, sir, nilagay ko na sa safety notice board. That is just 10%. Sir, naturuan ko naman sila kung paano gamitin yung PPE. That's 30% lang. Okay? So we need to maximize yung materials ng company. documents, reading, bulletin boards, audio visuals natin, demonstrations, toolbox meeting, yan. Pwede tayo mag-demonstrate. Pwede rin natin sa kanilang ipa-demonstrate. Okay? Paano gumamit ng Lotto to? So, i-demonstrate ko ngayon. Tapos, Sir Marlon, pwede nyo bang i-demonstrate paano gumamit ng Lotto to natin? Okay? During toolbox. So, at least 75% mare-retain ni Sir Marlon kung paano gumamit ng Lotto to. Sa akin naman, 90% kasi I teach him how to use the Lotto to apparels. Okay? Next, what's the difference between education and training? Education and training. Education is actually anything that brings us out of ignorance. Excuse me. And helps to improve our skills, knowledge, and attitudes. Okay? So, brings us out of ignorance. Ibig sabihin, random. Any information, in general, okay? Magbibigay sa atin ng information. Could we use it sa ating trabaho? Probably not. Probably yes. Okay? It just brings us out of ignorance. While si training is teaching or developing in oneself or others any skills and knowledge that relates to specific useful competencies. Okay, education in general po, pero ang training very specific yan dun sa magiging trabaho or task. Example, ngayon po, is it education or training? Training. Bakit? We are just teaching you the important points in how to be an effective safety officer. Okay? Hindi tayo nagturo regarding sa mechanical. Okay? Sa heavy equipment, paano mag-repair ng heavy equipment, paano mag-install ng mga scaffoldings, mag-compute ng load. Okay? Para sa formworks. So we don't do that kasi we are having a training regarding how to be a safety officer. Okay? Next. Magko-conduct po tayo ng training. Ano yung kailangan natin i-consider? First is the logistics. Logistics. So parang accident incident investigation to. Maraming naka-retain yun eh. Okay? So, accident incident investigation, we would remember yung 5 wives and 1 husband. Ano yung 5 wives and 1 husband? 5W and 1H. Si when, where, what, who, why. Sino yung husband? H. Si how. Okay? 5 wives, 1 husband question. Okay? First, we determine when. Day, time, date, yung training. Next, where, we decide saan yung magiging training natin. Next, what? Anong klaseng training yung i-conduct natin? Okay? Next, determine who. Sino po yung atin? Lahat ba? Engineers, supervisors, or si management? Next, we review. Okay, nasagot na natin yung when, where, what, and who. Next, why. Bakit importante pa rin yung why? Kasi hindi basta magpo-pull out tayo ng tao, tapos magpapatraining na wala namang significant sa workers at sa ating company. Pull out po sila. Yung mga workers natin and engineers to conduct training regarding hydrogen sulfide. Would it be beneficial? Tama ba yun sa construction? Meron bang hydrogen sulfide? Probably none. Okay? Kasi nasa oil and gas lang naman yun or geothermal. Okay? So kung ipo-pull out ninyo, bakit tayo magte-training? Sir, scaffolding. Marami tayong scaffolding sa ating construction. Sir, magte-training tayo regarding heavy equipment safety. Okay, okay, sige, let's go. Okay, may significance, may benefit po yan dun sa workers at sa company natin. Okay, then last, yung husband, si how, identify papaano po natin i-conduct yung training. May workshop po ba? Purely lecture? Nasa inyo po yan. How? Speaking of how, we need to use visuals. Okay, nasa inyo kung ano yung available. PowerPoints, overhead projectors, white or blackboard, Ang advantage ni whiteboard or blackboard, pwede tayo mag-conduct ng workshop. Unlike to sa PowerPoint. Pwede ba? Hindi. More on may picture, sasabihin nyo lang sa akin kung ano yung unsafe hack, unsafe condition. Pero kung may whiteboard or blackboard tayo, you could write it down. Sabi nga natin yung retention kanina, di ba? Pag sasabi ilan lang ito, more or less 30. Pero pag yung pinapractice natin, ang retention niya mas mataas. Okay? So maganda nga naman, training natin, meron tayong interaction, meron tayong activities using the whiteboard or the blackboard, hindi purely PowerPoint. Next, pwede rin tayo gumamit ng paper handouts. Kasi after the training, they could still use it, they could read it. Unlike PowerPoint, once you shut down the computer, tapos. Okay? Flip charts, videos, and props. Kasi mas mabilis nilang ma-visualize kung ano yun. Example, demonstrate natin paano mag-conduct ng Lotto to. You need the device, you need the device. So, sir, this is your lockout devices, and this is your tagout. Okay? Paano po ginagamit to? At least, madali nilang ma-visualize. Hindi yung sabihan ko lang sa inyo, kailangan nyo ng padlock at yung clasp. Yung makikita nyo yung red, tapos may parang ngipin. Mahirap po, unlike pag ipakita nyo mismo. Meron kayong prompts. Okay? Sige. Next. The basics of room arrangement. So kahit nasagot na natin yung 5 wives and 1 husband, we need to prepare yung venue. Okay, ano ba yung basics? First, kailangan accessible to. Okay? Baka mamaya magpapakonduct tayo ng training for our construction site personnel. Yung pala, kailangan pa nilang mag-jeep. Malayo pa. Okay? O kaya may hagdan, pero meron tayong mga physically challenged na workers. So it should be accessible. Next po, maganda yung sounds natin. Acoustics. Baka mamaya hindi na marinig nung nasa malayo. Or masyado namang malakas, very irritating na. Okay? Hindi na siya sound, kundi noise na. Okay? So dapat tama lang. Always start your training by asking, okay po ba yung dating ko? Malinaw po ba? Tulad po kanina. Yan. Next, convenience. Dapat malapit sa restrooms. Pangit nga naman yung training venue, wala palang CR. Or malayo. Makiki-CR pa sa Jollibee, sa kabilang building. Okay? So yan. It is a basic necessity natin, yung CR. Okay? If we would be using laptops, let's say accounting, yung ating mga participants, o kaya mga boss, lagi silang may laptop to monitor the site. Yan. Dapat po meron saksakan. Otherwise, they would always ask, sir, pwede yung labas muna ako, I need to see my laptop. Yung email ko po kasi for project reporting. Mahihirapan tayo. Maya-maya lumalabas sila just to charge. Climate control. Dapat po hindi ganun ka-init or lamig. Both extremes. Sa psychology, best learned if tama yung temperature. That is around 20 to 22 degrees Celsius. Okay? Not too hot, not too cold yung temperature natin. Next po, distraction. O konti lang dapat yung distractions natin. Kung may bintana po, yung ating venue, make sure hindi yan yung daanan ng mga tao. Okay? Yung sa labas, pagtingin mo, maya-maya may dumadaan. So, nadi-distract yung ating mga participants. If you need to adjust, hindi dito yung stage ng ating lecturer. Sa kabila na lang kasi may bintana dyan. Okay? Next po, furniture. Mga tables, mga chairs, dapat in good condition. Comfortable yung ating mga participants. Sige sir, check na po yung ating venue. Now let's go kay trainer appearance. Trainer appearance. Look professional. Mahaba buhok natin, medyo paiksian na natin. Meron tayong mga body piercing. Remove it first. Meron tayong mga facial hair. So pwedeng mag-eye-tight muna to look more professional. Should dress accordingly to the type of instruction being given to and to whom it's being given. Okay? The trainer shouldn't stand out from the crowd but should keep your dress standards higher than those of the rest of the group. One good example, if our participants, yung mga construction site workers, our laborers, usually they wear long sleeve t-shirts. So one dress code higher tayo. So, polo shirt. Unless meron kayong uniform talaga, yun talagang susuotin nyo to represent the company. Tulad tong sa akin. If your participants naman, mga engineers, yan, polo shirt na sila. So, anong dress code naman tayo? Polo shirt din ba kayo? Of course not. You need to somehow elevate yung inyong dress code. Kayo ay maglo-long sleeve na polo. Paano kung ganun din yung attendees ninyo? And let's say mga managers. So meron kayong tie. Bakit kaya? This is to gain some sort of advantage. May authority kayo pagdating sa presence. Oops, si sir, medyo one dress code higher siya. Probably he or she is the lecturer. Siya ang in charge sa training na to. Okay? Hindi po pwedeng naka-polo shirt yung mga attendees tapos kayo t-shirt lang. So parang mas mababa naman yung itsura nyo kumpara dun sa participants. Mahirapan tayo mag-establish ng authority pagdating sa training. Okay? If you are going to stand while you present the session, you should stand in front of the group. Wag yung sa likod. Dapat lagi kayong nakikita. If someone is wondering, tingin lang natin kung saan-saan. Tinitingnan ko kayo. Baka yung iba sa inyo hindi nakatingin sa camera. I hope you're not looking sa Facebook, ha? So, kailangan lagi kayong nakikita ng participants. Bakit? Yan, to establish authority rin. Okay? To establish yung presence ninyo. Okay? Baka hindi na kayo pinapansin. Hindi na nagiging attentive sa inyo. Don't try to hide yourself behind the chair, desk, or even your lectern or yung mga overhead projectors. Kasi doon na po yung focus nila, hindi na kay lecturer. Paano kung may demonstrate kayo? Hindi nakatingin sa inyo or nakatingin lang dun sa lectern. Paintindihan po ba nila yung nila-lecture? Of course not. Okay, if you stand or sit in front of your training aids, you must ensure that everyone in the group can see around you. Okay? So kung kailangan nasa likod kayo ng inyong table kasi nandun yung props, nakalatag yung mga PPE, dapat po kita pa rin. Okay? Now let's go sa bridging the learner gap. Depende po sa generation yung stimulus ng inyong mga visuals or even your questions. Okay? For example lang, if meron tayong participants na traditionalists, they are born before 1945, meron pa kaya? Traditionalists are known as the silent generation. Traditional lecture format done online, web-based education and training. Okay, they would prefer yung mga old school. If you want, parang hindi na sila nagiging attentive. You could ask yung sa mga defining moments ng kanilang generation. Example, World War. Ask yung kotse dati. Ask how they communicate before. Okay? Sir, wala pa yung mga emails before. Curious lang ako. How do you communicate, sir? Nung wala pa yung email, wala pa yung cellphone. Okay? Then they would start sharing their experiences. So, binabalik mo yung attention sa kanila. Okay? Kinukuha nyo ulit yung attention from them. Sorry. How about kung baby boomers naman? Born between 1946 hanggang 1964. Yan, mga managers to. During those times, yan, merong Cold War. Moon landing. So, ano naman ang significance yan sa era na yan? It shows na they are a very competitive generation. So they like competition. They like contests. Kung magpapalike training po kayo, yung pabilisan, paramihan, okay? Pagandahan, may competition lagi. Okay? That is to spark yung kanilang attention. Defining tech, television. Ano ba yung mga TV shows before, sir? Could I ask? Okay? Resetting their attention. Communication, yan, telephones. Next po, Generation X. Born between 1965 and 1980. Gen X ang tawag sa kanila. Defining moment, end of Cold War. Ano naman, sir? Kung nag-end yung Cold War. Maraming problems. Okay? Tapos na yung gera, pero maraming spoils of war. Okay? So maraming problema. So this generation loves to solve problems. So pwedeng mag-insert kayo ng case study sa inyong mga trainings. Defining tech, PC. And communications, nandyan na po yung emails. Okay? So if we would be handing out mga reading materials, we could use emails. Pakicheck na lang po sa inyong mga emails. Pakicheck na lang po ang inyong computer na i-send na po sa inyo. Okay? So at least makaka-relate ka agad yung training procedure sa kanila. Last po is the millennials. Ano naman yung millennials? Of course, they are very techy. So ayaw na nila yung traditional type. Okay? Sulat-sulat. So they want mga audio visuals. They learn best by using technology. Okay? So at least you could adjust yung how do you conduct your training. Next po, when asking and answering questions, we have two types of questions, the open-ended and the closed-ended questions. Open-ended, yan yung requires an extensive response. You are asking what, how, when, why. In short, my explanation. Meron tayong closed-ended questions, yes or no lang. Saan natin gagamitin yung open-ended questions? If you think parang competitive yung ating participant, lagi siyang sagot ng sagot, you could ask open-ended questions to expand yung discussion ninyo. At the same time, i-hold yung kanyang attention. Okay? Yung pagiging attentive niya sa inyong training. Ngayon, saan natin gagamitin yung close-ended questions? Pag meron tayong mga participant na hindi ganong confident sa kanilang sagot and you want to boost it. Okay, sir, mamaya na lang po ako. Sir, siya muna po. Kasi nahihirapan pa siyang mag-explain or nahihiya pa. So the best, use close-ended questions. Sir, tama ba? 88% ng aksidente is caused by unsafe act or unsafe behavior? Yes or no? Madaling sagutan, di ba? Sir, yes. So it boosts his or her confidence. Then later on, pwede na siya mag-open up. Okay? Next po, listening to questions. Yan. Pag may nagtanong naman, hindi yung speaker, lecturer lang ang salita. Pag may questions, make sure pinapakita nyo na you are willing to listen. One good example, you lean forward. Okay? Kanina may nag-i-introduce ng sarili, kaso medyo mahina. So you need to lean forward. That shows na, oops, gusto akong pakinggan. Yung question ko gustong marinig ni lecturer. Okay? So ganun po tayo pag nag-conduct tayo ng workers mandatory off seminar. Ha? When answering questions, answer questions in an appropriate and thoughtful manner. Kahit sabihin po natin na subordinate natin sila, worker sila, supervisor ako, safety officer ako eh. O kaya manager ako, safety manager ako eh. Always address them properly. Sir, buddy, yan. Sir, may engineer po tayo. Engineer, yan. Okay, may manager tayo, boss. Okay, just to boost their confidence din. May engage lagi sila sa inyo. Make sure you answer all questions presented. Huwag kayo mag-skip out. Okay? answer lahat ng questions. This shows your competence as a lecturer, as a safety officer. Handling issues during training, pwedeng too much participation or too little participation. Okay, too much participation. Meron, sir. Teka, may add lang po ako, sir. Based kasi yung experience ko sa Saudi, sir, ganito. Yan, madalas yan sa ating mga trainings, mga safety officer from Saudi. Okay, from Middle East, from Australia. Represent lagi nila po. So how do we handle those? Okay? Pag may dinidiscuss po tayo, okay, sir, noted natin yan. Pero meron naman yan, sir, connected yan sa ating OSH standards. Nasa Rule 1080 yan. Okay? So, always connect them sa inyong mga laws, rules. Okay? Para hindi nila kayo ma-overpower during discussions. Sir, kasi sa amin, PPEs namin ganito eh. Ganyan sa Middle East. Sir, meron din po tayong ganyan type of PPEs. Nasa Rule 1080 yan ang ating OSH standards. Sir, meron kasi kaming permitting system. Sir, meron din po yan dito. Nasa DO 198-18 in which we will be discussing later on. Okay? So, hindi ka na overpower nung mga participants mo. Or, pwede rin too little participants. Wala silang responses. Kaya nga I always ask kanina, nakikita po ba? Later on, I would ask again, naintindihan po ba? Yes or no? Always i-engage natin yung ating mga participants. I think this is the last part for our TOT. Then later on, proceed tayo sa next topic. Lesson plan. Make sure na alam ng mga participants natin kung saan na sila dun sa training process natin. Kanina, pinakita natin kung ano yung mga topics i-discuss at yung oras. So, may idea na kayo. Okay, TOT ngayon after this, emergency response management na. Okay? So, binibigyan natin sila ng roadmap. Yan. A detailed course module, example is OSH training course for safety officer. May manuals na rin po na binigay sa inyo. So, masusundan nyo na. Evaluation po, Kirkpatrick ang ginagamit. When you say Kirkpatrick rating or scale, yan po yung ni-score natin. 1 to 4. Yung iba sa atin, 1 to 5. Di ba? 1 is the lowest grade, 5 is the highest. Later, after the training, meron tayo Kirkpatrick evaluation. Rate natin yung naging training, lecturer, and yung ating process sa pag-conduct ng training. So that, in a way, we would know how good is yung naging training natin. Pagdating nyo sa inyong mga workplaces, yan, conduct pa rin tayo ng Kirkpatrick. Evaluate pa rin natin regarding sa reaction ng ating mga participants, ng mga workers, ng mga engineers. Meron po bang naging learning sa kanila? Behavior. May change in behavior ba? Okay, magandang indication minsan after yung mga in-house training, sinasabi nila, oops, unsafe act yan, nagbibiroan na sila. Oops, unsafe act yan, unsafe act. Oops, unsafe behavior. Okay? So it's a good indication that they absorb yung naging trainings. Result, did the safety training have a positive impact on business key performance indicator, which is bababa po yung mga accidents natin. Okay? In that way, yan, may return of investment yan. Bumaba yung aksidente, of course, bumaba yung hospital bills, litigation expenses, okay? Repair sa ating mga damaged equipments. So may return of investment for the company. So I think this is the third part. This is the toolbox meeting. Could I ask someone to read? Si Sir William R. Birao Jr., electrician. Yan, yung kanyang introduction ni Sir eh. Sabi niya kanina, toolbox yung naalala niya. Sir William, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Yes, sir. Could you read yung ating first bullet?
A toolbox stock and an informal group discussion that focuses on a particular safety issues, Harvard University.
Okay. Thank you, Sir William. Kayo ang tinawag ko kasi yan yung naalala nyo. Sabi nyo kanina. So, toolbox talk daw is an informal group discussion. Bakit kaya informal? Wala tayong specified person na magsasalita. Kung sino yung may issue, magsalita. Kung sino yung may recommendation, they are free to speak up. Okay? Di tulad ngayon. Informal ba to? Formal. Bakit? Ako yung lecturer, you are the participants. Pagdating sa toolbox, anyone could talk. Okay? May concerns aside, kahit sino po pwedeng magsalita. Okay? Informal. Toolbox meetings are normally short in duration, 10 to 15 minutes lang, and are generally conducted at the job site para mas mabilis ma-visualize yung mga concerns prior to the commencement of a job or work shift. Na-discuss na yata ang toolbox sa inyo, yung importance ng toolbox. Okay, ulitin ko na lang or idagdag na lang natin. Ano ba yung characteristic ng isang magandang toolbox meeting? Okay, first, they should be brief and clear. Maiksi lang at straight to the point, malinaw. Brevity and clarity. Okay? Huwag yung masyadong maraming information. Otherwise, hindi na yung toolbox. Training na yan. Ma-overload naman din yung mga workers natin. Okay? Information overload. Dapat po may authority. Sabi nga natin kanina, informal. Kahit sinong pwedeng magsalita. Kung walang person in authority, tulad ng safety officer, kung ano na lang pag-usapan, kung ano yung convenient. Okay? Huwag natin pag-usapan yan. Mahirap yan eh. Huwag natin pag-usapan kasi mahal yan. So, dapat po may person in authority. Example, 10th floor, walang handrail, pwedeng mahulog yung tao. Yun yung concept. Huwag natin pag-usapan na lang muna. Kasi wala pa tayong tubo para sa handrail. Okay? Lagyan lang natin ng caution tape. Pwede po ba yun? Of course not. Walang mangyayari. Hindi kayang saluhin ni caution tape yung weight ng tao pag nasandal siya ron. Okay? So, there should be a person in authority to ensure na lahat po ng concerns ay na-discuss. Lahat ng mitigations ay nasabi. Should be relevant. Kung ano yung tinutoolbox ninyo, yun lang yun yung mga concerns, yung mga mitigations, yun yung ipa-priority. Okay? Hindi yung excavation lang tayo. Ang concern natin, pwedeng may mahulog. Pero ang tinutoolbox na natin yung working at heights. May scaffolding. Teka, wala pa. Okay? So, pangit yung naging toolbox na ganun. Kasi hindi makarelate yung ating mga workers. Accountability. Accountability. Another. Going back dun sa example kanina. Handrail sa 10th floor, pwedeng may mahulog. Yun yung concern natin. Okay? So, dapat lagyan ng handrail. Sino pong gagawa? Foreman, pwede nyo pang gawin doon kasi magtatrabaho kayo ngayon. Yes, sir. Ngayon, hindi niya nilagyan. May nahulog. Sir, hindi nyo naman sinabi. Sir, hindi natin na-discuss yan. Ano? Kakasabi lang natin sa toolbox kanina eh. So, walang accountability. Bakit? Usap-usap lang. Laway lang ang naging usapan. So, dapat merong record. Okay? Ano yung napag-usapan? Sino yung umattend? So, during toolbox meeting, magpaikot kayo ng attendance. Okay? That is a document na stating na, oops, umattend ka, napag-usapan natin to, nag-agree tayo dito. May accountability lahat. From the workers hanggang sa manager kung umattend sila ng toolbox. Okay? Things to tell the workers, yan, na-discuss na siguro to sa inyo. Duties, work duties and responsibilities. Company policy, gusto nating reiterate. Health and safety topics, kung pwede natin pagsalitain si nurse, lalo ngayon, tumataas ang dengue, may COVID pa. So, very important to sa toolbox. Acknowledgement of good performance. Bakit? Sunod sila ng sunod, wala naman silang napapala. Example, sila Sir William, Good housekeeping practices lagi. Before sila umuwi, naglilinis. Okay? For several weeks, sila yung pinakamalinis na area. Hindi natin ina-acknowledge yun. Ano mangyari? Maglilinis pa ba tayo? Bukas, kakalat na naman yan. Wala naman tayo napapala, napapagod lang tayo. Okay? You acknowledge sana. Sir, could I call yung grupo ni Sir William to stand up? Bakit? Sila yung malinis, maayos, organized sila sa ating job site. Okay? So, please give them a round of applause. If kung po pwede, bigyan nyo sila ng certificate. Anyway, it's just a document. Madali tayong gumawa nun. May pirma. But, malaki ang weight niyan pagdating sa maintenance ng compliances pagdating sa safety. Okay? Best in PPEs. Yan. We acknowledge compliances pagdating sa safety. Last po is the work coordination. May magtatrabaho sa taas, pero may kailangang magtrabaho sa baba. Paano ngayon yan? During toolbox, we could discuss. Mauna muna yung sa taas or mauna muna yung sa baba. Okay? To prevent parallel works accidents. Last, what if kung hindi kami mag-conduct ng orientation, hindi kami makipag-communicate, hindi mag-conduct ng toolbox meeting, what happens? According kay DO 198-18, workers' right to know. So the company should give information to all workers, including new hires, regarding sa mga information sa mga type of hazards in a dialect and language that they could understand. Otherwise, meron tayo, how much? 20,000 pesos na penalty. Okay? Nagko-conduct ba tayong orientation sa site? Yes, sir. Mayroon po bang black and white? Sir, wala. Lagot tayo dyan. Magtutulbox ba? Yes, sir. May attendance ba? Wala, sir. Kwento-kwento lang yung yes, sir nyo. Okay? Wala kayong proof. Therefore, pwede kayong mabigyan ng penalty. To summarize, there are 4 basic elements ng good communication. That is the sender, message, receiver, feedback. Main goal, to establish understanding. Toolbox meeting, we mentioned, informal safety meeting yan, pero it's a good practice in preventing workplace accidents. Safety officer must be an efficient instructor and educator para sa mga kasamahan niya sa job site. Okay? Hindi sapat yung marunong kayo mag-hazard identification, magaling kayo mag-risk assessment, marami kayong alam ng controls. Kung hindi natin nako-communicate yung mga yan, bali wala. Magkakaroon pa rin tayo ng aksidente. We need to communicate those sa ating mga co-workers. Okay? Question po. Question. Clear ba yung task natin na after this, pwede na tayo mag-conduct ng mandatory 8 hours worker seminar? Kung nag-conduct na yung dati, kung nag-conduct na kayo dati, no need. But for new workers na papasok sa inyo, you need to conduct again. 8 hours. Question? May question po ba? Ang oras po natin ay exactly 9:30. Question, sir. Yan, good question to ha. Dapat ba straight 8 hours? Yun ang preferred ni Dole. However, they give considerations. Example sa amin, sa power plant. Hindi po pwedeng 8 hours kami mag-conduct. Straight. Ang mangyari, shutdown tayo. Di ba? So we coordinated sa regional office, satellite office, sorry. Yung pinakamalapit sa amin, Dole Satellite Office. And we requested. Pumayag naman po sila. Okay? You just need to coordinate with Dole. Sir, magko-conduct po kami every 2 hours na lang po per day. For 4 days para mabuo yung 8 hours. Sabi sa amin, yes sir, pwede naman pero i-document nyo sir. Bawat day meron kayong attendance at yung mga topics na na-discuss ninyo. Okay? So we have 4 attendance. Kasi for 2 days lang yan for 4 days. Okay? Maintindihan naman ni Dole, 8 hours, walang trabaho yun ah. Walang natapos. May questions pa before we proceed sa next? Okay. And thank you for responding no. No further question. There. We establish understanding. Kasi meron kayong feedback. Sige, let's go sa next. Yan, please confirm sa ating chat box. Nakikita po ba? Okay, medyo bumagal yung chat box natin. Probably some of you are hungry. Anyway, don't worry, exactly 10 a.m. AM break po tayo. Kung ano lang yung matapos natin hanggang 10 a.m. Sige, thank you for confirming. Emergency management. Kanina nakalagay emergency preparedness. So I just changed it. Emergency management. It's because preparedness is just a part in managing emergencies. Okay? It's a cycle. Mitigation, preparedness, response, then recovery. So I titled it Emergency Management. Meron po bang advanced training for that? Yes po. 5 days to Incident Command System. Pero we just took out yung mga significant. Okay? Yung mga inputs, significant inputs. Ano ba ang emergency? It is a sudden occurrence demanding immediate action that may be due to epidemics, natural or technological catastrophes, strikes, or any other man-made causes. Pwedeng man-made daw, pwedeng natural. Okay? Emergency. Any situation or condition na kailangan ng ating atensyon. Kailangan nating mag-respond. Bakit? Kung di tayo nag-respond, emergency develops into a crisis. Ano naman yung crisis? It is the turning point. Okay? Wherein pwedeng marami po yung, mas dumami pa yung masaktan, masirang property, or kumalat yung damages. What if kung hindi pa na-manage ng maayos yung crisis? Kasi turning point daw it becomes disaster. A disaster. Emergency, crisis, disaster. Okay? When you say disaster, yan na po. Marami nang nasugatan, marami nang nasaktan, damage to property or the environment. Okay? Philippine situation. Could I call someone to read? According kay Creed. Si Sir Geoff.
Isaiah, the Philippines was the most disaster-prone country in the world for the past century. Center of Research on Epidemiology of Disaster, Belgium.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, the Philippines of all the countries, Philippines pa, was the most disaster-prone country in the world for the past century. Bakit? Ang dami kasing na-record sa atin, man-made at natural. Okay, example, meron tayong floods, parang naging common na to basta umulan. Floods, typhoons, storm, surges, earthquakes, volcanic eruption, climate variabilities tulad ng La Nina, El Nino, landslides, yan, marami. Tsunami, sir, wala pa namang reported na tsunami. However, we are surrounded by bodies of water. A trivia, pag nagkaroon po ng earthquake sa dagat, magnitude of at least 6.5, it could trigger a tsunami. marami tayong earthquake. Minsan nakakapag-reach tayo ng 5, magnitude 5. Pero kung umabot yan ng 6.5, at least sa dagat, it could trigger a tsunami. Ground subsidence. Man-made, we have fire, incidents, sea and air accidents, oil spill, civil strife. Yan, marami tayong rally-rally. Pollution, tulad ng solid waste, air, water, thermal. Sama na natin, noise. And we have industrial accidents. We don't have radioactive fallouts, but marami tayong gas leaks. Earthquakes, some natural disasters. Earthquakes reoccur. Yan. An average of 2.4 earthquakes every day, or yan po ay 887 earthquakes every year, according kay PBOX. Yung iba, hindi ganong kalakasan, kaya hindi natin nararamdaman. But they are being recorded sa Richter scale natin. The worst earthquake, yan, July 16, 1990. Intensity 8. Sir, what's the difference between magnitude at intensity? Magnitude, yan po yung nare-record ng Richter scale. Intensity naman po, yan po yung interpretation ng isang lugar. Example, sa Bataan, nagkaroon ng magnitude 8 na earthquake. Sa Pangasinan, hindi gano'n nilang naramdaman yan. Okay, so they interpret it as intensity 5 lang. Pero sa Bataan, siguro mataas-taas, malakas yung pagyanig eh. So they could interpret it as intensity 6. Sa Zambales, medyo malakas, siguro intensity 6 din. Okay, so that's the difference. So fatality, the deadliest earthquake sa Philippines, 1,999. And injured more than 3,200. Damages natin, more than 12 billion. Ganong kalakas. Yan. Typhoons, yan, marami tayo. 22 typhoons on average every year. 5 are expected to be destructive. Saan tatama yung destruction? Depende po. Kung may amihan na, it pushes the air pababa. Kaya kung around amihan season, October, November, December, saan ang tama niya? Visayas or Mindanao. Pero kung walang amihan, saan ang tama? Luzon. Okay? Undoy. Wala pang amihan nun kasi early part ng October yon. So saan tumama? Metro Manila. Yolanda, may amihan, November. Saan tumama? Visayas. Okay? Bagyong Odette, December, may amihan, saan tumama? Mindanao. Okay? Volcanoes, we have 220 volcanoes. 22 are potentially active. The most recent is yung Vulcan Bulusan. Vulcan Taal is also active. Floods, yan, marami tayong floods. Even flash floods tulad ng nasa news sa Ifugao. El Nino, one of the worst is nung fourth quarter nung 1998. Take note, fourth quarter. Ibig sabihin, tag-ulan sana to. So that amplifies the damage lalo. More than 105,000 families are affected and more than 8 billion sa agricultural damage. Man-made disasters, we have maritime. Yan. Noong April 11, 2002, MV Carmela Ferry, Maria Carmela Ferry, 347 passengers on board, and more than 10% siguro, 45 died and 88 were injured. Fire, yan, another man-made disaster. One of the worst is noong April 2016. More than 3,700 reported cases. Ilang araw yung April? 30? So 3,751 divided by 30 days. So that's roughly over 100 fire every day. So ganong karami noong April 2016. So how do we manage emergency? We mitigate, we prepare, we respond, then we recover. So it's a cycle. Kaya nga kanina, emergency preparedness yung topic sana. But we change it sa emergency management. Kasi preparedness is just a part of the management. Okay? Sa ICS training po, Incident Command System, yan. 5 days po to. Pero tayo, we would be discussing it for a few minutes. Okay? So, yung mga key points na lang. Let's call si Sir Joe Mill ng JB Services to read ano ba ang mitigation. Si Sir Joe Mill.
Mitigation. Kanina ba, sir?
Yes, sir. Clear po.
Refers to the measures aimed at minimizing the impact of a natural or man-made disaster on a nation or community in terms of casualties and damages.
Okay. Thank you, Sir Joe Mill. Minimizing the impact of a natural or man-made disaster. Ano-ano yung mga yan, sir? Okay. How do you mitigate? How do you minimize the impact? First, financially. Paano na-minimize yan? Insurance. Okay. I-insure natin yung sasakyan natin para kung nahulugan yan ng puno during a storm, oops, may insurance naman yan. They would pay. Nakarnap yan. Oh, babayaran naman ako ng insurance. So you lessen the impact of the loss. Next, regulations. Regulations. We have safety regulations, land use, zoning. Sample lang po, magtatayo tayo ng building. Lalagay po ba natin yan sa landslide-prone areas? Of course not. Guguho yung building pag nagkaroon ng landslide. That's why we have the land use or the zoning. Okay, kailangan natin ng permits. Next, just in case kailangan natin magtayo na, secure naman yung lupa, sir, magtatayo tayo. Make sure it conforms with the codes. Building codes, electrical code, fire code, sanitation code. This is to ensure na matibay nga yung ating itatayong building. Okay? Meron na tayong building, sir. It conforms with the code. Next, legislations. Local ordinances on safety of the communities. Okay? Example, nagtayo kayo ng building pero cold storage pala. So meron tayong ammonia. Ano yung mga protocols na ini-enforce dun sa community na yon? Okay? Next, we also have the structural measures. Yung mga dams, flood control structures. If you would notice mitigations, parang ano yan, sir, organizational yan. Okay? Management level yan. Okay, sige. Sabihin natin. Dito po tayo papasok. Okay? Preparedness. Preparedness. Sige, ako muna magbabasa rito. Refers to the pre-disaster action and measures being undertaken to avert or minimize loss of lives and property such as but not limited to sa community organizing, sa training, planning, equipping, stockpiling, hazard mapping, and public information and education initiatives. Ang haba. So, kaya po yan. Okay, sinamarize natin. Preparedness, nandyan po yung plans natin. Emergency response plan, earthquake plan, yan. Information, education and training, and stockpiling nga daw ng ating mga resources. Okay, isa-isayin natin. Very important to eh. Plans. Meron po ba tayong template, sir? May standard po ba sa paggawa ng emergency response plan? The answer is none. Okay, bakit? We have different organizational structure, different equipments. So, kailangan tailor-fit nga naman. Okay? So, magkakaiba yung tao sa site, yung position, magkakaiba tayo ng gamit, magkakaiba tayo ng industries. So, paano gumawa ng emergency action plan naman? So, ito po yung mga dapat ilalaman. Okay? Nasa inyo po yan. First, evacuation procedures. Paano mag-evacuate? And identification of all exit routes. First aid and rescue duty assignments. Methods of reporting pag nagkaroon po ng emergency. Yung iba sa inyo, tawag. Sir, sa amin may radyo. Nasa inyo po yan. Kaya nga sabi natin, wala tayong standard sa pagbuo ng emergency action plan. Okay? Okay? Take note kasi ito kasama rin sa Safety and Health Program, sa CSHP ninyo. Okay? Mag-a-attach kayo ng sarili ninyong emergency response plan. Next, dapat meron din kayong procedures for employees who remain behind. Ito yung mga responders natin. Ano ba yung gagawin nila? Procedures for accounting of all employees after an evacuation or upon a shelter-in-place emergencies. Okay, ano ba yung procedure natin sa pag-headcount? Meron dapat tayong procedure for critical operation shutdown. Okay, tulad sa amin, hindi po pwedeng standardized. Sa amin, we need to shut down MV stations, combiner boxes, transformers, so papaano. Okay? So it depends sa organization. And dapat meron tayong clear identification ng incident commander or yung person in charge natin. Okay? Sir, wala po siya. Ano yung next? Sino yung next? Chain of command. Okay? Clear po tayo ha? Kung gusto nyo, screenshot nyo, balik ko. Hindi po pwedeng emergency response plan nakalagay doon. Call BFP. Yun lang. Okay? You need some procedures. Evacuation, first aid, reporting ng emergency, procedures ng mga responders, procedures sa accounting ng mga tao, procedures for shutdown. You need to shut down your facility. Baka magkaroon ng fire, ng explosion kasi may gas leak. May makuryente kasi naputol yung mga power lines ninyo. And dapat po, clear. Clear po yung kung sino yung in charge. Hindi po pwedeng magko-command si engineer, magko-command si supervisor, magko-command naman si safety officer. Nalito na yung mga tao natin. Ulitin daw, ibalik. O yan po, ito yung first. Ito yung second. Okay? Sige, next na po ha. Clear na po. Clear na, sir? Yan, okay. Sige, I need feedback para meron tayong understanding. Sabi nga kanina. Okay. Key points, components po to check para maging safe nga naman yung ating mga tao pag mag-evacuate. Okay, ito yung mga hindi ganong pinapansin. Pero kung nagkaroon ng problema, marami tayong casualties. Okay, evacuation. Mayroon ba tayong procedures sa mga pag-evacuate? So this evacuation procedure should be communicated sa lahat ng personnel sa site para maiwasan natin yung panic, disorientation. Okay? Alam nila yung gagawin. Next, means of exit should be continuous and unhindered route from any point in the building or structure to any area of safety. Okay. Sige, let me just share some. Okay, hindi na po to COSH standard. This is the fire code of the Philippines, RA 9514. According to fire code, every building floor should have at least 2 fire exits. And fire exits should not be obstructed or locked, tulad nung nasa picture. Okay? Another, according sa fire code, doors should sway outward. Palabas po, hindi papasok. Bakit? Siguro, nabalitaan na natin to noong 90s. Ozone disco. So what happened? Marami silang violation. Number 1, iisa lang yung access nila, yung door nila. Sabi kanina sa fire code, at least 2 for every floors. Next, door should sway outward, sa kanila inward. So anong nangyari? Noong March 19, 1996, sa may DJ booth, nagkaroon daw ng spark, tapos naging sunog. So everyone rush dun sa nag-iisang exit. Pahila pa. So yung mga nauna naghihila, yung napapanik sa likod, nagtutulak naman kasi gusto na nila makalabas. So nagkontrahan yung kanilang effort. So what happened? They are trapped. Okay? So 162 fatalities. Biro mo, maliit na establishment, 162 ang namatay. One of the most tragic fire incidents sa Philippines. Okay? So if you would look closely sa lower left picture. So yan yung sa may access. They were stuck against each other. Yung nasa harap, yung naghihila, yung nasa likod naman yung gustong lumabas, nagtutulak. Okay? So doors should sway outward. So check natin yung mga facilities natin. Next, sabi natin exit. Isa sa mga dapat i-consider, signage. Especially yung mga ganito. Dapat may sariling power source. Let me, a reminder din, according sa fire code, exit signage natin, meron pong dimension yan. Okay, yung EXIT, exit sign, must be printed not less than 15 centimeters in height. Yung letter po yan, hindi yung kabuuan. Okay, 15 cm in height. Principal stroke o yung taba mismo ng lettering natin, at least 19 millimeters wide. Must be readable in case of power failure. Okay? Ulit, ang height, dapat 15 cm. Yung height ng letter, yung taba po, 19 millimeters wide. Clear? Let me call someone just for this next slide. Si Sir Ernesto. Si Sir Ernesto, nandyan po ba?
Yes po, sir.
Yan, Sir Ernesto. Sir, ang question ko lang po, where will you go? Green daw is for safety. Lahat sila may green. Mahirap ba, sir? Where will you go? Yun lang, sir. Mahirap. Tama, sir? Hindi tayo sigurado. Okay? Yun lang, sir. Thank you. Kinukuha ko yung reaction ninyo, sir. Kailangan ko ng feedback. Okay? Based po sa naging reaction ni Sir Ernesto, hindi ka agad makasagot. Saan nga naman pupunta dyan? Okay?
Mabasa.
Okay. Yes, sir. Hindi po mabasa. So, to address this safety issue, this man, si Yukio Ota, drew the running man signage. Siya po yung nag-drawing niya. Okay? So, yan. Ano naging result? Kahit anong language po yan. English, Usita, hindi ko alam kung ano yan. Tapos hindi ko talaga mabasa yung character. I am sure yan po yung exit natin. Okay? Sa simple na signage, simple drawing lang, malaking difference. Okay? So yung mga signage natin sa site, akala natin, sige, signage, mamaya masisira rin yan. Make sure we maintain it. Especially yung mga ganito, evacuation. Okay? Mga evacuation signage. Okay? So yung iba naglalagay pa ng ibang twist. So yung isa may Doraemon. Bakit? Mga bata. Hindi nila alam kung ano yung parang stick figure na yan. So at least si Doraemon, they would know, oh, okay, dyan tumakbo si Doraemon. Yan, yun yung exit. Click. Sige, another. Yung kailangan natin i-check. Ay, sorry. Emergency lights. Meron po ba tayo? Kahit tempasi lang po yan, kailangan natin ng emergency lights for evacuation. Must sustain illumination for at least 90 minutes following a power failure. Okay, should be placed to provide lighting sa mga hallways, stairs, and corners. Make sure meron, ha? Next po, alarm system natin. Alarm system, equipment must be in good working condition. Otherwise, hindi natin maririnig, hindi gagana. And dapat po meron siyang unique sound. Okay, hindi yung para tayong pag nag-bell, biglang party, tugs, 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 tugs. Paano kayo mag-exit ng ganun? Baka mamaya sasayaw-sayaw lang kayo habang lumalabas, di ba? So dapat alarming and unique yung kanyang sounds. Okay? Minsan wang-wang, oh, why not? Basta unique. Last part ng ating component sa evacuation, master point. Ay, hindi pala ito yung last part. Sorry, meron pang isa. Evacuation or master point. Okay? Alam dapat ng tao natin kung saan pupunta. Maglagay po tayo ng signage. Master point, assembly area, wala pong problema. They are synonymous to each other. Master point or assembly. Okay? Next, we have the evacuation route. Install evacuation map install evacuation map is in compliance with the recommendations. Parang mali yung composition. Okay? Example lang po ng evacuation map, pero I'm sure hindi to compliant. Ano po ba yung mga requirements ni fire code? Yan. Dapat po merong you are here, room number, building markings, fire exits, primary route, and secondary route. Meron po ba to? Meron siyang primary route, pero wala naman siyang secondary route. Okay? So, kulang. Ano pa? Fire alarms. Saan po located? Fire extinguisher. Meron po ba siya rito? Yes, meron. Emergency lights. Mga first aid kits. Emergency call stations, if applicable. Telepono, saan sila pwedeng tumawag. Areas of safe refuge para sa mga high-rise buildings. Ano ba tong area of safe refuge, sir? Example, nagkaroon ng sunog, 40 floors. Hindi po pwedeng dire-diretso yung mga tao pababa. Bakit? What if kung may asthma, may sakit sa puso, very physically strenuous yung 40 floors. Okay? So may area sana kung pwede sila magpahinga, may tubig, may first aid tayo. Okay? Assembly areas, dapat meron din po. And in case of emergency instruction. Okay? Mag-uuwi, mag-head count, tawagan si ganito. Those are your in case of emergency instructions. This is according kay Section 10.2.5.13 ng ating Fire Code. Okay? I think this is the last part for before we take a break. Information. Okay? We were invited sa isang school to conduct a training. Nakita natin to, typhoon signal warning. Posted sa waiting area. Okay? Pinicturean ko to kasi it's a good demonstration ng pagbibigay ng information sa public. Wala pang bagyo pero ayan na. Alam na ng mga parents or guardians na signal number 1 wala nang pasok sa kinder. Signal number 2 sa high school. Signal number 3 lahat ng classes. So kung nagkaroon po ng bagyo, signal number 1, hindi na po pupunta yung mga nursery, yung kanilang mga guardians. Just to know, wala palang pasok. Okay? They are well informed na kagad. Hindi sila ma-expose ngayon sa risk ng signal number 1 na bagyo. Okay? Yung iba pumupunta pa sa school eh. I remember nung ako ay elementary. Pupunta sa school tapos wala pa lang pasok, uuwi. Okay? Hindi po na-disseminate yung information properly and timely. Okay? We'll stop muna rito for our 15-minute break. Ang oras natin, sakto, 10 a.m. Be back po by 10:15. 10:15. Okay? Meron pa po tayong 1 minute sa ating break time. So, kailangan pa mag-CR. Mag-CR na po. Magtimpla ng kape, why not? Safety reminder lang po kung tayo ay nasa mga workplaces natin, wear your mask. Kung nasa bahay, tulad ko, okay lang po But for our workplaces, always wear your mask. And let's resume.
Sir, before we're going to resume, may question lang ako.
Go ahead po.
Yes, sir. As we go back to what happened in Ozone Disco, sir, we have the building permit. Pumasa siya sa building permit, and then until the construction finish. Then it happened that yun nga, nasunog. During construction ba dito wala bang safety officer? May pananagutan ba yung dito, yung kung meron man, may pananagutan ba yung safety officer dito?
Okay. Ang Ozone Disco, sir, ay operational na. So it's no longer in the construction phase.
And this, sir, nung ginagawa, sir, during construction?
I believe, sir, yung Ozone Disco nga place, yung pag-build niyan, hindi pa natin alam kung si Ozone Disco ba yung magre-rent doon. So it's just establishment ba na nirenta ng Ozone Disco. So kaya ang fault doon, it's either binayaran nila yung UBO para sa occupancy permit nila upon applying for the business permit. Kaya lumusot yung permit nila. So maraming mga doon, mga haka-haka ba kung bakit nagkaroon ng permit.
Anyway, that's out of our league na. Pagdating sa mga permits, parang hindi natin alam kung ano nangyari dun sa mga permitting na yan. But for construction, yung question nga ni Sir, tama naman si Sir Vilmore, na during construction, kahit nung natapos na yan, hindi pa sigurado kung si Ozone Disco na. Ngayon, baka yung gustong tanungin din ni Sir Samson, what if nangyari yan ngayon? Tama ba, Sir? What if kung nangyari yan ngayon, nagkaroon din ng apoy, magiging liable kaya si safety officer? Kung ngayon nangyari, let's change the question na lang. Kasi tama na yung sagot ni Sir Vilmore. Satisfied tayo sa sagot ni Sir Vilmore. Thank you, sir. Okay, kung nangyari yan ngayon, dapat lahat ng establishment as per DO 198-18, dapat lahat may safety officer. Ngayon, nasunog. Okay, maraming tayong fatalities. Magiging liable po ba si safety officer? Based po kasi sa DO 198-18, so any person who manages or supervise yung establishment na yan will be liable. Okay? So si supervisor or meron silang manager doon. Plus, bakit hindi po nasabi yung mga fire code, mga safety protocols? Bakit hindi po na-address sa establishment? So therefore, magiging liable si safety officer. However, kung meron pong justification si safety officer, tulad po ng Health and Safety Committee minutes, na na-discuss niya po na kailangan may 2 fire exits, doors which sway outward, may fire extinguisher lagi sa loob ng establishment. Nakalagay po yan sa Health and Safety Committee, hindi po nasunod, meron pong laban naman si safety officer doon. Kasi in-address mo, the management declined. Okay? Refuse to follow yung recommendation ng safety officer. Therefore, may laban si safety officer doon. Okay? Sa atin po, sabi nga natin sa role of safety officer, we are here as an advisor. Advisory capacity. Clear? So kung ayaw ng management, put it into writing. Black and white tayo. Clear po tayo? Kasi by the end of the day, a safety officer is still an employee. Kung sinabi ni Big Boss, wala tayong pambili ng fire extinguisher. What a safety officer can do, record lang natin yung naging response. Okay? Sir Vilmore, thank you. Yung kanina. Okay, sige, going back dun sa ating emergency management. So we finished preparedness. Under preparedness, we've nasa information na tayo. We are going now sa education and training. Education and training. Ang ma-highlight ko po rito sa part na to ay yan. Diyan po lalabas yung pag-organize ng emergency response team. Maganda sa isang establishment na maraming na meron siyang emergency response team. Mas maraming tao, mas maganda. However, restrained din ang budget. Okay? Hindi pa pwedeng buong kita ng isang establishment, buong budget ng construction, ilalagay natin sa safety, sa emergency response team. Ubos. Okay, what if meron kayong 1,000 na tao? Ang budget, isang tao, 1,000. So 1 million kaagad for an emergency response. So hindi po. Magiging selective lang yung empleyado natin. So ano yung phases sa pag-organize ng emergency response team? Para kahit onte, very effective. Okay? We have 5 phases. Phase 1. Yeah. We need the management commitment and involvement. Okay, bakit kaya management commitment? Well, sila lang naman yung nagpapasahod. Sila yung magbabayad ng training fees, magpo-provide ng venue, okay? Bibili ng equipment. So kailangan ma-secure muna to. Hindi tayo pwedeng magpapatraining kagad na emergency response team kung wala namang nagiging gamit. Okay? Sayang naman. So phase 1, we get the management commitment and involvement. Sige, magpa-training kayo, maganda yan, para meron tayong emergency response team. So anong next natin? Phase 2. Sino yung magte-training ngayon? Hindi pwedeng lahat ng tao, lahat ng engineer, lahat ng officials. Ubos ang budget. So we select sino yung sa tingin natin na physically fit. Sino yung may authority. And usually yung mga COSH committee members natin. COSH committee members. Bakit kaya, sir? Para pag nagpa-meeting kayo ng COSH committee, nagpapa-meeting na rin po tayo ng emergency response team. Okay? So 2-in-1 meeting na, di ba? No need for separate meeting. COSH committee tapos may emergency response team, di ba? Pag-isay na natin. Sila-sila na rin yung ating response team members. Okay? Sige, sir. Check. Committee members, meron na talaga kami yan, sir. Compliant kami. So, what's next? Phase 3 tayo ngayon. So, hindi lahat po ng COSH committee members, kung budget constraint tayo, i-identify lang natin kung sino po yung magte-training for firefighting, first aid, evacuation, and other trainings na makikita natin kailangan sa ating emergency response sa construction site. Okay? Example, si Sir Joe Mills, siya po ang magiging fire brigade team leader natin. Si Sir Samson, siya sa evacuation team. Si Sir Vilmore sa ating rescue. Okay? So si Sir Vilmore lang mag-training sa first aid and rescue. Si Sir Joe Mill, fire safety. Si Sir Samson naman, evacuation. Okay? So magko-attend sila ng training. Pagbalik, they now know kung ano yung core functions nila during an emergency. So mag-usap-usap ulit tayo. I-document natin kung lahat ng natutunan sa trainings. Yan. I-attach natin sa emergency response. Okay? Sige po, nakapag-training sir, alam na yung core functions. Ano na ang next natin? Phase 4. We conduct the drill. Let's test kung ano yung natutunan sa trainings at kung paano sila magja-jive or mag-harmonize sa isang emergency. We conduct the drills. Sample, fire drill. We're expecting 15 minutes na ma-evacuate yung ating area. Drills. Okay? Phase 5, sir, hindi 15 minutes 45 minutes. Mas matagal pa ng 30 minutes than expected. Okay? So we review and we adjust. Siguro hindi lang po fire team, evacuation at saka rescue. Kasi sir, base si Joe Mill, naghahanap pa siya ng mga fire extinguishers. Naghahanap pa siya ng mga fire hoses. Kulang tayo sir. Sige, we review and adjust. Siguro si Sir Ernesto, siya ang ipagte-training natin sa fire extinguisher, sa mga hoses. Okay? Para hindi na problemahin ni Sir Joe Mill yung paghahanap. Siya yung supplies na. Okay? So we train ulit. Balik tayo sa phase 1. Management commitment. Phase 2, sino yung bagong team natin. Phase 3, mag-training sila. Phase 4, we conduct ulit yung drills. Okay? Kung may hit na natin yung 15 minutes. Then phase 5, we review. Kung hindi, we adjust ulit. Baka may kulang. Damihan pa natin yung tao. Okay? Clear po? These are the phases in organizing an emergency response team. Clear? Yes or no? Okay. Thank you for responding. May 4 ang hindi nag-respond. So now let's go sa next. Response na po tayo. Okay, we respond. May emergency, responde. We're finished with mitigations. We're finished with preparedness. Yan, response. Refers to any concerted effort, public or private, to provide emergency assistance or relief to persons who are victims of the disaster or calamity and in the restoration of a essential activity and facility. Ang core function po natin dito ay consequence management. Okay? Ano ba yung mga response? Yan, summarize na lang natin. Alerts, notification, golden hour principle, at yung consequence management. Okay? Alerts, nagkaroon tayo ng emergency. Kanina, meron na tayong procedure paano mag-report, di ba? Ng isang emergency. Sa preparedness natin. So, nagkaroon nga ng emergency, alert, i-activate natin. Okay? We alert the public, then we notify the responding units. So, sabay po sila. Palabas yung ating general public, general workforce, pa-responde naman yung emergency response teams natin. Sir, ano po ba tong golden hour principle? Nakalagay dyan, the time within which lives could be saved and injuries minimized. It is because physically, okay, during an emergency, meron tayong rush ng adrenaline. So, lalakas yung pangangatawan natin, mas tatalas yung pag-iisip. So, it could last hanggang 1 hour lang. So, after that, magda-die out. Yung mga responders natin, after an hour, mas mabigat na yung pakiramdam. Bakit? Nawala na yung adrenaline. Decision-making nila, medyo magsusubside na rin. Okay? They would be making wrong choices na after an hour. So, kung mag-extend yung emergency, make sure na may kapalitan na sila. Okay? Si Sir Joe Mill, siya yung fire brigade chief natin. Responde 1 hour, pero after an hour, pagod na yan, kakahawak ng hose. Okay? Hindi niya rin, medyo yung thinking niya sa fire, parang nagmamadali na lang siya. So, palitan na muna siya ni Sir Richel. Okay? After an hour. Clear po tayo? Kaya meron tayong golden hour principle. Next, what is consequence management? Consequence management. Ito po yung damage control. Hindi dahil re-responde tayo, automatic makakabuti na. Minsan hindi. Sample, nasusunog yung building, yung isang room. Next, re-responde ka, sir, sunog di tubig. Basahin mo na lahat. Paano kung mga important documents, sensitive na gadgets? Hindi man sila nasunog, nabasa naman sila. The same. Okay? May damage to property pa rin tayo. May losses pa rin tayo. So make sure we manage yung mga magiging result ng ating mga activities. Okay? Ng ating pag-responde. Not just the emergency. Okay? Clear po tayo, ha? Last po is recovery. Recovery refers to the process by which the affected communities, areas, or damaged public infrastructures are restored to their normal level or yung actual condition nila before magkaroon po tayo ng emergency or disaster. Okay? So dito po, wala naman tayong ibang selections dyan. Recovery. So nasa company yan, paano sila makaka-recover. Next, let's go sa COSH standard regarding sa drills. Makikita natin yung requirement sa standard natin sa Rule 1948.02. Okay? Ilang beses po ba tayo nagpa-fire drill? So makikita natin dyan. First, ano nakasaad? Every place of employment, depending on the magnitude ng potential fire, and the availability of assistance from the public fire department. Shall organize a fire brigade to deal with fires and other related emergencies. Depende po sa layo ng responding government agencies at sa magiging potential fires natin. Okay? Kung puro bakal yung ini-store natin, mababa ang chance ng fire. So maliit lang yung fire brigade natin. More on marunong lang mag-fire extinguishers. Pero kung textile yan, sa construction, meron tayong fuel. Okay? Meron tayong mga wood, plywoods. So, dapat medyo malaki-laki yung fire brigade natin. Another, yung layo po sa BFP or any fire department. What if kung kapitbahay mo lang yung fire department? So, hindi ganun kalakihan yung kailangan mong fire brigade. Okay? Next, sir, paano po ba? Hindi nakalagay dito. Kailan po tayo i-require na magkaroon ng fire brigade? Okay, according sa fire code po natin, if our establishment could accommodate at least 50 people. Accommodate ang term, hindi employed. So, ibig sabihin, kahit 20 lang yung empleyado natin, pero yung establishment natin could accommodate 50, kailangan tayong bumuo ng fire brigade. Okay? So, the members ng fire brigade shall be physically qualified for the job and properly trained on firefighting uses ng mga equipments. Okay? So wala sir, may sakit ako sa puso, pwede ba maging fire brigade? Depende, pero i-consider natin yung physical stress, pati yung init. Okay? Baka atakihin ako sa puso pag rumisponde. Okay? So dapat physically fit at well-trained sa paggamit ng mga firefighting equipments. Okay? Sige, next. Ilang beses po ba tayo magko-conduct ng fire drills? At least twice a year. 2 beses po. Sir, pwedeng fire tapos evacuation drill na rin po. Earthquake by evacuation drill. Yes po, pwede nating pagsama-samahin para isahang drills na lang. Fire, evacuation, medical emergencies, earthquake drills, isahan, wala pong problema doon. At least twice a year po. Sir, kailan po natin kinoconduct? Nasa inyo po yan. Wala naman sa standard. Pero usually, sinasabayan sa Fire Prevention Month, which is March. Then, sinasabay sa mga national drills natin. Okay, last May yata, nag-conduct tayo. May or June. Next, number 2. Fire exit drills shall only include the evacuation of persons. Hindi po kasama yung mga equipment. Okay? Yung mga drills po natin, tao lang po mag-evacuate. Huwag natin bitbitin yung mga gamit, yung mga computers natin. Next, number 3. In buildings where the population is of a changing character. Ibig sabihin, yung number po ng tao sa loob ng establishment natin, pabago-bago. Bakit? May regular employees. Merong visitor, baka meron pong supplier. Okay? So yung mga supplier, visitors na yan, nandito sila, mamaya aalis. Wala sila ngayon, mamaya darating. So, changing character. Paano kung natapat na meron tayong bisita, may supplier tayo during evacuation? Regular employees po ang magdadirect sa kanila, mag-assist. Okay, next, number 4. Occupants of each department, floor or portion ng building shall be designated on a particular place to assemble outside the building and in place that will not hamper firefighting natin. Okay? Ibig sabihin, accounting department. So may separate place sila sa assembly area. Construction team. Subcon A, may sarili silang area doon. Bakit kaya ganon? Sinesegregate natin para mas mabilis po yung headcount. Okay? Kaysa yung rumble-rumble na yung accounting, nandito po ba? Hanapin mo pa sila doon. Unless meron silang separate area talaga sa evacuation. Mas mabilis ang headcount. Number 5, when 2 or more establishments occupy a building or premises, one good example, construction. Meron kayong GenCon, may SubCon, may TradeCon, baka may sub-subcon pa. Okay? So, paano yan? Kung magko-conduct po ng drill, yung construction site natin, as one na po. Hindi po pwedeng mag-fire drill si SubCon. Just imagine, yung SubCon biglang nagtakbuhan. Okay? Anong iisipin ni GenCon, ni TradeCon? Okay, may emergency talaga. Okay? Magkakos pa yun ng unnecessary attention or even panic. Okay? So dapat po, ng mga ganong areas, as one po ang magiging drill. I think this is the last part. So wala naman pong standard in terms of the fire brigade composition. Okay? So, ang constant lang, we have the fire brigade chief and meron siyang assistant. Bakit? What if kung absent? Rest day. Wala na tayong fire brigade chief. And usually, yan si safety officer kasi siya yung madalas na pinadadala ng management pag may training. Okay? Sir, si project manager natin may training din. Okay, hindi siya magiging fire brigade chief natin. Okay? Yung sa baba po, depende po sa equipment na meron tayo. Sir, wala kaming fire truck. Okay, di wala tayong fire truck or fire pump operator. Meron tayong fire extinguisher. Okay? So I think this is the last slide. Yun nga. May question po tayo sa emergency response natin. Sabi natin, is a cycle. First, mitigations. Next, preparedness, followed by recovery. And, mitigations, preparedness, response, then recovery. Okay? May questions pa po? Question. Before we go sa next, which is Employees Compensation Program. Yes po, go ahead.
Sir, question lang po regarding for saan yung emergency evacuation area. For example, sa isang high-rise na building po, tapos may evacuation, nag-accommodate ang building up to, let's say, 400 katao, tapos yung building ay nasusunog. Tapos yung parang sa BGC po sir, tabi-tabi yung mga building, sa daanan na lang po talaga yung evacuation area. For example, may ginawa na building
Okay,
construction.
sir. Okay, sir. Ideally, ang evacuation or master point area natin, dapat po walang ibang hazards. Mga overhead power lines, trees, or moving equipments or vehicles. Madalas yan yung mga parking lots, sir. Mga parking lots. Sir, matataas yung building, pwede sila mabagsakan. Pag ganun po yung magiging scenario natin, saan natin sila ilalagay? Okay? Yung sa mga least hazard talaga. Lahat yan, pwede mabagsakan, pero saan yung area yung pinakamaluwag, pinaka-safe? We conduct risk assessment. Sir, kalsada po, pwede po ba yun? Okay, depende. Baka mamaya may emergency yung isang establishment, mag-evacuate yung mga tao, mapupunta sa kalsada. Ang problem po niyan ay yung mga motorista hindi alam na merong emergency sa building na yun. Okay? So, pwedeng dire-diretso pa rin sila. Hindi nila alam eh. Okay? So, pwede pa rin mabangga yung ating mga evacuees. Okay? So, maganda kung may parking lot. Kung walang parking lot, dapat po meron tayong magkakaroon ng isang emergency response team members. Or may mga kasama po siya that would direct traffic agad. Okay? So aside from fire brigade, evacuation team, so magdagdag tayo ng isa, traffic team. Okay? Sila naman yung mag-i-stop ng traffic or magda-divert ng traffic away from the evacuees. Pwede bang term yun? Okay, sir?
Understood, sir.
Yan. Depende po sa organization, depende sa location, ano-ano yung mga evacuation procedures and teams natin. Sa amin po, sa planta, meron kaming shutdown team. May ganun pa. Pang-shutdown lahat ng MV stations. May equipment and supplies team. May food and beverage team pa. Kasi sabi natin, 1 hour, di ba? Golden hour. What if kung mag-extend yung emergency? At least, well-fed yung ating mga responders. So, nasa inyo po yan, nasa organization.
Thank you, sir.
Okay? It seems like wala yatang question. Okay, last call. Okay. May question po? Okay, since none, let's go sa next. Please confirm sa ating chat box. Nakikita po ba? Employees Compensation Program. Ten participants responded. About the 5. Kanina 15. Okay, sige. Thank you for responding. Discuss natin Employees Compensation Program. Before we discuss kung ano yung mga nilalaman nito, ito po ay isang benefit na makukuha po sa government, hindi sa company. Yung benefit na makukuha sa company, ang magdi-determine lang po niyan ay si DOLE. Especially pag merong negligence. Employees Compensation Program, it's a benefit coming from the government. Sige. Work contingency prevention is not a 100% guarantee against work-connected sickness, injury, or death. Would you agree? I would agree. Why? Sabi nga ni Herbert William Heinrich, 88% ng aksidente ay caused by unsafe act. 10% caused by unsafe condition. Pero meron pang 2%, which is force majeure, acts of nature. Kahit anong ganda ng safety and health program natin, nagkaroon ng earthquake, nagkaroon ng bagyo, baha, we could not prevent injuries. Okay? So it's not a 100% guarantee. Meron pa rin acts of nature. May 2% pa rin. Or pag lumabas yung ating empleyado, nag-out na, or papunta pa lang yung empleyado natin, nagkaroon ng aksidente sa daan. Okay? So it's not a 100% that we could guarantee na hindi masasaktan yung mga empleyado natin. Okay? Kaya po meron tayong Employees Compensation Program or ECP. Ano ang ECP? It is designed to provide employees and their families with income benefits and medical and other benefits in the event of a work-connected sickness, injury, or death. Sabi natin, work-connected. Okay? Dapat may relationship sa trabaho at sa workplace. Hindi lahat po ng sakit dahil employed tayo, nagkasakit, co-compensate. Hindi po. Work-connected lang po. May listahan po si ECC sa kanilang website, 33 occupational diseases, and yung mga specific conditions. It's worth visiting their website para sa 33. Hindi natin i-discuss po ito, mahaba yan, 33 occupational diseases with specific conditions. I'll give you an example. Isa sa mga 33 na yan ay yung stroke. Okay? Na stroke. According to sa specific conditions, dapat po walang lifestyle causes. Paninigarilyo, pag-inom ng alak. Okay? Another. Ang stroke po, kahit nakalabas na tayo ng establishment, naka-out na tayo, na stroke yung isang manggagawa, makaka-receive pa rin po ng benefit. Okay? Basta po hindi pa tapos yung 24 hours after siyang mag-out. Okay? So, it's worth visiting ECC website for these 33 occupational diseases. Sir, binisit ko. Wala doon yung sakit na hinahanap. Paano kaya yun, sir? Hindi na mako-compensate? Mako-compensate pa rin po if we could establish a causal connection dun sa kanyang trabaho at sa working environment. Okay? For the injury and the resulting disability or death to be compensable, the injury must be the result of an accident arising out of or in the course of employment. Okay? So yung aksidente po dapat work-connected. Part ng kanyang duty. Sir, nagkaroon po ng aksidente sa bahay. Compensate pa rin po ba? Sir, ano ko papasok pa lang. Hindi pa rin. Kasi bahay pa lang yun. Kailangan po on the act of going to or coming from work na tayo. Plus, work-connected dapat. Sir, nakalagay po dyan in the course of employment. So, ibig sabihin, kahit proby po ako, hindi pa ako regular. Sir, contractual po ako, hindi ako regular. Makaka-receive pa rin ba? Yes po. Kahit first day pa lang sa trabaho na aksidente, may marireceive po ang worker. Okay? Sir, di ba kailangan ng contribution tulad ng SSS? Unlike SSS po, kailangan ng contribution kasi kukunin yun dun sa share ni employee. Si ECP naman po, ang nagbibigay po niyan ay si company. Okay? The company is giving on behalf of its workers contributions for the ECP benefits.
Paano yung GO, sir? Paano yung mga GO lang?
Come again, sir.
Paano yung mga job order lang?
Yes, sir. Ang term natin dito, sir, ay course of employment. Ang term din is employees. Okay? Wala tayong nilagay na contractual, wala tayong nilagay na regular, basta empleyado. May employer-employee relationship. Job order lang, sir, pasok pa rin sila rito. Okay, sir? What if si company, sir, hindi siya nagbibigay? Okay? Intentional or unintentional. Hindi talaga siya nagbibigay. So, ano mangyayari doon? Makaka-receive pa rin si worker. Okay? However, it's a charge ngayon kay company plus penalty. Kasi negligence yan ni company. So, the worker should not suffer. Okay? So, makaka-receive pa rin penalty lang at charge kay company. Okay? How many contribution? Okay, per worker po, 30 pesos. Depende po dun sa sahod nila. Okay? And average po is 30 pesos per worker yung contribution.
How many benefits, the amount of benefits, sir?
Okay, later sir, i-ano natin yan, di-discuss natin.
Sorry.
It's because different disabilities, different benefits. Okay? Depende how severe yung disability.
Yung 30 pesos, sir, i-deduct sa employee yun?
Come again, sir?
Yung 30 pesos na sinasabi mo kanina?
Ayan po, binibigay yan sa binibigay ng employer sa government natin.
Okay.
Thank you, Ma'am Almira. Mukhang may experience siya. One-time contribution is like 350 for EE and 130 from ER. That, sir. Ma'am, thank you po for that information. Pero based kay ECC po, yan, 10 to 30 pesos. So yung one-time, thank you, ma'am. Okay, meron palang one-time contribution daw. Okay? Sige po, going back. Sir, what if kung nag-resign nag-file ng resignation ng Monday, na-aksidente ng Friday? May marireceive po ba? Yes po. Nag-file lang siya ng resignation. According sa labor code, meron pa siyang 30 days na connected sa company. Still, employed pa rin siya doon. Okay? May employer-employee relationship pa rin. Okay?
Sir,
Right
how about immediate resignation, like nag-file siya on Monday, Tuesday din siya nag-report, tapos na-disgrasya siya on Friday?
Okay. Immediately effective ang resignation. Kinat niya na yun, sir, yung employee-employer relationship. So therefore, wala siyang marireceive ngayon, sir. Okay? Kasi hindi na work-connected yung magiging accident niya. Yung disability. Tama ba, sir? Kasi wala na siyang pinagpapasukan, so paano magiging work-connected yan?
Hindi sila pwede magpunta ng SSS para mag-file for themselves. Kasi yung sabi kanina is 30 pesos. So even one contribution lang, isang contribution lang, pwede na sila. However, every time magpo-process kami sa SSS, sinasabihan kami na merong standard requirement yung SSS na 36 contributions unless this is something new that we don't know.
Come again, ma'am? So meron kayong at least 36 contribution, tama ba, ma'am? Yun ang sabi sa inyo?
Yeah, for claiming benefits or sickness benefits on SSS, sir.
Okay po. Let me just note po ito po ay ECP, hindi SSS benefit.
Okay.
Sabi natin kanina, magkaiba po yung SSS tsaka yung ECP. Okay?
Saan po yung contribution ng ECP?
Ma'am?
Saan kino-contribute yung ECP? Kumbaga, meron kaming dapat may contribution, pero saan siya pina-file at saka saan yung office nila?
Okay po. Ang filing po natin ng applications sa SSS din po, pero yung benefit po is both SSS and ECP. Okay po? For private sector sa SSS pa rin. And for our government naman po sa public, sa GSIS. Okay? Doon pa rin po yung first line nila.
Department siya ng SSS?
Ang ECP po is under ECC. Pero tinutulungan po tayo ng SSS at ng GSIS. Sila yung nagpo-front for ECC pagdating po sa filing and application po. Okay? But so for the benefits, just po.
Yung filing and application, saan po gagawin? Sa office ng SSS o sa office ng ECP? At saka kung may office yung ECP, nasaan po?
Okay po. Yung office po ng ECC, hindi po ng ECP, nasa 3rd floor, Senator Hill J. Puyat, Makati. Ngayon po, alam nating may COVID. Later po, meron tayong website, meron tayong hotline for that. Okay po? So yung application, processing, yan, sa SSS po. Ngayon, paano kung na-deny po yung sa SSS or GSIS claims natin? Diyan naman po papasok na ngayon si ECC for appeal cases. Okay? Let me just reiterate ulit. Iba po yung sa SSS benefit, iba po yung sa ECP natin. Okay? Ngayon, SSS, GSIS, anong pinagkaiba? Sa SSS po, makaka-receive ng benefit plus yung ECP. That is what we call the double recovery program. However, yung magpa-file naman po kay GSIS, meron silang package. Isang benefit lang po ang ma-receive. Okay? That's the difference, no?
Nakita ko na po sa Cebu, it's in the office of Dole.
Okay po.
Nasa loob.
Sa Cebu pala kay ma'am. Kala ko sa somewhere sa NCR lang. Sa may Makati meron sila. Senator Gil J. Puya.
Cebu po kami. So nasa Dole office.
Yes ma'am. Ang ECC rin naman natin kasi ay an arm of Dole. Okay. Sige po. Let's go sa next. So clear po tayo magkaiba yung SSS at ECP. So sabi nga kanina ni Ma'am Almira, kailangan po ng contribution for the SSS. But for the ECP, yan. Kahit first day pa lang po sa trabaho, may ma-receive na agad. Okay?
Ito po yung ito yung confusion lang kasi you can only claim ECC maybe filed at the SSS for private sector employees and GSIS for SSS pa rin siya ipa-file.
Yes po, yes po. Sila pa rin naka-front in terms of application and processing. Saan po papasok ulit si ECC? If na-deny po ng SSS, yung mga appeal cases po, pwedeng itaas sa ECC na.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Welcome po. Sige po, next. Now, let's talk about the 8 instances wherein compensable po yung disability caused by an injury. Okay, first, happened at the workplace. O nga naman, may nahulog na martilyo, tinamaan sa balikat yung isang worker natin. Will they receive ECP benefits? Yes, it happened at the workplace. Okay, clear tayo. Nangyari sa construction site mismo. Next, sir, papaano yung mga drivers natin? Dump trucks, operators, purchaser, ano pa ba? Liaison officer, permitting officer. Sir, lagi silang wala sa construction site. By nature of their work, they need to be out. Okay? Nasa mga government agencies, nasa kalsada, nagdadrive, na aksidente. So, dyan naman po papasok yung number 2. Happened while performing official functions. Okay? So, may ma-receive pa rin sila. Clear tayo dyan, 1 and 2. Next. Sir, wala po yung purchaser. Kailangan namin ng materials. Sinutusan si foreman ni engineer na bumili ng materials. Na aksidente. Hindi nangyari sa workplace. Hindi yun official function. Pero outside of workplace but performing an order of his employer. Immediate supervisor is a representative po ng employer. Okay? So may ma-receive pa rin kahit hindi sa workplace at hindi official function niya yun. Inutusan siya ng engineer. Okay? Clear po tayo Number 3. Ito po, bihira yung nakakaalam. When going to, papasok pa lang or coming from work, pauwi pa lang, pauwi na aksidente. Ibig sabihin, wala na sa trabaho, hindi na po siya nagtatrabaho. Okay? Wala na sa workplace, hindi niya na ginagawa yung official function niya. Ito po ay merong condition. Okay? First, going to. Papunta pa lang sa trabaho. Kailangan, point of origin is bahay, yung registered po sa SSS natin, na resident niya. Going to company, point B. Point A, bahay, papunta kay point B lang. Sir, dumaan lang naghatid ng asawa. Sir, nagpagas lang po. Hindi na po. It breaks the point A to point B na condition. Okay? That's already a personal transaction. Naghatid ka. Work-related? No. Okay? Clear po tayo. Point A to point B. Ganon din po yung pag-uwi. Point B to point A. Sir, bibili lang ng pagkain sana bago makauwi. it's no longer work connected. Okay? Clear po tayo dyan, ha? Number 4. Next. While administering to personal comfort. Administering personal comfort. When you say personal comfort, naiihi, nadudumi, nauuhaw, nagugutom. In satisfaction of those, yan. Na aksidente, may ma-receive pa rin. Example, kulang ang CR sa construction site. Parado. Marumi. Sa kantin naman, wala nang naiwan na pagkain. For religious reason, bawal yung ulam sa kanya. So ang gagawin, bibili nga naman sa labas. Na aksidente. Wala sa workplace, hindi official function, walang may utos sa kanya, but in satisfaction of his or her personal comfort. Okay? So may ma-receive pa rin under ECP. So clear, ha? Next po. While in a company shuttle bus. So shuttle bus is a equipment or facility pa rin by the company. Hence, work connected. Madaling establish na work connected pa rin yan. Okay? Next po, during a company-sponsored activities. Pinadala po si Sir Chris sa isang training somewhere sa Pampanga, na accident, wag na lang si Sir Chris. Isang engineer na lang. Okay? May isang engineer, ipapag-training, pinadala sa Pampanga, na aksidente. May ma-receive? Yes po. Sir, nagkaroon ng COVID. Kasi may yung speaker pala ay may COVID. May ma-receive po ba? Yes po. Okay? Company-sponsored activities. Sir, how about yung mga outings natin? Team building. Sponsored by the company. May ma-receive? Yes po. Number 7 pa rin. Okay? Provided nasusunod yung worker natin sa lahat ng outing protocols. Example, bawal po maligo, team building lang. Okay? May mga activities tayo, walang maliligo sa dagat, talunod. May ma-receive? Wala. Bakit? The worker breaks the protocol no outing na yun. Okay? May question po?
How about if there's a waiver, sir? Pinasign na ganito, ganyan. Kasi
Okay.
mostly naman sa mga team building ginagawa yan mga during sa rest day. So walang trabaho yung employee.
Kung gusto lang sumama o hindi, optional yung pagsama. Kaya merong waiver. Kasi in case na magkakaroon po ng injuries, hindi po pananagutan niya ng company. Okay, sir. First, we are discussing regarding ECP. Regardless, may waiver o wala, the worker could still receive the ECP. Okay po? Then, plus yung waiver na yan, kahit sa naman sir, kahit yung sa mga bata, meron tayong field trip, may mga waiver. Hindi po niyan tinatanggal yung responsibility ng company para sa mga workers niya. Yung sa field trip, sa mga bata. Okay? Still, may responsibility pa rin yung ating company. Okay? Sige, next. Yung number 8, ito, dinagdag. Dati 7 lang. Ngayon, 8 na. This is the death of an employee due to assault. Sample. Yung foreman, pinagalitan niya yung worker. Biglang nagdilim yung paningin ng worker. Bigla siyang hinampas. So, injury or death due to assault. May ma-receive pa rin yung si foreman. Okay, clear? Sir, pinagalitan. Inabangan sa labas. Sinaksak. May ma-receive po ba? Yes. Okay, death of an employee due to assault. Now, let's talk about exempting circumstances wherein yung pwedeng ma-void or hindi ma-accept yung kanilang ECP application. First, intoxication. Intoxication. Sabi niyo, sir, point B to point A. Na aksidente, may ma-receive pa rin. Sir, ganun pa rin naman. However, before umalis ng company or ng barracks, uminom. Nakipag-inuman muna. Nag-shot. Okay, na-aksidente. Of course, hindi siya makaka-receive. Kasi personal na po yung pag-inom. Yung activity prior sa kanyang pag-uwi. Okay? Sige, next. Notorious negligence. Let me just emphasize yung simple negligence sa notorious or habitual negligence. When you say simple negligence, may essence pong na nakaligtaan lang, nawala lang sa isip. Okay? When you say notorious negligence, habitual, palagian na lang, sinasadya. Example, hard hat. Minsan nakakalimutan isuot ng worker natin, sige, okay. That is a simple negligence. Pero pag notorious or habitual negligence, ilang beses na sinasabihan yung manggagawa na magsuot ng hard hat. Nabigyan na siya ng memo kasi ayaw niya magsuot ng PPE. Na aksidente, may marireceive po ba siya? Wala. Notorious or habitual negligence. Okay? Clear po tayo dun, ha? The third po natin is the willful intent to injure oneself or another. May pagtatangka na po. Okay? Na makasakit ng kapwa. Let's say, nag-usap kami ni Sir Vilmore. Sir, hampasin mo ako sa balikat, hati tayo sa benefit. Okay, wag mo lang lalakasan. Willful intent. Next, willful intent to injure oneself. Sino kayang gustong masaktan yung sarili? Okay? A good example, yung picture sa pinakababa. Ang ginagawa, nag-yosi. So lahat naman tayo alam, smoking is bad for your health. Ngayon, nagkaroon siya ng emphysema. Emphysema is compensable under yung sa 33 compensable diseases list ng ECC. Pero kung malaman nila, nag-yosi. Stroke, kasama rin po yun sa compensable diseases. Pero kung nag-yosi, yung makiklaim, yan, magkakaroon tayo ng problem. Mag-avoid yung kanilang ECP benefits. Okay? That is willful intent to injure oneself. Okay? Sige, next. ECP benefits. We have the loss of income benefits, medical benefits, cares allowance, death benefits, and rehabilitation services. Okay? Sir, yan po yung matatanggap. Depende po sa disability. Hindi lahat yan matatanggap natin. Death benefit, buhay pa yung tao, bakit may death benefits na siya? Diba? So, depende po sa severity, sa disability na natamo nung worker natin due to injury or illness. Under the ACP, it is not the illness or injury that is compensated. Hindi dahil nasugatan, oops, sir, injury, compensation. Hindi po. It is the incapacity to work o yung disability po ang binabayaran, ang kino-compensate. In short, it is not the injury but the disability that is being compensated. I hope that is clear, ha? Hindi po ang injury but the disability. Kahit may injury, wala namang disability, negative tayo. Nakikita po ba ako sa camera? Meron akong question. Normally, we have 5 fingers. Pero meron tayong mga workers. Okay? Yung iba may excess na finger. Dito, minsan dito. Excess skin, bone, or muscle lang yun. Okay? What if kung yan yung naputol? Yan yung naputol. Mako-compensate for that lost body part? Yes or no? That's the question. Sa ating chat box na lang, yes or no? Mako-compensate siya for surgery? Yes, sagot yan ng ECP. Mako-confine siya, sir? Sige, kailangan. O, sige. Pasok yan sa ECP. But the question po, for that lost body part, may ma-receive po bang compensation? Meron. Majority natin ay yes yata. Some answered no. So before I answer that, sige, let's analyze. 5, may isa, naputol, compensated ang hospitalization, ang surgery. Ito po yung isang tool. Ganito po humawak. Naputol yung finger. Nagbago po ba yung grip niya? Nagkaroon po ba ng disability? Hindi niya na ba mahawakan to? No. So may disability po bang nangyari? None. Okay? Hence, hindi po makaka-receive for that lost body part. Hospitalization, ulitin ko hospitalization, surgery, kasi tatahiin yan, yes po, pasok yun. But for that lost body part, no. Kasi wala naman pong naging disability. Ganon pa rin yung grip. Okay? I hope that is clear. It is not the injury, but the disability that is being compensated. Okay? Now, let's go sa type of disability. Kasi depende yung benefits eh. So we have 3. Hindi kasama yung fatality kasi yun yung total disability. Wala na eh. Okay? Ito po yung ano lang. Buhay pa yung tao na disability. First is the temporary total disability. Ano ba itong temporary total disability? Temporary, ibig sabihin, pwede pang gumaling. So, hindi yan yung mga naputol. Okay? Gumaling. Pwede siyang gumaling. Total, that is the term used if the injured worker was not able to report back to work and perform official function for the next 24 hours following the time of the accident. Okay? Sir, what if 2 hours lang nakabalik ulit? First aid case yan. Hindi siya nakabalik within 24 hours after siyang ma-aksidente. Example, nabalian ng buto. Temporary ba yun? Yes. Bakit? Gagaling yung buto. Temporary. Total, hindi siya nakapasok. Perform official function. Okay? Hirap na siya maglakad. Hindi niya na kayang. What if kung driver yan? Kaya niya mag-drive? Of course not. Okay? So, temporary total disability. Next. Permanent naman. Permanent, ibig sabihin, naputol or nawala na talaga ng function in the event ng stroke. Okay? Permanent, total. When you say total, that is the number of bodies naman. Body part, sorry. Body part or body function ang nawala. For total, that is 2 or more body part. 1 arm, 1 leg. Na-stroke. It's permanent total disability. Naputol, both hands. Pumasok sa shredder. Both hands. Permanent total disability. Nabulag, both eyes. Dalawa yan. Total, permanent total disability. At yung permanent partial, 1 body part or body function lang. 1 arm, naputol. 1 eye. 1 leg, naputol. Permanent partial disability. Okay? I forgot to mention sa permanent total, tumama ang ulo, nabaliw, nasira ng ulo. Yan. Permanent total disability pa rin yan. Okay? So now let's go sa mga benefits. Income benefit. Daily income benefit for temporary total disability. Yan. Na-confine yung ating worker. Wala siyang income. So, babayaran po yan. Sabi ko nga kanina, SSS, may marireceive sila. Of course, ubusin muna yung leave nila. May marireceive pa rin po kay ECP naman. Okay? Double Recovery Program. Hanggang 120 days. 120 days. Yung tanong kanina, Sir Vilmore, magkano kaya yung i-compensate niyan? Okay? Nasa 480 pesos or the 75% ng daily salary, which is higher. Okay? Depende kung anong mas malaki doon. Usually, that's 480. Next, it is paid from the first day of disability. Monday, nagkaroon ng disability. Friday na i-file. Ano ang babayaran? Yung Monday, starting ng Monday. Okay? Next po, for permanent partial disability. Kanina, temporary total, TTD. Temporary lang, gagaling siya. Total, na hospital lang. Disability. Okay? Ngayon naman po, permanent na. Okay? Guaranteed for life. Meron siyang pension. It will remain until death or pwedeng masuspend if hindi na siya nagpapa-medical examination. Hindi siya nagsasubmit ng records, medical records, complete all full recovery. Example na stroke because due to rehabilitation, yan, physical therapy, gumaling, back to normal. So mawawala nga naman yung permanent total disability benefits niya. Bakit? Kasi po, pwede siya ma-employed ulit. Okay? Gumagana na yung naging disabled body parts niya. Okay? Or upon being gainfully employed. Kahit meron siyang paralyzed pa rin yung two body part niya, pero meron na siyang income from an employer sa isang company, matatanggal nga naman. Okay? Next, benefit naman po for permanent partial disability. One body part ang nawala. One body part ang nawala. Okay? So from thumb, yan, 10 months na mayroong pension. Pwedeng per month or lump sum. 10 months, 8 months, 6 months, 5 months, 3 months. Okay, we'll stop there muna. Bakit kaya mahal si thumb? Try gripping your ballpen ng walang thumb. Madaling matanggal. Unless lagyan mo ng thumb. Okay? Siya kasi yung nagiging lock. So very important yung thumb. Tanggalin niyo yung pinky, ganun ba? Medyo mahigpit pa rin. Okay? Kaya 10 months si thumb. Hindi ko na isa-isayin yan. Ang pinakamalaki lang dito, pinakamalaki ay one arm. Okay? That is above the elbow. Okay? Considered na kagad po yan as one arm. Okay? 50. Sir, what if kung both arms? 100 months? Hindi po. Ang tawag na doon ay permanent total disability. Clear po tayo, ha? Sir, 1 ear, 10. Sir, both ears na yan, 20. Kasi po pwede pang mag-hearing aid. Okay? Unlike pag bulag na talaga. Wala kang may susuot na shades na makakita ka ulit. About the medical benefits, we have the ward services for hospital confinement. Yung mga attending doctors natin, accredited doctors, pasok pa rin sa ECP. Pero kung kakailanganin po ng specialized na doctor, example, neurosurgeon, yan po, hindi maipapasok sa ECP. Surgical expenses and reimbursement of cost ng medicines. Next. Although meron tayong mga medical benefits, ito po ay hindi mga kasama. Yung mga extra charges for more comfortable accommodation, such as private, semi-private room. Sir, ayoko ng ward. Mas relax po ako pag dun sa private. So, sagot na yan. Charge na yan ng worker. However, may however to. Wala, mamaya pa. Okay? Next, personal comfort or convenience such as mga telephones. Gusto nyo may wifi, may television, may Netflix. Yan po, charge yan sa worker na. Hindi na sa ECP. Kumuha ng mga private duty nurses, caregivers, hindi po yan sagot ng ECP. At ito yung however ko kanina. Okay, sabi natin kanina, ward. Hindi sasagutin yung private or semi-private. However, private or semi-private accommodation shall be paid by the system when it is medically necessary. Okay, sa ward, sir, very sensitive yung kanyang sitwasyon. Hindi pa pwedeng sa ward. Kailangan ilagay siya sa private kasi madali siyang mahawa. Susceptible siya sa mga sakit na pwede makuha sa ward. Yan po ay hindi preference ni worker but yung kanyang condition. So, sagot pa rin ang ECP yan. Or pwede rin po, wala tayong ward bed. Ang next available ay semi-private or private na. Okay? So, hindi yan preference ni worker but the situation naman calls for this semi-private or private room. So, sasagutin naman po yun ng ECP. Next po, medicines. Medicines, yan. Reimbursement shall be in accordance with the amount prescribed under the Republic Act number 9502, otherwise known as the Universally Accessible Cheaper Meds Act ng 2008. Okay? So reimbursement, okay, 200, gawan mo ng isang zero sa dulo, 2,000 na. Hindi po. Yung suggested retail price po ang susundin. Okay? Sir, mahal yung butika, high-end yung butika. Okay. Bumili ka ng paracetamol worth 200 sa SRP niyan ay 2 pesos. Ang re-reimburse ay yung 2 pesos. Next, cares allowance. Yung nag-aalaga po sa ating mga injured disabled workers, yan, makaka-receive sila ng monthly. 575 nakalagay dyan, but last update that I received nung umattend tayo kay Dole, nung January 25, 2020. Okay, so 1,000 na daw po yan. 1,000. I don't know if mayroong update ulit. Death benefits, monthly income benefit pension sa naiwang pamilya, plus 10% for each dependent child, maximum of 5. So, yung naiwang pamilya, maximum 150% ng pension. Okay? Sir, 6, yung anak, hindi po, hanggang 5 lang. They shall receive an income benefit paid at the beginning of the month of death of the member and will continue for as long as they are entitled thereto. Depende po yan kay PCC. Pero ang average, 5 years. 5 taon. Of course, sa 5 taon na yun, may tatanda sa mga anak. Hindi magiging dependent child siya. Of course, mababawasan yung ng 10%, 10%. Yung mga mag-fall out na sa criteria ng dependent child. Rehabilitation services, yan, mga physical therapy, sagot pa rin. Yung mga appliances, rehabilitation appliances such as hearing aids, crutches, wheelchairs. Meron din pong kagabay program of ECC, reskilling for re-employment, and training for entrepreneurship. During the training, meron pong marireceive na allowance yung disabled worker natin. Okay, plus meron din pong binibigay, I think 20,000. Yun yung last na update sa amin for disabled workers na magtatayo ng business. Okay? May livelihood package na 20,000. Implementing agency, yan. We mentioned this. PCC for policy, appealed case disposition, and program coordination. For program administration or settlement, yan nga po yung application, yung payment, yan. Claims sa private sector, SSS, GSIS naman po for public sector. Reiterate ko public sector, GSIS or ECP, hindi pwede magsabay. Okay, may package sila doon. For SSS, double compensation. Double benefit yung ma-receive. Fill out tayo ng forms, available naman sa hospital. Kasama po yung mga job description para ma-connect yung naging disability brought by injury or illness dun sa kanyang trabaho. Okay? And of course, yung hospital or medical records. Proof na meron siyang illness or injury. Sir, may ganyan pala. May kakilala kami, pauwi na aksidente dahil biglang may tumawid na aso. May marireceive pala sila. Kaso that was 2020. Pwede pa bang mag-file? The answer is yes. Meron tayong 3 years prescriptive period. Okay? Sir, after 3 years, paano yun, sir? Wala na. Negative na tayo. Next, paano tayo nagkakaroon ng budget? Ito yung natanong kanina. How much? For the employer sa private sector, that is 10 to 30 pesos per worker per month. Sa private sector, 100 peso naman po per worker per month para sa public sector. Okay? In summary, ECP is a good program concretizing the state's concern for the Filipino working man. It has benefited more than 3 million workers and their families to the tune of over 20 billion. So, ganun nakalaki. Enjoyed only by those with employee-employer relationship. Kaya nga sabi natin kanina, effective immediately yung resignation ng Monday, na-aksidente ng Thursday. May ma-receive, wala na. Kasi wala ng employer-employee relationship. However, naglagay po ako ng open-close parenthesis. Ayaw ko kasing mag-edit ng slide. This information is given by ECC. So, pangit yung mag-delete tayo. So, naglagay po ako ng update available. Later, paano yung mga self-employed, sir? Wala silang employer-employee relationship kasi sila na yung employer mismo. Okay? So meron tayong update regarding that. Coverage entitlement to benefits begin on the first day of employment. May mare-receive po siya kahit unang araw pa lang na aksidente na. Unlike kay SSS, kailangan ng contribution. Remember, ECP coverage kagad first day pa lang. Third bullet, ito yung double recovery program. Benefits are in addition to SSS. Sama natin si PhilHealth benefits. Now let's go sa update available. Okay, self-employed members ng SSS may dagdag benepisyo na rin sa EC program ng ECC. Self-employed. Example, binabasa ko yung mga profile. Si Ma'am Almira ay President, CEO. So paano siya? Wala siyang employer kasi siya yung boss. So mga partners, single proprietors, ng mga negosyo, directors, board of trustees, yan. Wala silang formal contract sa isang company. Consultants, yan. Paano kaya yun, sir? May ma-receive pa rin. Basta po ito naman ang pinagkaiba. Meron silang SSS contribution. Okay? Kumbaga kanina, employee-employer relationship, nagbabayad sa employer, hindi kailangan ng SSS contribution ni employee. Ngayon po, walang employer, kailangan nyo naman magbigay ng SSS. Okay? Kasi sino nga naman ang magbibigay? Actors, directors, scriptwriters, news correspondents, professional athletes, coach, trainers, jockeys, freelance na mga agents, even our fishermen and our farmers. Okay? May ma-receive. Basta po meron silang SSS. Ayan. Employee po ako at the same time as company. Si mama ay employer, siya rin ang employee. Okay? We were asked saan ang ECC. So, third floor ECC building, 355 Centerville, J. Puyat Avenue, Makati City. Pero sabi nga ni ma'am kanina, meron sa Cebu. So, I would advise yung ginawa ni ma'am. Research tayo kung saan yung pinakamalapit. Okay? And usually sa mga regional offices, nandyan po yung ibang sangay din ng DOLE. COSH Center, meron silang representative doon. ECC, meron din. Yan. Here are the online or even the contact details ng ECC. Okay? Ang oras po natin ay 11:30. We're earlier ng 30 minutes. So do we have questions?
Sir, nagtataka lang po ako, bakit hindi mandatory sa statutory contributions itong ECC?
Okay, yun lang ma'am. Ako rin po, hindi ko masasagot ma'am in behalf ng government. Bakit? Hindi nila... Actually ma'am, yung ECP natin, ina-encourage sa mga employees natin. Employers, sorry. para may protection yung ating mga employees.
So yung ECP, sir, so employer yung nagko-contribute, so walang counterpart ang employee nun?
Wala po, sir. SSS po ang kailangan naman for the employees.
So in short, in contribution every month for the SSS, ECP should be added there so that the employee can claim for the
Yes po.
ECP.
Yes po.
So in case the employer is not paying for the ECP monthly contribution with that, so doon na maghahabol si ECP.
Okay, si ECC, sir.
ECC, sorry.
Well, actually, sir, lahat po ng mandated na benefits, kung hindi po nagbabayad si company, makaka-receive pa rin si worker, pero i-charge na lahat yung magiging benefit, hindi na sa system, hindi sa SSS, sa GSIS, or ECP. Okay, i-charge na yan sa company, plus mayroong penalty pa si company.
Pero yung question kasi dyan is hindi siya mandatory na statutory.
So it is not mandated by the alam ko, ma'am, yes po.
Yung mandated statutory is PhilHealth, SSS, and Pag-ibig.
Opo. Yan po yung kinakaltas po sa ating mga worker.
Opo. Tapos mayroong isang column doon sa SSS contribution na may nakalagay na EC na 10 pesos per month. At tapos yun yung employee compensation na na column.
Yes po.
Ito yung cover ng yan ata yung 10 pesos per month na na binibigay doon.
Opo, 10 to 30 pesos.
They have to generate income so they can pay people. Pag walang contribution, how can, kumbaga, if there is no in, no out.
Yes po, tama. Kung walang income, wala rin tayong ilalabas.
Yeah. So, baka yun yung isang column na binabayad sa SSS. Kasi binabasa ko dito, yung employee compensation, minerge sila ng on 2020. Kahit yung mga workers sa bahay, kasama na yun. Covered sila. So baka yun yung isang column, Wilmore, sa natin, sa SSS payment.
So apart po ng SSS, ay part of noon ay nasa ECP na. So thank you, ma'am, if that would be.
Kasi na report namin every month, may isang column nakalagay EC. May nakalagay EE means employee.
Employee compensation yun. I don't know. We're not sure if yun na ba yung sa ECC na na contribution kasi nakalagay lang.
I'll send you the link. Kasi every time yung pinapadala sa akin yung report, yung first is employee contribution. Halimbawa, Billmore's paying 575 every month on his contribution. The company pays him around 2,000 pesos. May isang column doon nakalagay na 30 pesos, depende sa salary bracket. So from 10 to 30 pesos, tapos may total na. Yun yung kinakontribute nila month. Baka ito yun, yung maliit na column. Yung isang column na tagti 10 to 30 pesos. Kasi yung sa presentation mo nakalagay 10 to 30 pesos din siya. Parang nagmamatch.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. By the way, yung ating ECC presentation kanina, ECP presentation came from ECC. So, yes, ma'am, baka magmamatch doon. However, I'm sorry if I couldn't answer that one kasi more on SSS, administrative yan. Pertaining po ang dinidiscuss natin ay yung benefits at yung mechanics. But for the payment, unfortunately, I could not answer.
Oo, halimbawa if we have a project, we have to make sure that everybody has accident insurance. So yung accident insurance namin is, halimbawa, we get it for the whole duration of the project. Covered sila ng 24/7 and until the end of the duration of that project. So kahit weekend, wala yung within 24 hours, lahat na accident na mangyayari provided na hindi nila kasalanan. Halimbawa, binangga nila yung motor, nakabangga sila. Yung lang doon is, number 1 lang is, kailangan ng lahat na accident insurance company, yung motor, kaya kailangan i-lecture niyo yun sa lahat ng workers, Billmore at saka Joff. Lahat ng mga motorcycle, kailangan current yung registration. Kailangan hindi, at saka number 2, hindi nila kasalanan. Hindi sila yung nagbangga, sila yung binangga. So, yun lang yung basic na ano. That's the basic requirement ng mga insurance. Pero I'm just wondering if this will cover more the workers, kailangan at the start of the project, pwede na i-submit yung mga names nila kung saan yung office para magbayad ng contribution for the whole duration of the project. Yung project is one year, month 10. So at least, para meron silang, kaya yun yung tanong ko kung saan yung office. But I will ask the office to work on that tomorrow sa legal office.
Okay. Sige ma'am. Ulitin ko I'm sorry, unfortunately I could not answer yung mga administrative, yung mga payments na yan. We are only tasked pagdating sa ECP benefits and yung mechanics kung paano ma-avail yun. But for the payment, not so much information with that.
Mayroon akong nakita sa ECC website. So for claiming the benefits is doon kinukuha sa EC contribution. So yun na pala yun, Miss.
Yeah, yun nga.
Oo.
So ECP or ECI, Employees Compensation, is under a sector of SSS. Pero we just have to make sure na at the start of project, ni lahat ng workers, yung name nila must be submitted separately kasi yun by isang file yung bibigay sa kanila, lahat ng mga workers. Para updated sila. Para at least meron silang from the government, meron din silang from the insurance company if in case something happens sa kanila.
Okay, may I compliment lang yung company ni ma'am. Parang kumbaga guarded na yung mga workers ninyo You're complying with the government requirement, tas meron pa kayong insurance company ma'am? Inavail na insurance provider?
If I don't get it, kakatok din sila sa bahay ko ng weekend. So,
okay.
Yeah, so it becomes a personal problem. It becomes a company problem kasi they have to do this, they have to do that. So, mas maganda to have a peace of mind. Kailangan may accident insurance. At saka, sabay ito on top yung ECP. Para covered sila. Meron silang peace of mind.
Okay, very nice, ma'am. Oo nga naman, yan yung mindset sana ng ating mga boss. Yung welfare ng tao, magiging personal na problem din nila pagdating ng araw kung na-aksidente. Yung iba kasi, nagkaroon ng accident, hayaan mo na. Let's hire another one. Parang ganun na lang. So it's a good mindset coming from Almira.
It takes a long time kasi sir to train a person So people are the assets of the company.
Correct. Yes.
Yeah. It takes you 10 years to train one person at saka something happens with this person. Limbawa si Richelle, he's a carpenter. Ito, isa nating dito, classmate. So, risky din yung job niya. Yung si Chris is electrician, very risky din yung job nila. So, kailangan covered sila ng insurance. Accident insurance.
Okay, a big thumbs up, another thumbs up sa company niyo, ma'am. Okay, so we have no more questions regarding sa topic so far.
Another sir.
Go ahead po.
How about yung namatay yung empleyado during the while working? So how much is the maximum benefits na ma-receive niya?
Okay sir, kanina sabi natin yung may iwang pamilya makaka-receive sila ng maximum 150% na compensation, na benefit, sorry. And usually ang death benefit natin for SSS ay 30,000. Pagdating naman po sa GSIS, nasa 10,000. Pero of course, knowing government, may additional package for GSIS.
So,
but for SSS, 30,000.
Okay, so pag ganyan sir, during the accident, working on site, so liable ba si company for the hospitalization of the employee?
Okay.
Yeah, that is what we get from I'll Ruby tomorrow. Like covered din sila at like 250, like mga 4 years ago. Pero yung problem na kasi dito sa SSS is yung mga workers kasi is they are per project. So pag walang project, wala sila. So yung mga key people lang yung yung halimbawa yung key people lang yung regular ng mga company. So sila yung makaka-claim ng SSS, pero yung iba na hindi sila yung every project lang sila, job order yung tawag natin. Nagre-require talaga yung SSS ng 36 months. Yun yung that's where the struggles begin. So
Yes,
kailangan accident insurance.
36 months na yun, continue, walang stop ba?
Yes po, ito naman din, hindi natin pwedeng one-sided lang tayo, mga worker or sa company lang tayo. Pag nawalan ng trabaho, it is our personal. Mother ko is a housewife, pero nagbibigay siya ng SSS. Kasi benefit yan na makukuha niya one day. So dapat po, usahin din ng mga workers na natin na naputol yung contribution nila kasi nawalan ng trabaho. So it's their obligation naman individually, kahit walang trabaho, to pay yung SSS contribution. But hindi natin pwedeng tanggalin na wala naman pambayad, wala nang trabaho. Okay? So that's one siguro gray area pagdating sa SSS contributions in terms of pag-claim ng mga benefits. Okay? Sige. Let's go to next. Oras po natin ay 11:40. May questions pa po ba before we go to next?
No more further questions, sir.
Okay. We could go sa next topic kasi based on our schedule, our lunch break po natin ay 12 p.m. Sige, don't worry, we'll stop sa i-discuss natin exactly by 12 p.m. Tapos o hindi tapos?
So module 23.
Yes po, we will go kay module 23. We have the DO198-18 at yung DO13. Pero ako, I would prefer we discuss first yung DO13. Kasi yung pinaka-updated yung DO198-18. So doon muna tayo sa pinaka-luma. COSH. There was a problem. Okay, please confirm sa ating chat box. Nakikita po ba? DO13, series of 1998. Okay, thank you for confirming. So DO13 known as the Guidelines Governing OSH in the Construction Industry. Bakit ba nagkaroon ng DO13? Excuse me. Okay, noong 1974, enacted yung PD 442 known as the Labor Code of the Philippines. According din sa ating Labor Code, dapat meron tayong standards to protect the welfare ng ating mga workers. So from 1974, it took 4 years para makabuo po ng Yellow Book. Ito yung Occupational Safety and Health Standards. Why is it called Yellow Book? Obviously, majority ng libro ay color yellow. 1978. Ayan. However, yung construction safety standards sa Yellow Book nasa Rule 1410 ay limited. Okay? Knowing construction, napakaraming hazards, mataas ang risk ng aksidente. So nagkaroon po ng karagdagan. Okay? Instead of revising the full Yellow Book, naglabas po si DOLE ngayon ng Department Order 13 for the construction. Okay? Kailan po ginawa yan? 1998. So 20 years after the Yellow Book was first issued. Okay? DO13, otherwise known as the guidelines governing occupational safety and health in the construction industry. So it's not applicable sa hospitals, sa power plants, saan pa ba? Sa malls. Okay? However, gagamitin ang DO13 for the mentioned industries if may tatayong bagong facility or may i-install po na bagong equipment. Okay, clear po tayo, aside from construction, installation of new equipment, or even demolition, papasok si DO13. Now let's discuss some features ng DO13. Bakit siya naka-move sa side? Section 4, ayan, coverage. The guidelines shall apply to all construction activities, including demolition, whether owned by private or the government sector. Okay, so private or government sector, pasok sa DO13. Unlike kay DO198-18, di-discuss natin mamaya yung pinaka-latest, applicable lang po siya sa private. Okay, so DO13, both private and government. Section 5 po, Construction Safety and Health Program. Before the start of the actual construction, yung CPM, okay, shall submit, prepare and submit sa Dole Regional Office a comprehensive CSHP or the Construction Safety and Health Program. Last topic po natin itong CSHP. Ano po ba yung mga components niyan? But for the meantime, ang CSHP po, yan yung parang manual natin. Okay? Dole approved na manual natin in enforcing safety sa ating workplace, sa ating job site. Next, the Construction Safety and Health Program, it is executed and verified by the Construction Project Manager o yung next in line, yung as simple as Project Manager. Ibig sabihin po, sino magiging liable pag nagkaroon ng problem? Unang-unang pupuntahan kagad yan ay si PM. Mag-explain si safety, pero ang nakapirma sa ating CSHP kasi ay si Project Manager, the highest official sa site. Okay? So, pangit yung practice na si safety officer lang na mo problema sa mga hazards and mitigations sa kailangan sa construction site. Dapat din si PM kasi siya ang naka-front sa CSHP. Shall be submitted sa regional office for approval or modification. Hindi naman po nagre-reject or nagde-deny ng application si Dole. It's either approve or may kailangan i-modify. And si Dole, nilalagay niya naman kung ano yung dapat nating baguhin. Example, we have 19 sections ng CSHP. Let's say section 7, hindi nila nakukulangan sila. So they would state, kailangan i-revise or i-modify yung section 7 for these reasons. Okay? Hindi yung ibang application, ano yung mali ko rito? Hahanapin ko ulit. Okay? Costs shall be integrated in the project costs, provided it shall be a separate pay item. Meaning, ang CSHP po, lahat ng safety programs natin, may sariling budget. Okay? Hindi natin pwedeng kunin sa miscellaneous lang. Kunin na lang natin yan sa equipments. Okay? May separate pay item po sa enforcement ng ating COSH. PPEs, signage, lockout tagout devices. Ba't tabingi yung ibang slide? Anyway, Section 6, Personal Protective Equipment. This is similar sa Rule 1080 ng ating Yellow Book. All employer must provide PPEs for all employees needing such equipment. All other persons entering the construction site, regardless kung bisita sila, supplier, kahit yung may-ari, they need to wear the necessary PPEs. The equivalent cost for the provision of the PPE shall be an integral part of the project cost. Yan yung nabanggit natin kanina. Kasama siya sa budgeting. Clear po tayo dito, PPEs. Sir, sino po ba mag-determine na hard hat, vest, safety shoes, goggles? It is the recommendation of the safety officer kung ano yung mga PPEs na kailangan sa ating job site. Section 7, yan. Safety personnel. I think na-discuss na to sa role of safety officers. Okay, yung functions natin. But for DO13, yan. Dapat daw po merong safety officer full-time pag tayo ay yung GenCon. Additional na lang po depende sa number of workers and kung meron tayong mga subcontractors. May kailangan may sarili silang separate safety officer. This is included sa DO13 at DO16, pero it is superseded already by the DO198-18. Pinapakita lang natin, baka mamaya magkaroon kayo ng dalawang resources. Ito po, wala na tayong part-time, full-time safety officers. Wala na po yan. Superseded yan ng Section 14 ng DO198-18. Okay? So we could exclude yung safety officer requirements sa number of workers. Just retain yung pinakababa na row. Could I call si Sir, sino pa ba hindi ko natatawag? Si Sir Carlo to read yung last row po natin. Yung valid pa rin. In effect pa rin.
One safety man for every 10 units of heavy equipment.
Okay, thank you, Sir Carlo. One safety officer or safety man for every 10 units ng ating heavy equipment. Heavy equipment, dump trucks, mixers, excavators, yan. Okay? Sir, what if meron kaming, let's say, 30 na personnel at 50 na heavy equipment? Ilang safety officer ang kailangan natin? For the 30 personnel, based sa DO198-18, we need 1 SO2. Eh yung 50, sir, 50 na heavy equipment, bawat 10 po nun, kailangan may isang safety officer. So you would be needing 5. Okay po? When we say heavy equipment, isama na rin natin yung operators, ha? Kasi hindi naman gagalaw yan without the operator. So excluded yung mga operators natin sa number of personnel sa construction site if magdi-determine tayo sa number of safety officers. Okay? Clear po tayo, ha? For every 10 units or fraction po niyan, example, 12 ang heavy equipment natin. So we need 2. Yung first 10 at yung fraction po na 2. Okay? Clear po tayo, ha? Every 10 units or fraction po niyan. Next, Section 8, we have the emergency occupational health personnel and facilities. So the project owner or the GenCon shall establish yung kanyang treatment facilities. Kailangan po fully equipped with the adequate medical supplies. Okay? Yung term na adequate is subjective. Pwedeng iba yung adequate sa akin, iba yung adequate kay Sir Chris or kay Sir Samson. Okay, later makikita natin kung paano magiging objective yung adequate na yan. But first, yan. We have the 525-kilometer rule. 525. If our construction site would be required na magkaroon po ng medical at ng dental clinic. Biro mo, kailangan meron dental chair yung construction site. Sir, wala kaming budget for that. Wala kaming space. Well, if your construction site is located within 5-kilometer radius, or ang travel time po niya ay 25 minutes, okay, sa pinakamalapit na medical or dental clinic, pwede pong hindi na mag-construct ng ganon sa inyong construction site. Instead, we could provide a transport service at contract na lang, written contract with the nearest medical or dental clinic. Okay? Sir, what if kung malayo? Of course, you definitely need a medical clinic or dental clinic. Depende sa COSH requirements. Okay? Next, sabi natin kanina, dapat may adequate medical supplies. So saan natin makikita yan? Ayun po. Medicines, supplies, and equipments as indicated in Table 47 ng ating Yellow Book or OSH standards. Ni-screenshot ko yung first page para may idea tayo. I think 3 or 4 pages to. This is just the first page. Table 47. Lahat po ng required na gamot nasa left. Yan. Again, marami po to ha. Isang page lang yung na-screenshot natin. Sir, do we need burn ointment? Yes po. Lahat po ng nakasulat dyan, ipo-provide natin. Sir, how about hypertensive tablets? Kailangan? Yes po. Okay? So those are your required medicines. Next, tick quantity. Masasabi nating adequate if you comply with Table 47. Example, you have 500 workers. Saan po papasok yung 500 workers? Dun sa 200 to 600 worker range. Okay? So ilan pong topical antiseptic? 120 cc or ml. Parehas lang po yun. Eye wash. Sir, kailan pala ng eye wash? Yes po. Nakalagay dyan. 240 cc or ml. Okay? Susundin po natin yan. Sir, 1978 pa yan. Meron na tayong mas advanced pa. Example, toothache drop. Masakit ang ngipin. Meron na tayong iniinom. Pwede bang mag-substitute? Yes po. Po pwede. Okay? Ano pa bang anti-histaminic tablets? Pwedeng magkaroon ng allergy sa site. So, kailangan meron tayo pag 100 pataas yung workers natin. Okay? So, we just follow the Table 47 for our medical medicines and facility requirements. Okay? Minsan kasi sa construction site, meron kayong first aid kit, meron po. Parang manicure, pedicure lang yung laki. May betadine, may bandage, may band-aid. Okay na. Hindi po. Meron tayong standards. Okay? Meron tayong required po dyan under Table 47. Next, Section 9, Construction Safety Signage. Mandatory provision of safety and warning signs are reiterated not only for the protection ng worker, but also for the general public. Okay? Meaning, ang signage po natin hindi lang sa loob. Meron din dapat signage sa labas. Example, required PPEs, pagpasok ng site, may signage yan. Usually, yung Totoy Bibo. Yung kalahati, walang PPE. Yung kalahati, meron. Sa safety, they call it Totoy Bibo. Meron po sa loob, dapat meron din sa labas. May flammable materials tayo sa bodega. May signage doon. Okay? Ganon din dapat sa labas. This is to inform the public of all the hazards na pwedeng makita sa loob ng construction site. Okay? Some signage, yan. Usage ng PPE, falling, pwede tayo mahulog or mahulugan ng objects, explosives, flammable substances, tripping or slipping hazards, toxic or irritant airborne contaminants, electrical facilities natin, dangerous moving parts or machines, fire alarms, firefighting equipments, and yung mga instructional signage natin. Na-discuss po ba sa inyo ang standard color for our signage according kay Table 11 ng ating yellow book? You could just review. Familiar na po tayo sa color coding. We still have 3 minutes. Chat box, familiar na tayo sa colors. Okay, yes, very good. Sige po. Let's go sa text. I think this is the last muna siguro kasi we only have 2 more minutes. Section 10, Safety on Construction Heavy Equipment. Pre-construction, yung mga operators natin, dapat meron silang TESDA certification. For our heavy equipments, may third-party certificates po sila. Sir, pag magpa-file ng CSHP, kailangan yung certificate? Yes po. Okay, attachment po yun. Listahan ng mga heavy equipments, pangalan ng mga operators, kasama yung kanilang mga certificates. Sir, magre-renta po kami. You ask for the certificate pa rin. Okay? Kasi si Dole, magkakaroon ng project, so Dole and the project management ang parang nag-uusap. Yung renta, bahala kayo dyan. Bahala si Gencon dyan. Basta you need to provide certification. Okay? During construction, yan, mobilization na po to. Mobilization or transport of heavy equipment should conform with the DPWH requirements in terms of the width ng kalsada, the load limit ng mga bridges, height ng mga tunnels, and other similar road facilities natin. Okay? And dapat to meron tayong routine inspection. And this should be recorded. Sir, gagawa kami ng checklist? Yes po. Okay? May ano ba tayo din, sir? May template si Dolly? Wala po. Your mechanic, operator, plus safety officer, kasama sa health and safety committee natin, formulate a checklist. Okay? So we'll end muna dito sa section 10. Resume tayo after lunch. Kasi it is exactly 12 o'clock, pa 12:01 na. May 1 hour break po tayo ha. So be back by 1:01. 1:01.
Ang safety and health sa trabaho ay ating responsibilidad.
Ang pagiging safe and healthy sa trabaho ay ating priority.
Ang safety at health sa trabaho ay para sa ating mga mahal sa buhay.
Para sa pamilya,
Dapat iwas sakit at disgrasya.
pagligtas at malusog sa trabaho,
Pamilya ang panalo.
Hello po, welcome po dito sa mga adventures ng REU 8.
Kaligtasan sa trabaho sa matataas na lugar. Ang paggawa sa matataas na lugar ay mapanganib at maaaring sanhi ng pagkahulog. Tandaan ang mga paraan para aksidente ay maiwasan. Siguruhing may guardrails ang scaffold. Sundin ang naaayong fall prevention standards sa scaffold, guardrails at hagdan na may handrails. Magsuot ng personal fall arrest system upang maiwasan ang pagkahulog. Tandaan, para aksidente ay maiwasan. Siguruhing may guardrails ang scaffold, naaayong fall prevention standards, at pagsuot ng personal fall arrest system. Personal protective equipment. Ano ba ang tamang kasuotan kapag nagtatrabaho sa isang construction site? PPE ang tamang kasuotan bilang karagdagang proteksyon kapag gumagawa. Ang hard hat ay proteksyon sa ulo sa nalalaglag na bagay. Safety goggles ay para proteksyonan ang mata. Earplugs ay panlaban sa matinding ingay. At face mask laban sa alikabok at usok. Proteksyon laban sa init at posibleng pagkagasgas ng mga braso ang long sleeves. Ang gloves ay gamit upang maiwasan ang pagkasugat ng mga kamay. Protektahan ang mga paa sa pamamagitan ng safety shoes. Kailangan din ng reflectorized vest upang madaling makita ang isang manggagawa lalo na kung sa gabi magtatrabaho. Kapag magtatrabaho sa mataas na lugar, huwag kalimutan magsuot ng full body harness. Libre dapat itong binibigay ng employer. May naaayong PPE sa bawat gawain. Siguraduhin lahat ng PPE ay pasado sa standards testing. Ergonomics. Ang matagal na pag-upo habang nagtatrabaho at maling posisyon ay nagdudulot ng pananakit ng katawan, pananakit ng mga kamay, at eye strain. Kapag nagtatrabaho sa computer, siguraduhing tama ang height ng upuan at mesa para sa manggagawa, para tama din ang posisyon habang nagtatrabaho. Ang opisina ay dapat may tamang liwanag at ventilation. Ugaliing tumayo kada 1 oras ng pagkakaupo, maglakad-lakad o gumawa ng mga simpleng exercises. Tandaan, para sa kalusugan, tamang gamit at posisyon, tamang liwanag at maaliwalas na paligid, paglalakad at ehersisyo mula sa kaligtasan sa paggamit ng makinarya. Ang makinarya ay nagpapadali ng trabaho, ngunit maaari rin itong maging sanhi ng aksidente. Upang maging ligtas ang manggagawang nagpapatakbo ng makinarya, inspeksyonin ang makina bago ito gamitin. Ang mga gumagalaw na parte ng makina ay dapat may tamang machine guards upang hindi ma-expose ang mga kamay, paa o anumang parte ng katawan ng gumagamit ng makina. Dapat regular ang preventive maintenance ng mga makina. Sundin ang lockout tagout o LOTO system para makaiwas sa aksidente. Inspeksyonin bago gamitin. Machine guards. Regular na preventive maintenance. Lockout tagout o LOTO. 5S. Mahirap hanapin ang bagay na kailangan kapag magulo ang gamit. Maaari din itong maging sanhi ng aksidente. Mag 5S tayo sa ating mga lugar sa trabaho. Seri, sort o suriin ay ang paglalagay ng mga gamit sa tamang lalagyan at pag-aalis ng mga gamit na hindi kailangan sa trabaho. Seaton, systematize o sinupi naman ay ang pagsasalansan ng mga gamit upang madaling maabot ang mga ito at hindi makaabala sa trabaho. Sesa, sweep o simutin ay ang pagpapanatili ng kalinisan ng mga gamit at ng lugar sa trabaho. Seiketsu, standardize o siguruhin ang paraan para matiyak na tuloy-tuloy ang pagpapatupad ng good housekeeping sa pamamagitan ng pagsama nito sa OSH policy at program ng kumpanya. Dapat may shitsuke, self-discipline o sariling kusa ang lahat pagdating sa pagpapanatiling malinis at maayos ang kapaligiran sa trabaho. Tandaan ang 5S upang aksidente ay maiwasan. Sort o suriin, systematize o sinupin, sweep o simutin, standardize o siguruhin, self-discipline o sariling kusa. Tamang pagbuhat. Iwasan ang aksidente sa pagbubuhat ng mabibigat na bagay. Ano ba ang tamang paraan ng pagbuhat? Planuhin ang kilos at siguruhing walang sagabal sa dadaanan. Lumapit, hawakan ng mahigpit ang bubuhatin at gamitin ang lakas ng binti sa pagbuhat. Buhatin ng dahan-dahan at siguruhing diretso ang likod. Siguruhing malapit sa katawan ang binubuhat. Pag mabigat, pagtulungan o gumamit ng handling equipment. Tandaan sa tamang pagbuhat. Planuhin ang kilos. Gamitin ang lakas ng binti sa pagbuhat. Siguruhing diretso ang likod. Ilapit sa katawan ang binubuhat. Pag mabigat, pagtulungan o gumamit ng handling equipment. Kaligtasan sa paggamit ng kuryente. Mahalaga ang kuryente sa araw-araw, kaya kailangang maging ligtas sa paggamit nito. Siguruhing maayos ang mga plug at kordon ng mga makina at appliances. Iwasan ang octopus connection. Kung kailangan gumamit ng extension cord, siguruhing hindi nababasa, hindi overloaded, at higit sa lahat, hindi sagabal sa mga dadaanan. Siguruhing pasado sa standards ang mga extension cords. Paglalagay ng tamang outlet imbis na extension cord. Tandaan, maayos na plug at cord. Iwasan ang octopus connection. Tamang paggamit ng extension cords. Pasado sa standards. Tamang outlet. Kaligtasan sa paggamit ng mga kemikal. Ang kemikal tulad ng solvents, gas, acid mist, alikabok, at fumes ay mapanganib sa kalusugan. Tandaan, basahin ang label at safety data sheet sa paggamit, pagsasatapi, at pagtapon nito. Gumamit ng PPE tulad ng gloves, goggles, at respiratory protective equipment. Proper hand washing, ugaliing maghugas ng kamay pagkatapos. Alamin ang first aid procedure para sa mga emergency at agad tumawag ng tulong. Tandaan, para sa kuna ay maiwasan. Basahin ang label at safety data sheet. Tamang PPE. Alamin ang first aid procedure. Proper hand washing. Respiratory protective equipment. Ang acid mist, solvent vapors, gases, usok, alikabok, at heavy metal fumes ay panganib sa kalusugan ng manggagawa. Gumamit ng respiratory protective equipment. Ang filtration respirator ay para sa alikabok at oil mist. Dapat ito ay madalas pinapalitan. Ang chemical cartridge device naman ay sumasala sa hangin na kontaminado. May tamang cartridge sa bawat paggawa. Ang air supply equipment naman ay may tangke na pinanggagalingan ng hangin. Madalas itong gamit sa lugar na kulob at walang oxygen. Tandaan ang paraan para sa kuna ay maiwasan. Libre ito dapat na ibinibigay ng employer sa manggagawa. Alamin ang tamang respiratory protective equipment para sa inyong gawain. Kaligtasan sa lindol. Ang lindol ay isa sa mga mapanganib na sakuna. Alamin ang dapat gawin. Isagawa ang drop, cover, and hold. Umiwas sa mga bagay na maaaring bumagsak. Gamitin ang hagdan sa paglabas ng gusali pag pwede nang lumikas. Pumunta sa evacuation zone at sumunod sa mga nangangasiwa. Tandaan para sa kaligtasan sa lindol, drop, cover, and hold. Umiwas sa mga bagay na maaaring bumagsak. Gamitin ang hagdan sa paglabas ng gusali. Pumunta sa evacuation area. Isang paalala. Kaligtasan sa sunog. Ang sunog ay isa sa mga mapanganib na sakuna. Alamin ang dapat gawin. Alamin ang fire exits at emergency hotlines. Tumawag ng tulong. Pag maliit pa ang sunog, patayin ng fire extinguisher. Paglikas, gumabang palabas ng may takip ang ilong at bibig. Pag nasunog ang damit, stop, drop, and roll. Manatili sa labas. Tandaan para sa kaligtasan sa sunog. Alamin ang fire exits at emergency hotlines. Tumawag ng tulong. Pag maliit pa ang sunog, patayin ng fire extinguisher. Paglikas, gumabang palabas ng may takip ang ilong at bibig. Pag nasunog ang damit, stop, drop, and roll. Manatili sa labas. Simpleng ehersisyo sa palaupong pamumuhay o sedentary lifestyle. Sabi nga nila, sitting is the new smoking at ang pag-upo ng matagal ay nakakasama sa kalusugan. Sundin ang mga sumusunod. Ehersisyo sa leeg at balikat. Ehersisyo sa kamay. Ehersisyo sa likod at legs. Ugaliing gawin itong mga ehersisyo kada isang oras ng pagkakaupo. Ehersisyo sa leeg at balikat. Ehersisyo sa kamay. Ehersisyo sa likod at legs. Isang paalala.
Araw-araw, siguraduhin mong health and safety is your priority.
Lalo sa panahon ngayon, dapat siguradong okay ang kalusugan.
Kaya siguradong okay ang work performance.
Hello po,
Isang kaaya-ayang araw sa lahat. Sa video na ito tatalakayin natin ang Section 14 ng Republic Act 11058 at ang Implementing Rules and Regulations nito na Department Order No. 198 Series of 2018. Ang Section 14 ay ang requirement ng safety officer or officer sa lugar ng trabaho. Sa pagpapatupad ng programa ng OSH, ang mga safety officer sa bawat establishmento o lugar ng trabaho ay dapat na itinalaga na may mga sumusunod na tungkulin at responsibilidad. A. Pangasiwaan ang pangkalahatang pamamahala ng OSH program at koordinasyon sa komite ng OSH. B. Madalas na subaybayan at siyasatin ang anumang aspeto sa kalusugan o kaligtasan ng operasyon na isinasagawa sa pakikilahok ng mga supervisor at manggagawa. C. Tulungan ng mga inspector ng gobyerno sa pagsasagawa ng inspeksyon sa kaligtasan at pangkalusugan sa anumang oras tuwing ginagawa ang trabaho o habang isinasagawa ang isang pagsisiyasat sa aksidente sa pamamagitan ng pagbibigay ng kinakailangang impormasyon at mga ulat ng OSH na hinihiling ng mga pamantayan ng OSH at D. Maglabas ng order ng pagtigil sa trabaho o work stoppage order kung kinakailangan batay sa mga kinakailangan at pamamaraan na ibinigay ng mga pamantayan ng OSH standard. Tulad na lang kung may mga imminent danger sa lugar ng trabaho. Ang bilang at kwalifikasyon ng mga safety officer ay dapat nakatimbang sa kabuoang bilang ng mga manggagawa at kagamitan, laki ng lugar ng trabaho, pag-uuri ng lugar ng trabaho at iba pang pamantayan na hinihiling ng OSH standard. Ang safety officer ay kinakailangang sumailalim sa ni-require na oryentasyong pagsasanay o kurso sa DOLE-BOSH, mga advanced na kurso sa pagsasanay na OSH, at iba pang pagsasanay na may kinalaman sa OSH o kinakailangan sa mabisang pagganap ng mga tungkulin at responsibilidad. Ang mga safety officer na nakikibahagi sa mga micro at maliit na establishmento, mababa sa katamtamang peligro, ay dapat na makisali sa mga programang pangkaligtasan kabilang ang iba pang mga gawaing itinalaga sa kanya ng kanyang employer. Sa kaso ng isang kontratista o subcontractor, hindi bababa sa isang safety officer ang dapat na ipakalat sa bawat tiyak na lugar ng pagpapatakbo, upang pangasiwaan ang pamamahala ng programa ng OSH ng sarili nitong lugar ng pinagtatrabahuhan. Minimum na pag-uuri at bilang ng safety officer para sa lahat ng mga sakop na lugar ng trabaho ay ang mga sumusunod. Ang pakikipag-ugnayan ng serbisyo ng isang sertipikadong konsultant ng OSH or ang SO4 ay pinapayagan para sa isang panahon na hindi hihigit sa isang taon. Para sa pagtatatag na ang itinalagang safety officer ay dapat nasanayin o nasa proseso ng pagkumpleto ng mga ni-require kurso sa pagsasanay at nauugnay na karanasan. Ang mga opisyal ng kaligtasan ng lahat ng lugar ng trabaho ay dapat magkaroon ng kinakailangang pagsasanay na kinakailangan at pagsasanay alinsunod sa kategorya nito, tulad ng nakapaloob dito. Ang kaukulang kwalifikasyon ng mga opisyal ng kaligtasan or safety officer ay ang mga sumusunod. Para sa Safety Officer 1, ang mandatory na pagsasanay sa OSH ay 8 oras na kurso na orientation ng OSH at 2 oras ng pagsasanay ng trainer o TOT. Walang kinakailangang minimum na karanasan sa OSH. Para sa Safety Officer 2 or SO2, ang mga kinakailangan ay mandatory 40 oras na pangunahing kurso sa pagsasanay sa OSH na nalalapat sa industriya. Para sa Safety Officer 3 or SO3, ang mga kinakailangan ay ang A. Ipinag-uutos na 40 oras na pangunahing kurso sa pagsasanay na OSH na nalalapat sa industriya o ang BOSH or COSH. B. Karagdagang 48 oras ng advanced o dalubhasang kurso sa pagsasanay na kaligtasan sa trabaho OS na nauugnay sa industriya at C. Iba pang mga kinakailangan tulad ng ni-require ng OSH standard. Para sa Safety Officer 4 or SO4, A. Mandatory 40 oras na kurso sa pagsasanay na OSH na nalalapat sa industriya gaya ng BOSH or COSH. B. Karagdagang 8 oras ng a-advanced, dalubhasang kurso sa pagsasanay sa kaligtasan sa trabaho na nauugnay sa industriya. C. Isang pinagsama-samang 320 oras ng kaugnay na pagsasanay sa OSH o experience. Maaaring dagdagan ng karagdagang pagsasanay sa mga karanasan sa taon kung saan 8 oras ng pagsasanay ay maaaring katumbas ng 1 taon ng karanasan and vice versa. D. Iba pang mga kinakailangan tulad ng ni-require ng OSH standard. Yan po ang part 1 na discussion natin tungkol sa Section 14 para sa Safety Officer Requirement. Sa susunod na video po natin, pag-usapan naman po natin ang number of safety officers na required sa mga establishmento. Hanggang sa susunod po, at ito ang inyong OSH CREU 8 team.
Oh, the first day.
At sa mga COSH advocates. Sa video na ito, ipagpapatuloy natin ang ating talakayan ng huling bahagi ng Section 14 ng Republic Act 11058 at ang IRR nito na ang DOL DO 198 Series of 2018. Tulad ng nabanggit sa aming nakaraang video, sa Section 14 na ang lahat ng designated safety officer ay kinakailangang magkaroon ng mandatory na pagsasanay o relevant training at maging ang karanasan sa trabaho sa OSH. Sa video na ito, Tatalakayin natin ang bilang na kinakailangan ng safety officer sa bawat lugar ng trabaho o establishmento. Ang bilang at kwalifikasyon ng mga safety officer ay magiging katimbang sa kabuoang bilang ng mga manggagawa at kagamitan, laki ng lugar ng trabaho, pag-uuri or risk classification ng lugar ng trabaho, at iba pang pamantayan na hinihiling ng OSH standard. Tulad ng nabanggit naming sa Part 1 ng Section 14 na video, ang safety officer ay kinakailangang sumailalim sa DOL Required Mandatory Training or Course sa OSH, mga advanced courses sa OSH, at o iba pang training o pag-aaral na nauugnay sa OSH kung kinakailangan para sa mabisang pagganap ng mga tungkulin at responsibilidad nito. Ang mga safety officer na nakikibahagi sa mga micro at medium na establishmento na classified as low to medium risk ay dapat na makisali sa mga programang pangkaligtasan, kabilang ang iba pang mga gawaing itinalaga sa kanya ng kanyang employer. Para sa contractor o subcontractor, hindi bababa sa isang safety officer ang dapat na ipa-assign sa bawat lugar ng trabaho or worksite upang pangasiwaan ang pamamahala ng programa ng OSH ng sarili nitong lugar ng trabaho. Kaya narito ang minimum na required at bilang ng safety officer para sa lahat ng mga sakop na lugar ng trabaho. Pag-usapan natin ang requirement para sa low-risk workplace. Para sa low-risk workplace na may 1 hanggang 50 manggagawa, ang kinakailangan ay isang safety officer 1. Para sa mga may 51 hanggang 199 na manggagawa, isang safety officer 2. Para sa mga mayroong 200 hanggang 250 manggagawa, ang required ay 2 safety officer 2 o maaari ding isang safety officer 3 lamang. Para sa mga may 251 hanggang 750 manggagawa, ang kinakailangan ay 2 safety officer 2 at isang safety officer 3. At para sa mga may 751 hanggang 1,000 manggagawa, ang kinakailangan ay 2 safety officer 3. At para sa bawat dagdag na 500 na manggagawa or fraction nito, dapat magkaroon ng karagdagang isang safety officer 3. Ang pakikipag-ugnayan ng mga serbisyo ng isang sertipikadong OSH consultant o safety officer 4 ay pinapayagan para sa isang panahon na hindi hihigit sa 1 taon para sa mga establishmento na ang itinalagang safety officer wala pang training at karanasan kung saan ay kailangang sanayin o nasa proseso ng pagkumpleto ng ni-require na training at nauugnay na karanasan. Talakayin naman natin ang requirement para sa mga establishmento na classified as medium risk. Para sa mga may 1 hanggang 9 na manggagawa, ang requirement ay isang safety officer 1. Para sa lugar ng trabaho na may 10 hanggang 99 na manggagawa, ay isang safety officer 2. Ang may 100 hanggang 250 manggagawa, ang required ay isang safety officer 2 at isang safety officer 3. Para sa mga may 251 hanggang 1,000 manggagawa, ang kinakailangan ay 2 safety officer 3. At magkakaroon ng karagdagang isang safety officer 3 o isang safety officer 4 para sa bawat karagdagang na 500 manggagawa o fraction nito. Para naman sa lugar ng trabaho na inuri o classified bilang high risk, ang mga sumusunod ay ang kinakailangang bilang ng mga safety officer. Para sa lugar ng trabaho na may 1 hanggang 9 na manggagawa, ang required ay isang safety officer 2. Para sa mga may 10 hanggang 50 manggagawa, ang required ay isang safety officer 3. Para naman sa mga may 51 hanggang 199, ang required ay isang safety officer 2 at isang safety officer 3. Para sa mga may 200 hanggang 250, ang required ay 2 safety officer 3. Para sa mga may 251 hanggang 1,000 manggagawa, ang required ay isang safety officer 2 at 2 safety officer 3. At magkakaroon ng karagdagang isang safety officer 3 o safety officer 4 para sa bawat karagdagang na 250 manggagawa o fraction nito. Ang pagkakaroon ng safety officer sa mga establishmento ay makakatulong para makaiwas sa mga aksidente sa trabaho. Yan po ang required na bilang ng safety officer sa bawat establishmento alinsunod sa Republic Act 11058. Hanggang sa susunod natin talakayan, #ligtas ang maingat. Maraming salamat po, at ito ang inyong public servant mula sa OSHCREU 8.
This accident took place while dismantling the free-fall safety nets after construction was complete.
It's high. Hey, I'll do the second floor. This job isn't for just anyone. Sure, it's dangerous. I'm better than you at this. Kim!
After we arrived at the scene, we started to hear the details of the case and were shocked to find out what had happened. When Kim was through untying the Y rope while he was dismantling the free-fall safety net on the 7th floor, which is over 22 meters high, he tried to move toward the end of a single pipe and fell without any safety gear. And the free-fall safety nets on the 3rd and 5th floors had already been removed.
Hey, why aren't you guys coming up? Let's start from the bottom.
They didn't follow a simple but very important rule. This is to do the floors in order when doing dismantling work. While investigating this case, we discovered a few other construction sites that didn't have proper safety nets, proving this case was no exception. There is no guarantee that a case like this won't happen again. That's it from the accident headquarters.
All we have to do is move the waste material, right? Isn't this too much to move at once? That's why I brought this hand cart. We should move it in a bag, even if it takes longer. Don't worry. Let's open this door first. Oh, why did you open the door? This is easier. It's too much hassle to lower the cart and press the button. Ugh, jeez. You're always taking the easy way around. Whoa! Did I load too much? Whoa!
Why was this door open? Don't you know that construction lift doors must be closed at all times?
Well.
The doors to construction lifts must not be opened by workers under any circumstance. It should only be openable by lift operators and passengers. Oh, this was also a problem. Using a two-wheeled handcart to move heavy equipment is very unreliable because it is difficult to maintain balance. It is much safer to use bags when cleaning up waste material. This accident was caused due to neglecting safety procedures and choosing the easy way to do things. Please remember that closely locked lift doors also protect your safety. And don't forget that neglecting this fact for a single moment may cause dangerous accidents.
What's the job today? We're excavating over there and laying new sewer pipes. There comes the excavator.
Look professional with GoDaddy. Let's say there are 2 new emails in your inbox. One from a legit-looking business, and one from whatever this.
You're excavating too steep. Dig at a lower angle, please. What's the point? You'll lay the pipes and cover them up again. It's not that deep. It's only knee height, even if it does collapse. Let's just get it over with.
He's not being careful enough. It's not like he's going in there.
We barely installed one pipe because of the excavation. Let's do the rest after lunch.
Okay. Are we installing the earth strut slurry wall after lunch?
What are you talking about? We don't have time to install it. If we do, we won't finish today. It's not that deep. We'll skip the slurry wall.
The soil might collapse because we excavated at a pretty steep angle. It'd be safer to install the earth strut slurry walls before we begin.
Yeah, of course, I know that. But it's too much hassle, and it's time-consuming. Come on, I'm hungry. Let's just go get some lunch. Oh, I have to go to the bathroom. Hey, Lee, I'll be back really soon.
Yeah, okay. I'll get started first.
Lunch hour isn't over yet. Take a break and we'll start together.
Oh, it's steeper than I thought. I hope it won't collapse. Oh, accidents don't really happen to anyone.
This accident was caused by a collapsing excavation surface when laying sewer pipes. The collapsed soil buried the worker alive. When excavating, you have to maintain a safe angle of the excavation surface to prevent collapsing. However, the workers didn't meet this angle and didn't even install earth strut slurry walls for safety. When you can't maintain the appropriate angle for the excavation surface, you must analyze the condition of the earth and check for any buried objects that can influence safety and install appropriate earth strut slurry walls. Remember that accidents are prevented by your actions.
wallet, investing, banking, all in one money app. Maya, it's everything. And a bank.
Hello po, welcome po dito sa mga adventures ng REU 8.
Hi everyone. In the Philippines, several construction workers meets accident while on the job, but these accidents can be prevented. In this video, we will learn some information on the common accidents in construction and the
Oh, picture muna, picture mga bata, picture muna, picture. Happy birthday, Vince!
Asan si Mommy?
Picture muna tayo, masaya tayo. Happy birthday, Vince!
Wala pa si DJ?
Wala pa nga eh. Anong oras na oh? Nag-promise siya sa akin, dito siya magdi-dinner eh.
Pag ikaw ay nagkasakit o naaksidente, paano na ang pamilya mo? Taon-taon, 2,780,000 ang namamatay dahil sa sakit at aksidente sa trabaho. Huwag maging parte ng bilang na ito.
Lahat tayo pwedeng umiwas
sa sakit at aksidente.
Lahat tayo
pwedeng maging
Pwede kang maging COSH champion sa pamamagitan ng pag-share ng impormasyon sa social media, pag-attend ng training, at pagbabahagi ng kaalaman sa mga katrabaho, pagbibigay ng tamang PPE sa mga manggagawa na pasado sa testing, at pagre-report ng mga di ligtas na sitwasyon sa lugar ng trabaho bago pa man may maaksidente o magkasakit.
Kung magtutulong-tulong tayo, may iwasan natin ang sakit at aksidente.
Maganda kung lahat tayo magiging COSH champion. Isama natin sila.
Has always been an important goal of the government to improve workplace conditions in the Philippines. In 1982, the Department of Labor and Employment prepared a concept paper creating an institution on occupational safety and health from which foreign aid could be tapped. 1984, the Japanese government responded positively to the call. 1986, an agreement was signed for a 300 million peso grant aid, a project-type technical cooperation under the bilateral grant of the Japanese Official Development Assistance Program through the Japan International Cooperation Agency, March 12, 1987. The groundbreaking ceremony was held on a 2-hectare lot in North Avenue, Quezon City, with then-President Corazon C. Aquino as guest of honor. November 4, 1987, Executive Order 307 was signed, creating the Occupational Safety and Health Center as a special department under the Employees' Compensation Commission. And on the Labor Day or May 1 of 1988, OSHC officially started being part of the government's efforts to better the working conditions of the Filipino workers.
Ikinakampanya ng Occupational Safety and Health Center ang kaligtasan at kalusugan ng mga manggagawa dito sa Pilipinas. Ito ay sinasagawa namin sa pamamagitan ng pananaliksik, pagsasanay, pagpapakalat ng mga impormasyon at mga technical na serbisyo tulad ng work, environment, measurement, PPE testing at biological monitoring. Napakabigat ng tungkulin ito kaya kami ay nagpapasalamat sa aming mga partners sa gobyerno at pribadong sektor na tumutulong sa amin palaganapin ang advokasya ng OSH upang mapanatili nating ligtas at malusog ang ating mga manggagawa sa lahat ng industriya.
Based on its mandate, vision, and mission, the OSHC champions the cause of work safety and health in the Philippines. Programs to promote health and safety of workers are carried out through the following. The Office of the Executive Director, who oversees planning, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation of the OSHC operation. Under DOLE Administrative Order Number 56, Series of 2011, and DOLE Administrative Order Number 407, Series of 2017, the accreditation of Occupational Safety and Health, or OSH consultants, and
Good afternoon po. I was waiting na i-check yung attendance based according kay sir. Hindi na daw i-check yung attendance. Since maaga naman po natatapos yung ating mga presentation, yan, at medyo inaantok-antok tayo ngayon, let's have an icebreaker. Okay, pampagising. For us, something na to analyze. Okay? So, ang title, please confirm muna pala. Sorry. Sa ating chat box, nakikita po ba ang ating icebreaker, Island Survivors? Pampagising. Mga ganitong oras, inaantok tayo eh. Okay, 14 confirmed. Yung isa, sino kaya yun? Anyway, so ang title ng ating icebreaker is Island Survivors. Bibigay po akong isang emergency. Then later on, may mga predefined actions tayo. Ano ang gagawin ninyo? Rate nyo sila. Then, i-interpret natin yung magiging scores ninyo dun sa mga responses. If we have good survival instinct, pwede tayong leader, pwede tayong maging member, or tayo yung magpapahamak sa grupo. Okay? So here's the situation. Wala tayong Zoom. Okay? We're having this training, kunwari lang face-to-face sa isang island resort. Ayan. Para mas madaling imagine, may picture tayo. Just imagine dyan tayo nagko-COSH Day 5 training. We just finished eating our lunch sa isang restaurant. Suddenly, nagkaroon ng earthquake sa may Humalig, Quezon. Para pare-pares tayong reference, tayo ay nasa kabilang side. Let's say Zambales. So yung chance of tsunami is very low. But several of our structures sa island resort ay gumuho. We are unharmed. Yan. Just imagine you're one of them, the participants. Okay? Kasama niyo pa rin ako and this is me. Okay, very fair. Participants and me. We are trapped sa loob ng island resort. Some requires first aid treatment. But since we are trapped sa loob ng isang restaurant, yung pagkain, yung tubig, hindi natin problem. Okay? It is good for several days. So ito po yung ating icebreaker. Sa left side, yan yung mga predetermined actions natin. I'll give you 5 minutes to read and analyze. 5 minutes, orasan natin to read and analyze from attempt to remove the rubble, divide the sandwiches, and ration them over the next few days, hanggang sa pinakababa po, store water in containers from the water source. Okay? After 5 minutes, I'll give you another 3 minutes to rate kung ano yung unang gagawin. Rate them as 1 hanggang last na gagawin ninyo, which is 12. So 1 to 12 po yan. Okay? So after 3 minutes, na-rate po natin. What's next, sir? Type po natin sa chat box. Sige. Let me type sa ating chat box muna. Yan. Look sa ating chat box. Ano yung tinype ni sir? 11, 1, 12, 2, 10, 3, 9, 4, 8, 5, 7, and 6. Yan po yung pagkasunod-sunod. Yung number sa middle column po. Okay? This is for me to know kung sino po yung nagpa-participate sa ating chat box. Okay? Then later, meron tayong expert rating. Hindi ko to rating Pinasagutan po natin to sa isa mga rescuers. Okay, isang government agency na nagre-rescue. Yan. Meron silang kanilang mga sagot. Later, malalaman natin sino ba yung doombringer magpapahamak sa ating grupo. At meron tayong punishment. Okay, may parusa tayo. Sige po, I'll give you 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Sa atin natin timer. Five minutes to read and analyze.
Sir, can you show us the previous picture? Yung food sa sa canteen. I mean sa restaurant.
Okay, wala naman tayo sa... This is just an illustration ma'am para lang pakita na meron tayong pagkain, meron tayong ano... Two minutes, 46 seconds. One minute, 46 seconds. Oh, bilis, meron na. 1 minute. Tapos si Sir Ferdinand, pero hindi ko nakikita yung number 12. Thirty seconds. Twenty seconds. Ten seconds. Reading pa lang po meron pa tayong 3 minutes. Okay. Tapos na yung first 5 minutes natin. Next, 3 minutes po. To prioritize. 1 to 12. 1 yung unang-unang gagawin hanggang 12 yung last thing that you would do. Okay, based dito sa ating mga predetermined actions. So I'll give you a clue. Number 12 is correct. The last thing that you would do after an earthquake is to introduce an open flame. Light the candles. So you can see, and the rescuers will be able to locate you. Okay, may araw pa rin naman. Okay? And never introduce an open flame after an earthquake kasi may possibility na merong gas leak. Pag may open flame, gas leak, explosion, or fire. Okay? Sige po, 3 minutes. 3 minutes to prioritize and i-type sa ating chat box.
You want us to type the words or by numbers lang?
Numbers lang po. Tulad po nung nasa mga chat box po natin ngayon. One minute, 30 seconds. One minute. Thirty seconds. Marami pang di nakakapag-submit. Sige po, marami pang wala. Sige, let's give another 2 minutes. 2 minutes. One minute, 10 seconds. $50 seconds. $30 seconds. 10 seconds. Okay. So let's see. Sa expert rating, by the way, we conducted the fire drill sa aming planta last March. Pumunta yung mga taga-BFP and we asked them to solve this icebreaker. So according to them, ayan. So the first thing that we should do is shut off all utilities para po maiwasan yung gas leak, makuryente dahil may putol na live lines. Okay? Masayang yung tubig dahil yung pipes natin, water pipes, nabali. So shut off all utilities. Followed by yung welfare ng mga injured. Check for injuries and administer first aid. Number 3 is assign someone to monitor the radio and listen for updates. Number 4, ano yung number 4? Locate and secure the water supply. So kahit nasa dispenser yan, baka natabunan ng rubble. Okay? Masayang yung tubig. Number 5, develop day and night signaling techniques bago pa maggabi. Number 6, discuss long-term survival strategy as a group. Before natin galawin yung pagkain, i-discuss muna natin kung ano ba talaga yung strategy na yan. Kasi kung bigla kong hinati daw yung pagkain, baka mag-react. Okay? Bakit kinukuha ni Sir yung mga pagkain? Anong ginagawa niya sa pagkain natin? So discuss muna. After discussion, number 7, yan. We could divide the sandwiches among the survivor and consume portion of the stocks para tayo may energy. Number 8, we store water in containers from the water source. Kanina sinecure natin. Ngayon naman, kung may makita na tayong mga water containers, isalin na po natin. Para kung makontaminate, hindi po lahat. Okay? Nakaseparate na sila. Number 9, pound the pipes with steel wrenches. Baka meron pang mga survivors. Number 10, divide the sandwiches and ration them over the next few days. Kasi hindi naman lahat yan sabay-sabay mag-expire. So we prioritize. Ano yung madaling expire, yun ang kainin muna. Yung mga hindi pa, next few days pa natin kakainin. Okay? 11 and 12, sabi nila, it's very dangerous. Kaya sila yung pinaka-least. That is to attempt to remove the rubble. 11 and 12 is light the candles so you can see, and the rescuers will be able to locate you. Okay? So how would we know our scores? Ayan. Tingnan muna natin yung ating table. Example, yung rating ko po yung nasa pinaka-left. Yung sa expert po yung nasa middle. So subtract lang po natin. 11 minus 11, the difference is 0. Second number ko sa sequence is 1. Second number na expert is 10. 1 minus 10 should be negative 9. Okay, disregard the negative sign, retain the number. Okay, the third number on my sequence is 12. Third number ni expert ay 12. So 12 minus 12, 0. Fourth number, 2. Kay expert po ay 4. Should be negative 2. Again, disregard negative sign, retain the number. Okay? So do this to the rest of your sequence. Kung nakuha na natin yung result, o yung difference, i-add natin lang lahat. 0 plus 9, 9 plus 0, 0, 9, plus 2, 11, plus 3, 14, plus 3, 17, plus 0, 17, plus 1, 18, plus 6, 24, plus 4, 28, plus 2, 30, and plus 2, 32. That is my score. Type sa chat box, 32.
Yung first na column, bakit nakalagay your rating? Tapos ano yung relevance ng number 11 at saka yung hindi chronological number?
Okay po. Remember, ito po, kumare, example lang po, yung naging rating natin ay yung nasa middle column. 11, 1. Okay? So, si expert po, ayan din. So, dideduct lang natin yung 11 sa first number nila, 11.
Mm-hmm.
So, yung
Pero
second
bakit,
number...
ano yung first is bakit 11?
Okay ma'am, based po doon sa plot ng ating mga predetermined actions. Ayan po, nasa pinaka-left natin.
So hindi nyo at first na nilagyan ng 1 to 12 para kami yung inano ko lang yung pag ina-analyze siya ba?
Opo.
Nakalagay kasi sir, nilagyan siya ng number sa gilid ng 1 to 12.
Okay. Ito ma'am, kasi makakalito kung naglagay po tayong number sa gilid ng mga predetermined action.
Ano ko ba? 11 yung rating ng first, yung ganun.
Okay ma'am.
Ano yung 11 siya, bakit? Mas mahirap pa siya? Yung ganun.
Based dun sa naging situation ma'am sa analysis. So, pang 11 naman siya. Mas priority natin yung shut off all utilities, administer first aid, discuss long-term survival strategy before tayo mag-remove ng mga rubbles. Okay, we secure muna yung ating sarili, yung ating pagkain, yung ating strategy before we remove yung mga rubbles.
So, yung shut off utilities, bakit 5 yung rating niya?
Shut off all utilities. Yan yung example lang, mama. Yan yung rating ko. Pang-5, based on my analysis. But according kay expert, siya dapat yung una. Okay? So, binabangga. Ito yung example ko lang, ma'am. Yung rating natin. Okay? Kunwari, sumagot po ako. Ayan yung naging rating ko. According dito sa rating ko, 1 is divide the sandwiches. Number 2 ko, locate and secure water supply. Baka ako ayokong magutom kagad. Ayokong mauhaw. So, yun yung 1 and 2 ko. But according kay expert, sila yung pang-11 at sila yung pang-4. Okay? So, para makita po natin yung layo ng sagot natin at kay expert, yan, meron po tayo ng ganito. For example, yung sagot ko po ay 11, attempt to remove. So medyo least priority ko si attempt to remove. Pero kay expert, 11 din. So hindi nagkakalayo yung aming rating, yung scoring namin sa kanya. Okay? Example, si Ma'am Roslyn. Sinunod ko yung numbering ng example rating, sir. Okay. Sorry if kung di natin ano. Ang point po dito is you need to analyze yung actions, then you prioritize based sa inyong analysis. Okay? Just compute po yung first number sa inyong nakalagay sa chat box. Ayan, maraming nag-submit tulad ni Sir JB. 2 ang first number niya. Kay expert po ay 11. So may difference tayo na 9. Negative 9. Disregard negative sign. Retain the number. Second number ni Sir JB ay 7. Kay expert ay 10. So that is 3. Ang difference. Third number po niya ay 12. Kay expert ay 12. So 0 ang difference. Kay Sir JB pa rin, 6. Fourth number. Kay expert ay 4. So may difference na 2. So ganun lang po. Ito na. Okay, let's give 3 minutes. So we could proceed sa ating main topic. Disregard negative sign po ha. Kaya plus lahat when computing for your scores. Two minutes. One minute, 30 seconds. One minute. Ten seconds. Okay. So let's interpret your scores. So we could proceed sa next. So we could resume, sorry, yung DO13 discussion natin. So how well did you do, Survivor? If our score is 0, ibig sabihin on point. Sakto-sakto yung sagot natin. 0 to 10, expert survivor. 11 to 16, above average. 17 to 25, good survival skills, reliable member tayo. 26 to 35, okay pa rin, sabit tayo. Okay? But kung 36 and above, ayan, tayo ang doombringer. Maraming doombringer. Actually, I see Sir Geoff, 24. Si Sir Norodom, 27. Si Sir Erwin, 30. Parang sila lang yung nakapasa. So our punishment para sa mga doombringers, yan, gagayahin lang natin yung nasa picture, yung next slide natin.
Hindi talaga kami susurvive dyan.
Okay po, so gagayahin lang natin sa camera. Ha? Ito lang po, madaling-madali lang, kaya ng bata to. Kasi bata yung gagayahin natin. Yan, ready, pose in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Si Sir Vilmore, nakita ko na. Sir Chris, Sir Geoff. Si Sir Geoff, kahit 24, pasado siya, ginawa pa rin niya. Si Sir Carlo, si Sir Samson, si Ma'am, Sir Roderick, and si Sir Harold. Sir Marlon, yan. Sir Jomil. Okay. Thank you for participating sa ating icebreaker. Okay, don't worry. Hindi naman tayo nag-consume ng significant time kasi maaga tayo natapos kanina. Okay, so let's resume po. We finish sa section 10. Lahat po ng ating mga heavy equipments at ang mga operators kailangan may TESDA certificate at meron third-party certifications po for our heavy equipments. Let's go kay Section 11. This is the Construction Safety and Health Committee. Okay, bakit kaya kailangan pa rin ng Construction Safety and Health Committee? This is to ensure that lahat po ng COSH policies, programs, mandated by DOLE ay nasusunod. Okay, so hindi cargo ni si safety officer lahat yung duties ng compliance natin pagdating sa occupational safety and health standards. Sir, meron po kami, bakit may violation pa rin? Okay, nire-report nyo ba kay DOLE? Dineclare nyo ba kay DOLE na meron kayong Safety and Health Committee or yung tinatawag na Health and Safety Organization? Kung meron na po tayo niyan, we need to report that via RSO form. RSO stands for Report on Health and Safety Organization. Ito po yung isa sa mga screenshot ng RSO. Sir, kailan po nagsasubmit ng ganito? Within 1 month after tayo makapag-establish ng construction site. Okay? Yun din yung time na dapat meron tayong Health and Safety Committee. So kahit meron tayong Health and Safety Committee, pumunta si DOLE, hindi kayo nag-submit ng RSO, considered as walang Health and Safety Committee yan. Kasi wala naman kayong ni-report kay DOLE. So clear po So paano ba i-fill up to RSO? Straightforward naman, name of establishment, address, nature of business, ilan ang male, female sa first, second, and third shift. Parang may typo lang sa kanilang form kasi A, B, tapos B ulit. Sige, we'll just use kung ano yung form nila. A, policy and program on safety and health, yung approved na po. Okay, example, your CSHP. Hindi kayo pwede mag-construct without that. Okay, so ilagay natin dyan. Gumawa na rin siguro kayo ng PPE policy. So, pwede nating ilagay dyan. Next, the first B, composition of the Safety and Health Committee. Meron din nakalagay na type. Ano yung type, sir? Lalagay natin kung low, medium, or high-risk na establishment tayo. Okay? Low, medium, or high-risk establishment. Construction industry, majority ng companies na nandyan ay high risk. Bakit? Possibly, when we say risk, we are looking sa dalawa. Two aspects, the probability and the severity of an accident. Mataas ang probability may ma-accident tama? Yes. Maraming excavation, scaffolding, heavy equipment. Mataas ang possibility nun. Next, severity. Pag nagulungan ng heavy equipment, hindi lang first aid yan. May disability. So, mataas nga naman. Okay? High probability, high severity. Therefore, high risk establishment sa construction. Okay? So, lalagay natin sa first B, sino ang chairperson? Okay? The highest official, siya po lagi ang chairman. Ex-officio position yan. Members, who are the members? You have your first aider, nurse, doctor, safety officer na mga subcons natin. And secretary, of course, yung safety officer. Sir, tatlo kaming safety officer. You select one. Okay? Sinong na-nominate natin? As secretary ng Health and Safety Committee natin. Next, yung second B nila, technical information, a brief description lang regarding sa magiging process natin sa pagko-construct. Okay? From excavation hanggang finishing. Then submitted by the highest official. General Manager. Sir, project manager sa amin. Siya po. Okay? Sir, kailan ulit magsasubmit niyan? Yearly po nagsasubmit tayo niyan. Or nag-reorganize. Example, member, si nurse, nag-resign si nurse, nag-abroad. May bago kayong nurse. So you need to resubmit RSO. Clear po tayo Sir, last week lang kami nag-submit. Last week lang nag-resign po ngayon. Yung aming safety officer, may bago na kami. So you need to submit kahit kakasubmit nyo lang last week. Okay, this is to update DOLE regarding the composition of your Health and Safety Committee. Yearly po, nagre-reorganize tayo. Bakit? Yung member po, baka nadadagdagan. Workers representative. Okay? Sila po pwede nating palitan. Ibang worker naman ngayon. Or ibang foreman, ibang need man. So clear po tayo dito ha. Next, Section 12, Safety and Health Information. Detailed safety and health information system is included in the guidelines. This includes yung mga orientation, instruction tulad ng job hazard analysis, training ng mga workers tulad ng 8 hours mandatory training, and means of conveying safety-related information to all workers and specialized instruction. Example, mga toolbox meeting natin. That's one way of conveying safety-related information. Next, Section 13. Construction Safety and Health Training. Hindi ko na po babasahin ha. Medyo mahaba. Dito lang po ang sinasabi, kailangan DOLE BWC prescribed training yung kinuha ni safety officer. Plus merong continuing training si safety officer per year. Minimum of 16 hours kada taon. Okay? So aside from COSH, next year dapat may additional training si safety officer. 16 hours pa. Yan, sinimplify na lang natin. COSH for safety officers, continuing training, minimum of 16 hours per year. Ano ba tong mga trainings na to, sir? Pwedeng 1 day, tapos another 1 day, 2 days. Okay, 8 hours, 8 hours. Hindi ibig sabihin dire-diretso yung 16 hours na yan. Pwedeng cumulative siya. Or, sir, kumuha po kami ng loss control management or LCM training. 40 hours yun, sir. Paano? Will it suffice for 2.5 years? Yes po. Kasi 16, then yung natitira pong 8 years. Okay? So, pwede naman po yun. Basta meron po tayong minimum 16 hours allotted per year. Okay? Sample, sa site, nagpa-training, pumunta si VFP, 8 hours, full day ng training, okay. Next, nagpa-training ulit po. Si company natin, ngayon naman, ladder safety, 8 hours. So okay po yun kasi 8 hours. Hindi po kasama rito yung mga in-house lang ha. Dapat po DOLE accredited COSH trainings or government agency ang nagpa-train. Sir, how about first aid trainings? Yan po, pasok pa rin dito. Okay, clear po tayo ha. Next, Section 14. Excuse me. Construction Safety and Health Reports. Monthly submission. Kasi kung babasahin natin yung yellow book, quarterly ang submission ng ating minutes. Pero kay construction, by virtue of DO13, monthly po tayo nagsasubmit. Okay? Monthly submission of summary reports to DOLE. Ano-ano mga to? Safety committee meetings, mga minutes, mga agreements, accident investigation reports, assessment, yan, hazard assessment and corresponding remedial actions, or yung tinatawag nating HIRAC. Okay? Merong nakalagay din, notification of major accidents to DOLE within 24 hours. We mentioned kanina, yung permanent total disability that is considered a major accident, lalo na po kung may namatay, fatality. Ano pa po ba yung mga major accidents na kailangan nating i-report? Nagkaroon po ng fire, nagkaroon ng explosion sa site, bumagsak po yung mga lifting equipments natin, mobile crane, tower crane. With or without injury, we need to report it kay DOLE. Ulitin ko ha, we need to report ulit kay DOLE if nagkaroon ng fire, explosion, collapse of lifting equipments, with or without injury. Sample, nabuwian, nasunog yung bodega, walang namatay, walang nasaktan, nakauwi na yung bodigero. Still, major accident po yan. Report kay DOLE. Next, Section 15, Construction Workers Skills Certificate. Okay, so lahat po ng critical occupations, kailangan po merong TESDA certification. Okay, marami po ang listahan yung critical occupations na yan. Pero as a general rule, yan, consider po natin na critical yung isang trabaho if it may affect and endanger people's lives and limbs. Example, operator. Okay, heavy equipment operator. Nagulungan yung paa, yan, durog, sigurado. Nakasagasa, patay. Okay, so critical occupation yun. Kailangan ng TESDA certification. When it involves the handling of hazardous tools, equipment, and supplies, example, welding machine. Okay, high voltage, high current yan. So pwedeng makuryente yung tao. So dapat po may TESDA certification sila, mga welders natin. When it requires a relative long period of education and training. Meron mga theories, computations para required sa kanyang trabaho. Example, mga electricians natin. Hindi basta-basta isang wire pagdikitin, okay na. Okay? May principle, may concept behind that. May computations. So, kailangan nga naman na certification dyan. Scaffolders. Kailangan ba yun, sir? Yes po. Kasi may distance yan. Okay? May computation, load computation din sa scaffolding. So, may TESDA certification required. Okay? Or when the performance of the job may compromise the safety, health, and environment concerns, not just dun sa ating construction site, but yung surrounding pa. Immediate vicinity ng construction site. Okay? Example, tower crane operators. Pag bumagsak yan, nagkamali, hindi lang construction na madadamay, pati yung mga adjoining establishments. Okay? Section 16, could I request someone to read? Baka inaantok na. Si Sir Norodom. Sir Norodom?
Yes, sir.
Yes po. Section 16, sir. Pabasa lang po.
Section 15 po yung naka-display.
Yes po. Section 16, 1-6.
Yeah. Okay. Hello, narinig po?
Yes po, go ahead, sir.
Okay. Section 16, Workers' Welfare Facilities. The employer shall provide for adequate supply of safe drinking water, adequate sanitary and washing facilities in order to ensure humane conditions of work.
Okay. Thank you, Sir Norodom. Workers' Welfare Facility. Dapat po meron tayong adequate supply ng safe drinking water daw. Okay? However, yung word na adequate is subjective. Sabi nga natin kanina. Yung tubig, sige, hanggat hindi sila nauhaw, may supply tayo ng tubig, malinis na, okay po, wala nagkakasakit. Ngayon, paano natin masasabing adequate sanitary and washing facilities? Okay? In order to ensure humane condition of work. Nakalagay dyan. Yung CR natin sa site, baka nga naman masyado ng maraming tao. Mute kita, sir. Maraming tao, maraming construction, pero construction worker, isa lang yung CR. That is inhumane daw. So dapat may adequate. So let's make adequate objective. Lagyan natin ng quantity. Okay? Dapat po magkaiba yung sa male at CR ng female. Separate po sila. Ngayon, let's talk first sa female. Female. How many females that would equate sa isang CR? Okay, for the first 100 females sa ating site, every 20 po. Kada 20 na females, sulat na lang po natin at wala sa slide yun. For the first 100 females, kada 20 20 na females. So kung meron tayong 100 females sa ating job site, we need at least 5. Okay? Sanitary and washing facility. Sir, isa yung CR pero may mga cubicle. Anong pinag-uusapan natin, sir? Okay? Yung cubicle po. Sige. Sir, what if kung mag-exceed ng 100 female workers, every 30 na po. Okay, ulit, for the first 100, kada 20. In excess of 100, every 30 naman po. 30 female workers.
Applicable ba to, sir, sa mga buildings na ginagawa?
DO13 po to. Yes po po. Yes po, ma'am.
Kasi yung mga PESA building na alam namin, hindi sila
Compliant. Yun, ma'am.
Yeah. Kung ganun yung ratio.
Yes po. This is according kay DO13 and sa Philippine Sanitation, ma'am. Sanitation Code. Okay? I think sa Sanitation Code, 1990 yata, 1993. Basta around those.
So,
meron na pong standard.
Yung mga ganyong building, hindi pasado sa sanitation yun.
Siguro po. I don't know kung anong sinasabi ninyong building. At kung meron kayo naka-encounter na gano'n, yeah, they are not compliant with DO30.
Karamihan ng building, sa limbawa, sa isang floor, meron yan sa ilang cubicle. 1, 2, 3, 4. Tapos isang PWD. Pero, yung employee na makakagamit dyan is around mga 3 to 500. Ganun.
Yun po. Inhumane nga naman yun. Tama ba? Inhumane? Unhumane. Inhumane condition yun. But for construction, we need to comply.
Talking in general ng mga office buildings.
Well, if kung ganun po, masyadong mataas yung ratio nila, 300, tapos isang CR, that's way above the standard. Okay, sige, going back po. Let's see if nakuha yun. For the first 100 females, kada 20 female workers, isa. In excess of 100, every 30. Type natin sa chat box, how many CR do we need if we have 150 female workers? 150. Ilan po ang kailangan? At minimum. Pwede mag-exceed, hindi pwedeng magkulang. 150 po 150. 150. Female. How about the others? $150. Okay, ulitin ko po For the first 100, sa unang 100 female workers, kada 20. Kung sumobra po ng 100, kada 30 naman po. Yung susunod na 30. Okay, ibig sabihin po, sa unang 100, you need 5 na kagad. Ngayon, sumobra ka ng 100. Kada 30 naman po. Okay, medyo nalilito yata tayo kanina. So, ilan po pag 150? For the first 100 female workers, every 20, kailangan ng isa. In excess of 100, every 30 or fraction po nun, we add another one. Okay, sige, let's answer. 150 female. So 100, first 100, we need 5. Kada 20 daw Okay, 5. Ngayon, we have an excess of 50. Anong sabi natin? In excess of 100, every 30 or fraction po mo. So, ikaw yung 130 at may sobra pang 20, sir. So, hahabol pa tayo ng isa. So, you need 5. Okay? For the first 100, every 20. So, 20, 40, 60, 80, 100 female. In excess of 100, may excess time 50 eh. Every 30 naman po. So, ikaw 130, may sobra pa. Ikaw 150. Okay? So you need 7 at least. Okay? Sige po. How about for male naman? Sa mga kalalakihan. Ito, realistic to. Especially sa construction site. Okay? For the first 100. Sa unang 100 na manggagawang lalaki, male workers, every 25. 25 males. Isang CR. So, ibig sabihin, sa 100 male workers, first 100 male workers, you need 4. Okay? In excess of 100 male workers, yung mga succeeding, yung mga susunod pa na male workers, kada 40 po, 40, magdadagdag tayo ng isa. Sir, ano ba yan? Yung toilet bowl o yung mismong urinal? According po sa sanitation code, yung bowl and urinal kasama po yan. Okay? 1 bowl, 1 urinal. So the same number. 150, but this time, male workers. 150, male.
Anim.
One inodoro at 1 toilet. Yes po. Kung makikita natin yung sanitation code. 1 bowl, 1 CR. 1 bowl. 1 toilet bowl, 1 urinal. So, correct po. We need 6. First 100, 4. Kada 25 kasi. Ngayon, in excess of 100, every 40 naman. 140, pero may butal pang 10. Okay? So, magdadagdag pa rin tayo ng isa. So, 6. Very good po. Nakuha natin. Okay? What if kung kulang? Ano na ngayon, sir? Sa DO 198-18, 40,000 po ang penalty dyan. Yes po, penalty. 40,000 according kay DO 198-18, Section 29. Okay? Sige po. Going back. I hope clear po yun, ha? Next, Section 17. Cost of Construction Safety and Health Program. So, the total cost ng CSHP shall be a mandatory integral part of the construction project. Yan. We mentioned this earlier. May sarili pong budgeting pagdating sa occupational safety and health. May sarili silang pera. Hindi pwedeng sabihin ng ating GenCon or ng subcon company, walang budget for safety. Hindi po. May separate budget for safety implementation.
Sir, can
Right
I
po.
ask a question?
Sige po.
Regarding dun sa CR, sir, ba, yung adequate nga CR na kailangan. So let's say the company occupied on that certain floor has a 1,000 employee, but they have the total 1,000 employee, just example, but they only have the 300 around on that floor only working on that day. So ang ito-total natin yun is the number of employee around on that one.
Yung present po.
On present on that building, not the
Yes,
total number of employees.
Yes po, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, sige po. Okay ba? So okay po tayo, Section 16 and Section 17.
So ito po ba na rule sa private lang po ba to? Kasi pag halimbawa sa government offices, apply din po ba ito?
Yan ma'am, mapapangiti ako pag sinasabi mong sa government eh. Kaya medyo ilag tayo dyan. Pero ito pong DO13 ma'am, just to answer your question, itong DO13 we mentioned earlier, this is applicable for both for private and government. Yung kaninang Section 14 natin yata, Section 5.
Yeah, that's the question. They're the one who give the implement the policy, but ang implementation yung problema.
Kasi halimbawa sir, yung nag-quarantine o nag-isolate tayo sa COVID, 200 katao sa isang elementary school. Hindi mo nga siguro dalawa lang yung ganun. So,
yes ma'am. Pagdating sa ganyan, ngingiti na lang ako pag sinabing sa government. Okay, sige po, next. Section 18, yan, miscellaneous. All provisions of other existing occupational safety and health standards, rules and regulation not specifically provided herein shall remain in full force and effect. Okay? So yung mga hindi natin na-discuss nyo since day 1, day 4, yung mga OSH standards na yun, yan, in effect pa rin po sila. In the event of any provision of these guidelines is declared invalid. Example lang ha, yung CR na yan, hindi pwede yan. Example lang po ha, okay, sige, Section 16 lang ang invalid, but the rest still in effect. Okay? Next po, Section 19, violations and penalties. Violations committed by the constructor as determined by DOLE after due process shall be considered a prima facie case of construction malpractice of grave consequence under RA 4566 or the constructor's licensing law as amended and pertinent IRR. Okay, in case of imminent danger situations, the procedures, requirements of the OSH standards and DOLE regulation shall be applied. Okay, so kung may mga penalties daw, yan, pupunta tayo sa constructor's licensing law. Pero meron na po tayong update kasi hindi naman pwedeng tanggalan ng lisensya si contractor dahil lang po nag-charge siya ng hard hat sa 3 empleyado. Okay? So, mas maganda nga naman na per violation, meron tayong nakatutok na penalty. So, dyan po papasok si Section 29 mamaya ng DO198-18. Now, yung second bullet nila, imminent danger. Ano po ba yung DOLE regulations? We have DO183 ng DOLE. So, here's the procedure. May imminent danger po, nakita ng ating DOLE inspector. Yan. Bibigyan po ng notice of result si company. Ano yung nakita niyang findings? Okay? Hindi siya magbibigay ng recommendation kasi nasa inyo po yan. To mitigate those imminent danger. So by notice of result si company, ngayon si DOLE inspector magsasubmit naman po kay DOLE Regional Office ng Work Stoppage Order or WSO recommendation. Okay? Next, pag na-receive po ni Regional Office yun, papadala sila ng panibagong inspector to validate. To validate the WSO recommendation. If they think, yes, meron nga po, imminent danger exists, stop work po tayo. Okay? So the company would wait 24 to 72 hours sa patawag ni DOLE. They call it mandatory conference. Okay? So si company ngayon, dadalhin niya lahat ng documents, lahat ng justification niya. Kung may mitigations na siyang ginawa, yan, i-justify niya na dapat i-lift na yung WSO, Work Stoppage Order. Okay? According po yan kay DO Department Order 183. Next po, kailan naging effective itong DO13? Matagal na. The guidelines shall be immediately effective, that is 15 days after publication sa dalawang newspapers na nagsisirculate. Okay? As provided sa Article 5 ng Labor Code. So it was published noong August 1 at August 3, 1998. So it is safe to say it took effect noong August 18 plus 1, 19, 1998. Okay, matagal na po. May kulang lang, di ba? Mapapansin natin. Yun lang, sir. What if kung hindi kami sumunod, hindi kami nag-provide ng signage? Kulang yung safety officer namin. 10 units para sa isang safety officer. What if kung isa lang, tapos 20 yung safety officer namin? Heavy equipment namin, sorry. So, dyan po papasok yung next na topic natin, DO198-18. But for now, may question po ba sa DO13?
Sir, good afternoon, sir. Clarification lang, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. Right po.
Yung clarification, sir, yung sa number 16, sir. Yung sa 16. Halimbawa, sir, wala tayong consideration, sir, yung sa about competition. Tulad halimbawa ng yung sa babae at sa lalaki. Halimbawa, bigyan ko ng halimbawa, sir. Doon tayo sa babae. Halimbawa, di ba ang competition natin, every 100 person, 20 tao magkadala.
Okay, sir. I-clear ko, sir, ha? I-clear ko muna. I-cut kita, sir. I-clear ko po. Sa unang 100 po na female workers, kada 20 po, isang CR ang kailangan. Okay, sige po.
Bali, ganito ang tanong ko, sir. Kung lalampas siya sa 100, tapos yung exist doon is isa o dalawang tao lang, hindi ba siya makonsider doon sa ibang ano na lang, sir? Halimbawa, magbigay ako ng number. Halimbawa is 131.
Okay.
Sa 131, sir, ilan ang dapat competition dyan, sir?
Yes, sir. Kung 131, so
7 pa rin.
7 pa rin yan, sir. Kahit isa lang
7
po.
pa rin.
Yes
Kahit
po.
isang exist lang, sir, 7 pa rin.
Yes. Kay mo, yun ang, that's based on the policy provided by the one. So, dapat i-comply mo yun.
Sige.
Yes, kasi based din sa nagiging experience, if you extend one finger, they would ask for the whole arm.
Sige.
If you let go yung one person, sir, 2 tao lang naman. Sir, 5 tao lang naman until such lumaki yung pinapayagan. Kaya yung consideration. Good point naman, sir. Good point. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Good point din yung kay sir. What if kung isa? We just need to follow. Sige, let's go back muna dun sa ating program. So we just finished DO13. So that is around 2:30 sana, pero we need to discuss DO198-18. Okay? Followed by yung ating COSH program. So DO198-18 tayo ngayon. Nag-error. Anyway, we could use this slide. Please confirm sa ating chat box. Nakikita po ba? Ito ay Department Order number 198. Ayan po ang IRR ng RA 11058. Nakikita po ba? Yes or no? Okay. Thumbs up si ma'am. Yan, meron na rin tayong sa chat box. So let's discuss DO 118-18. Siya po ang IRR or the Implementing Rules and Regulation ng RA Republic Act 11058. Ano ba yung RA 11058? Ito po yung batas which was signed by the President noong August 17, 2018. Okay, so it's an act strengthening compliance with occupational safety and health standards and providing penalties for violation thereof. Papansin natin, sa DO 13, meron tayong mga standard. What if kung hindi yun sinunod, sir? Ano ang magiging penalty? Wala naman tayo na-discuss eh. So ito po, DO 118-18, siya ang maglalagay ng presyo sa bawat violation natin. Okay? So it was signed noong December 6, 2018, published noong January 9, 2019 na po. So it took effect noong January 25, 2019. Section 1, the state affirms labor as a primary social and economic force and that a safe and healthy workforce is an integral part of nation building. Parang yung mindset ni Ma'am Almira kanina. Yung mga labor force natin, very important yan sa company. Siya ang bubuo ng company. So ganun din po. Sa government, yung labor force, siya ang bumubuo ng ekonomiya natin. Wala yung mga workers natin, wala tayong mga negosyo. Okay? So, the state acknowledges yung importance ng ating mga workers, ng labor force natin. Kaya dapat silang ingatan. Section 2, coverage. Applicable to all establishments, projects, sites, including sa PEZA establishments, and all other places where work is undertaken in all branches of economic activity. Ito nga lang masakit, except for public sector, government. Okay? So, private lang ang DO 118-18, yes po. Pagdating naman po sa government, yan, sa public, nandiyan naman po yung Joint Memorandum Circular 1-2020 ng DOLE, DOH at ng Civil Service Commission. Okay? So almost the same po. Pag tiningnan natin side by side, they have the same composition, magkakaiba lang ng sections. Section 3, definition of terms. Mahaba po yun, pero discuss ko lang some. Imminent danger, when we say imminent danger, kasi yan yung mga grounds na pwede tayong stop. Okay, magkaroon ng work stoppage order. When you say imminent danger, a situation by a condition or practice in any place of employment na po pwede pong mataas po ang tsansa na magkaroon ng fatality or may masaktan. Okay? High risk po. High probability, high severity po ang magiging aksidente. Next, employer. Sir, alam na namin yung employer. May po-point out lang po ako rito. Any person, natural or juridical, including the contractor, subcontractor, and yung principal employer po. Kaya kahit na, sir, may agency, manpower agency kami. Sila ang bahala dyan kung magka-problema yung tao nila. Hindi. Kayo ang principal. So, mananagot pa rin. Okay? Who directly or indirectly benefit from the services of the employee. Tawag pa rin sa inyo ay employer. Sir, pakyawan lang naman sila. Result-oriented. Okay? Based dun sa matapos nila, yun lang po yung kontrata nila. Still, the company benefit from their services. Therefore, yan, cargo pa rin yan ng ating company kahit pakyawan pa sila. Next, low risk. medium risk, and high risk establishments. When you say low risk establishments, yan, low level of danger or exposure sa mga hazards ang ina-expect natin. For medium risk, moderate exposure. But for high risk establishments, ito yung mga workplaces wherein the presence of hazard or yung possible po na hazard within the company may affect the safety and health of the workers not only within, okay, but also persons outside the premises. Example nga natin, marami tayong heavy equipment movements. May tower cranes tayo. So those are high-risk premises or establishments. Ngayon, sino ba magde-declare, sir, kung low risk, medium risk, or high risk kami? So according kay Labor Advisory 4-2019, ayan. Ay, wala. Wala rito. Anyway, according to the Labor Advisory 4-20-19, the establishment would classify their own risk ratings, provided meron silang HIRAC, Hazard Identification, Risk Assessment, and Controls. Ano ba yung HIRAC? Lilista natin lahat ng tasks. Ano yung mga hazards? At ano yung rating nila? Risk rating, the probability and severity naman magkaroon ng aksidente. Sir, construction kami, di lagay na lang namin medium para medyo mababang requirements. Sige, justify nyo ngayon kay Dole na yung probability ng aksidente ay mababa. Or yung severity, pag may nasagasaan yung heavy equipment, hindi yan mamamatay. So, questionable nga naman, di ba? Mahihirapan tayo doon. Next, Section 4, Duties and Rights of Employers, Workers, and Other Persons. First is the duty muna, ni employer. The contractor, employer or subcontractor shall furnish workers a place of employment free from hazardous condition causing or likely to cause death, illness, or physical harm to the workers. Okay? So, responsibilidad ni company to monitor yung mga hazards and to mitigate those. Okay? Para nga naman hindi ma-aksidente si worker or magkasakit si worker. Responsibility rin ni employer to give complete job safety instruction tulad ng job hazard analysis, orientation to all workers, especially those entering the job for the first time, including yung familiarization sa kanyang working environment. Okay? So those are the duties ni employer, contractor, or subcontractor. What if kung hindi sila sumunod? Merong fines tayo later. Pakita natin. Section 5, ito yung nadagdag. Sa ibang OSH standards, ito yung kakaiba. Mga workers' rights. First, workers' rights, right to know. All workers, including yung mga new hires, kailangan po ma-orient, mabigyan po ng training. 8 hours workers mandatory training. Sa lingwahe na kaya nilang maintindihan. Again, yung language difference, di ba? Baka may ibang definition yung word ni Tagalog or ni Bisaya or Kapampangan or Ilocano. So, dapat po yung dialect nila ang gagamitin. Okay? Safety and health orientation. Ano ba ang composition yan? Rights and responsibilities of employer and the employees. Physical features ng workplace. Organizational structure. Use and care of PPEs. Site violations and penalties. Mga hazard sa site. At yung mga required mitigations. Kasama po dito yung dapat nilang isuot na PPE. Hazard and accident reporting. And yung ating mga emergency protocols. Okay? So, sama natin to sa health and safety orientation. Meron pa pala, occupational health personnel and facilities. Pag nagkasakit sila, nasugatan, kanino at saan pupunta. Okay? What if kung di tayo nagbigay ng health and safety orientation? Yan. Meron tayong penalty. Nalabas lagi si Section 29. Okay? May papakita tayong section. Standard, pag hindi sinunod, Section 29 ang lalabas. Okay? 20,000 pesos po yan. Next, Section 6. Workers' right to refuse unsafe work. So may right yung worker natin na mag-refuse magtrabaho if merong imminent danger, may hazard na hindi na mitigate. Example, pinagtatrabaho natin siya sa taas ng scaffold, wala tayong binigay na full body harness. Okay? Magtatrabaho siya sa gilid ng building, wala palang handrail. Pwede siyang mahulog. Papa-grinder natin, walang machine guard. Welder, hindi natin binigyan ng welding mask. So they have the right to refuse such work without being reprimanded. Okay? O, kaltas yan sa sahod mo, hindi po pwede po yan. Okay? Next, as a preventive measures, the safety officer may, following his or her own determination and without fear of reprisal, implement a work stoppage or mag-suspend po ng operations in case of imminent danger. So may power ngayon si safety officer na ipatigil po yung work natin, yung patrabaho o yung operations mismo. Sir, hindi kaya ma-terminate ako. Ako yung safety officer, papa-terminate ko yung operation namin. Tanggalin po ako. Well, according kay Article 282 ng Labor Code, meron tayong grounds for termination. First is habitual negligence. Hindi naman papasok yun doon. Diba? Commission of a crime. Hindi naman krimen yung magpatigil dahil may imminent danger. Habitual negligence. Wala. Fraud ba yun? Hindi rin po. Okay? So walang grounds for termination. Next, workers' right to report accidents. Accident reporting kay Dole, sige po, si company nagre-report, si safety officer. Ngayon po yung worker natin pwedeng rumekta ngayon kay Dole. And of course, Dole will treat the report with confidentiality. Hindi nila di-disclose kung sino yung nagsumbong. Okay, so the workers has the right to report accidents. We also have workers' right to PPEs. The employer, contractor, subcontractor, dapat po magbibigay sila ng PPEs free of charge for the workers. Ngayon, ano yung mga PPEs na kailangan? Recommendation ni safety officer. Failure to provide appropriate PPE shall give rise sa right ni worker to refuse yung mga unsafe work na yan. What if hindi tayo nagbibigay ng PPE or nagcha-charge tayo ng PPE? Ayan po, 50,000 pesos per day, kada araw. Bakit per day, sir? Eh baka mamaya yung PPE, pag magpo-provide yung company, maraming workers, 200,000 lahat magagastos. O di sasabihin ni company, oh sige, 50,000 lang yung penalty. O sige, kaysa 200,000 kung bibili tayo. Eh ngayon, per day po yan. Okay? So mas mabigat nga naman yung penalty over dun sa mga PPEs na bibili. Okay? Sorry, wala rito. Sir, pwedeng ground for abuse, free of charge. So ang gagawin ng worker, hingi lang ng hingi. Sir, nasira yung PPE, pahingi ulit. Sir, nawala, hingi ulit. Hindi po, pwede tayong mag-deduct sa kanila. That is according naman kay Section 14, Rule 8, Book 3 okay, ng Omnibus Rules implementing the Labor Code. Okay, ulitin ko, that is Section 14, Rule 8, Book 3 ng Omnibus sa pag-implement po ng Labor Code natin. Okay, ano ba yung nakasaad dun, sir? We need 4 conditions first. First is, makapag-establish tayo ng negligence. Kung nag-orient tayo on how to care and how to use for the PPEs, yan, makapag-establish tayo. If not, okay, malay ba nila na hindi pwedeng upuan yung PPE? Sir, common sense lang. Well, kailangan pa rin nating sabihin yan during orientation to establish na may negligence. The second condition, under Section 14, second condition, may due process. may explanation po, may opportunity to explain kung bakit hindi sila dapat bigyan ng deductions. Example, nawala yung PPEs. May orientation, sir. Bawal talaga yung wala yan eh. Second, based sa kanyang explanation, yung worker, piniran pala yung hard hat niya ni engineer. Nawala ng engineer. So bakit natin i-charge si worker? Okay? So we must give opportunity muna para makapag-explain yung worker natin. The third condition po, kung magkano po yung PPE, yun lang yung ide-deduct. Example, safety shoes is 2,500. Sir, meron pang shipping fee. Sir, meron pang diesel, toll gate para makabili ng safety shoes niya. Hindi po. Kung magkano yung item, yun lang dapat ang ide-deduct. Okay? The fourth condition po, ito. This would dictate how much ang pwedeng i-deduct per weekly salary niya. Okay? It should not exceed 20% ng kanyang weekly salary. If ang salary niya is 5,000 for that week, pwede bang i-deduct yung safety shoes na 2,500? Yes or no sa ating chat box. 5,000 ang weekly salary, ang week salary niya. Safety shoes 2,500, pwede bang i-deduct? Nawala or binigay kasi niya sa kapatid niya. So negligence nga naman yun. Nakapag-explain na siya at 2,500 lang talaga yung price. Okay, very good. The answer is no. Bakit? 50% po yan. Kalahati ng kanyang weekly salary. Okay, so anong dapat? 1,000. So the following week, another 1,000. And the third week po niya ay 5,000 na lang to complete the 2,500. So hindi ba?
How about, sir, if 1 week lang siya magtrabaho, so i-deduct na lahat yun?
1 week lang, sir, dahil hindi siya papasok.
Oh, hindi na babalik ba?
Yes, sir. Kaya yung ibang construction site ang ginagawa, meron silang parang deposit. Wala namang problem kay Dolly.
Yan ang ginagawa. Dapat may ban talaga kasi
yes po.
Minsan, on the first day pa lang, malis na, dala-dala na yung
Yes, sir. Opo, kaya pinapayagan naman ni Dole yan. Hindi naman considered yan as deduction kasi after natapos yung contract, natapos yung project, binabalik yan sa worker natin. Kaya wala po tayong problem dyan.
Itatago ata sa bodega. I think kailangan if may bodega, itatago lahat na hard hat at the end of the day para the next day kunin na nila ulit.
Sige
para
po, pwede naman na po. So
Yeah,
it's still a property ni company, ma'am. Okay, tama naman kayo, ma'am. Pwede yan kasi property pa rin yan ng company.
Yung safety shoes, sinasanla nila yon. Kaya siguro tapos nag-iiba sila ng shoes kasi mabigat yung safety shoes. Siguro itatago sa bodega.
Kayo po, nasa company natin yan kasi still the property of the company. Ginagamit lang ng mga workers natin. If you want to recall lahat ng safety shoes once na natapos ang kontrata nila, okay lang. Yung iba kasi tinatanong, sir, pag natapos yung project, dapat bang iuwi na ng workers yung mga PPEs? Depende kay company. Kung gusto nilang bawiin, bawiin. Kung hindi, hindi. Pero hindi na pwedeng gamitin yan sa next na worker natin. Okay? So investment din ni company yung PPEs. So pwede silang mag-ask muna, hold ko muna tong 2,000 as deposit for your PPEs. Makukuha nyo rin to once you finish or you resign sa inyong assignment. Okay? So okay lang din po yun. Yan. Sabi nga ni Sir Joe Mill, may pondo. Okay, next, section 9. Safety signage and devices.
Sir, another question, sir.
Go ahead po.
How about if the worker mayroon na siyang sariling existing na PPE like the steel shoes and ganyan, do the company needs to provide pa rin?
Okay. If the worker says na, sir, ito na lang yung gagamitin ko kasi mas maganto, okay lang po yun.
So no need, okay lang na hindi mag-provide yung company as long as the worker...
Employer, yes. And the employee.
Okay.
request na yun na lang yung gamitin. Meron din po tayong instances, minsan mga engineers. Ang safety shoes ay 2.5. Sir, may nakita ako Caterpillar, 5,000. Pwede bang yun na lang sir, magbayad na lang ako ng additional 2.5? So po pwede naman yan. It is more on preference ni employee. Okay, kagustuhan nyo na yun. Kumbaga meron kayong collective bargaining agreement with the employee. Okay? Yes sir, mukhang may tatanungin si sir.
Well, pagka ganun yung case, sir, di ba dapat kaya nilang pwedeng hingan sila na makita yung certification ng napasok sa standard yung PPEs na dala nila. Kasi may standard tayong sinusunod sa PPEs eh.
Yes sir, that is being issued by the OSH Center. Yung tinatawag na certificate yan sir, yung test result certificate coming from the OSH Center. Or pwede naman din, we could look sa OSH Center website, nandun sir yung mga brands. Okay, at yung mga PPEs na pasado po kay OSH Center.
Basta hindi lang naka-display doon sa Kakings.
Yun lang sir.
Up.
Okay, sige. We have 50,000 penalty if kung di nagbibigay ng PPE or nagcha-charge po. Next, yan, regarding safety signage and devices. So all establishment, projects, sites, and all other places where work is undertaken shall have safety signage and devices to warn yung workers natin at yung general public. It is similar dun sa DO30 natin kanina. Okay, so may signage tayo sa loob. At the same time, to give information sa public, meron din sa labas. Safety signage shall be posted in prominent positions at strategic location in a language understandable to all. So pwede tayong gumamit Tagalog na signage, not just English. If you want Kapampangan, why not? Okay? As long as yun yung dialect ng mga workers natin at ng public. Next, safety in the use of equipment. In relation to the use of equipment, employer, contractor, or subcontractor must comply with the DOLE requirements in different phases of the company or project operation. Sabi nga natin kanina, pre-construction, anong kailangan? We need to submit third-party certificate, heavy equipment. Certificate ng mga operators na. During mobilization, should conform with the PWH requirements. Ganon din po yung patapos na demobilization. What if kung gumagamit tayo ng heavy equipment or any devices na walang certification? Yan. How much? 50,000 pesos po yan per day. Nakita ni Dole, heavy equipment, walang certificate. Sir, wala kayong certificate. We'll give you 3 days para mag-provide. After 3 days, wala pa rin. So, kakagat na yung 50,000 pesos per day penalty. Kung matagal pa naman magpa-certify, may schedule pa. Sir, 14 days bago po dumating yung certificate. Well, tapos na yung deadline. So, for 14 days, each day, magbabayad ka ng 50,000. Okay? So, mas mapapamahal pa. So, comply na lang ng maaga. Next, the same pa rin. So aside from equipment, ganon din po yung mga operators. Okay? Or yung mga professionals natin. Dapat meron silang TESDA certifications. Kung if they are being supervised by our engineers, yan, dapat meron silang PRC or other concerned government agencies na nagbibigay ng certification attesting for their competency. What if kung certified lang, hindi certificate ang hawak? Electrician, hindi electrician. So meron tayong 40,000 pesos na penalty. Okay?
Yes, sir. Per day din.
Yes po. Lahat ng penalty natin, sir, ay per day.
Per day, regardless of number of employees yun.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Next, Section 11, OSH information. So, si employer, contractor, subcontractor shall provide adequate and suitable information regarding sa mga OSH standards, kasama po yung mga hazards, appropriate measures, locations ng mga hazards na yun, and the workers. And this is synonymous sa standard operating procedures, permitting system natin. Safety data sheets, nandyan ba yun? Ayun, safety data sheets. Hotworks permit, lockout tagout system. Yan. Kung wala po tayo niyan, 40,000 pesos. Sir, pasok rin ba dyan yung job hazard analysis? Yes po. Okay, it is synonymous with permitting system. Per day. Next, Section 12. Okay, please allow me to skip itong Section 12. Meron tayong separate yan. Yung next topic natin, COSH programming. Okay, expand natin ito mamaya. So what if wala tayong CSHP, Construction Safety and Health Program? It's either wala po kayong building permit, plus meron pa kayong penalty na 40,000 pesos. Okay? Section 13. Yeah. COSH committee. If our establishment is has less than 10 workers, pare, medium risk tayo, pero 3 lang yung tao natin. Pwede ba tayong sumunod sa composition na to? Okay? Or kung low risk establishment tayo, hanggang 50 workers, ang composition ay chairperson, the highest official or the company owner, secretary, as always, safety officer, member po at least 1 worker. Okay? Safety officer or the workplace may also be the owner. Kung 3 lang yung tao niya, ha-hire pa ba siya? Hindi na. Siya na po yung magiging safety officer din. Ganon din po yung ating mga first aider. Pwede siya si owner, si foreman, si engineer, or even si safety officer. Dual function is allowed. What if kung high-risk establishment kami, sir, tulad sa construction nga, ano ang composition natin? Ex officio, ibig sabihin, by virtue of their office, yung position nila, sila kagad ang chairperson. If he or she is the highest official, siya ang chairman ng COSH committee. Secretary, again, safety officer. Another ex officio members, kung sila yung first aider, automatic member sila. Nurse, dentist, physician, and safety officer ng mga contractors natin. Okay? So what if wala tayong safety and health committee? 40,000 pesos po yan. Sir, meron kami. Bakit meron pa kaming violation? Baka hindi kayo nagpasa ng Report on Health and Safety Organization or RSO. Okay? Next. Safety officer. Yung number and qualifications ng safety officer, tataas yan, depende sa number of workers. Okay? Ganun din po, sabi ng DO13, yung heavy equipments, kada 10 units. At ito po ang bago sa DO18-18. Bawat area of operations, kailangan po ng isang safety officer. May mga construction company kasi dinadaya. Total number na lang ang tinitingnan. Example, may 50 na manggagawa. 50 employees. Pero yung 50 na yan, let's say 20 sa construction site, 10 sa motor pool, 10 sa fabrication, at 10 sa HO. Okay? Kung titingnan lang natin yung number of workers or employees, isa nga lang naman kasi 50 lang eh. Pero magkakahiwalay pala sila ng area of operations. Sabi ni DO18-18, kada area. Okay? Construction site, 20, isa. Fabrication, 10, another. Motor pool, 10, another. HO, may sarili ring safety officer. Okay? Clear po tayo dun ha? Na-discuss po ba ito sa inyo sa role of safety officer? Yung requirements? Okay, sige, hindi ko na po i-discuss ha.
Tapos na po yan.
Okay, sige ma'am. Thank you. So hindi ko na di-discuss. That would save us some time. What if kung kulang ang safety officer? Sabi dalawa pero isa lang siya. So meron tayong 40,000 pesos. Next. Aside from safety, let's go sa health. So the numbers and qualification ng ating health personnel naman, yan, magde-depend din po yan sa number of workers. Yan. Saan tayo included? Sa higher establishment. So susundin natin yung sa kanan sa ating screen. 1 to 50, first aider po yan. Pero kung naging 51 to 99, 2 part-time nurse or pwedeng 1 full-time. Pero kung umabot tayo ng 100 na manggagawa, dapat po meron tayong part-time na doktor at part-time na dentist. Okay? So as the number of workers increases, so as the qualifications and the numbers of our occupational health personnel increases also. Okay? Sir, what if kung tatlong shift kami? Sample, 500. Nakalagay dyan, sir, 500. One part-time dentist, saan natin siya ilalagay? One full-time nurse. Ilalagay natin siya sa shift na may pinakamaraming workers. Okay? Next. Meron nga tayong nurse, meron tayong doctor, meron tayong dentist. Kailangan din nila ng gamit. So, ayan po. 1 to 50, meron tayong first aid treatment room. So, this complements nga naman yung requirement. Kasi 1 to 50, first aider. 51 to 99, nurse na. So, ganito na nga naman. 1 to 50, first aid treatment room. 51 to 99, clinic. Okay? And susundin na lang natin tong table as the number of workers increases, so as the bed capacity ng ating clinic at nung first aid treatment rooms. Pag nag-exceed tayo ng 1,000, kailangan natin ng hospital na. Small hospital. Pwedeng mag-operate yung doktor. May emergency room. Next, kulang yung nurse. Tama yung safety officer, kulang naman yung nurse. Or walang part-time doctor, walang full-time dentist, 40,000 pesos po yan. Okay? Section 16, Safety and Health Trainings. All safety and health personnel shall undergo yung mandatory orientation or training on COSH prescribed by DOLE. Okay? Sabihin na itong COSH po natin. Na-discuss na rin yata sa inyo pinagkaiba ng trainings ni SO1, 2, 3, and 4. Na-discuss na po to? Role of safety officer?
Yes. Kahapon.
Okay, sige po. Let's skip this one. Next, letter B. Letter B. Kung kanina A, safety officer, B naman po ay workers natin. So, re-require po tayo na mag-conduct ng mandatory workers COSH seminar. Sino po magko-conduct? The establishment sa safety officer. Pwede rin tayong kumuha ng OSH practitioner or consultant or mag-engage sa safety training organization services. Okay? Please take note. No cost on the workers. Yung workers orientation natin. Ngayon po ay linggo. Yung iba siguro sa inyo nakapahinga pero nasa training kayo. Considered po to as compensable time. Ha? Okay? Sir, ginamit yung leave ko. Hindi po pwede. Naka-in pa rin kayo kahit nasa bahay during this training. Okay po? Sir, yung 16 hours, sabi ng DO13, 16 hours yearly na training for safety officer. Sino ang sasagot nun? The company. Nakalagay dito, the workers or seminar and other trainings, orientations as required by the employer and by any law shall be at no cost on the worker. Okay? Sagot pa rin ni company. Kasi required po yan ng government. ng DO13. What if hindi tayo nag-conduct nung training? 25,000 po yan. Hindi binigyan si safety officer ng 16 hours per year training, 25,000 po na penalty yan. Okay? Siguro mas mura yung 16 hours training kumpara sa 25,000. Yes, sir.
Per day pa yun.
Yes, sir. Per day to. So kung sinabi ni Dole, kailangan makapag-training siya, bibigyan ko kayo hanggang Tuesday. Kung hindi natin na-comply, yan, kakagat na yung 25,000 per day. So mas makakamura yung company kung susunod na lang.
Pero may consideration ba yan, sir? Like say the schedule of the training is next week pa, tapos mayroon siyang the Dole is give the mandate that needs to be 2 weeks pa yung training, pero next week dapat mayroon ng so may consideration yan.
Yes, sir. Pag pumunta yung Dole inspector, nagbigay ng notice of result, yan, i-explain niya po yan sa inyo, then you could negotiate, yun ba ang term natin? Sir, baka pwedeng next week na lang yung deadline natin. So, nasa pag-uusap nyo na yun.
So, depende na yun sa negotiation.
Yes, sir.
Mostly naman siguro i-consider naman kasi wala namang training available by the
Biglaan.
week. Biglaan.
Yes,
kasi.
sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Kasi yung mga training center, magko-collect din sila ng mga participants.
I don't think they will entertain na isang participant lang.
Yes, sir. Tama kayo.
Ilan po yung ano po yung minimum yun na limit para mag-conduct ng training?
Yan po ang makakasagot si RBA. Kami po ay tinatawagan nila just to conduct the training. May full employment kami sa ibang... Ma'am?
Meron schedule ng Safety Officer 3 na training?
Okay. Yung Safety Officer training nakalagay 48 hours. So, depende po kung anong gusto ninyo. Meron tayong Loss Control Management, LCM plus HIRAC. 6 days yan, so satisfy yung 48. Pwede rin naman, ma'am, to satisfy yung 48 hours, pwedeng collectively lang. Let's say, confined space, 8 hours, pumasok ka. Next, nagkaroon ng training regarding ladder safety. So, okay pa rin po yun. So, iba't ibang trainings, pwede nating i-collect yung number of hours nila to satisfy the 48. Hindi kailangan isang training yan, isang pasada lang. Basta po, advanced or specialized. When you say specialized, HATWORKS, fire safety training, yan. Specialized po yan. I hope that is clear. Hindi po isang bagsakan na training yung 48. Pwede siyang mag-accumulate collectively. Okay? Kung January, March, meron kayong fire safety. Tapos, last month, nag-conduct kayo ng working at height safety. So, meron ng 16 hours. So, over time, mako-comply natin yung 48 hours for SO3. Pwede po ba COSH for SO3? Balik ko lang po just to answer that question. Ang nakalagay po kasi dito ay advanced SO3, letter B. Additional 48 hours, advanced or specialized COSH training. So si COSH at si COSH, they are both entry level. Hindi po sila advanced or specialized. So magkasing weight lang po sila. Magiging significance lang if you took up COSH, pwede na kayong mag-apply sa other industries na hindi po construction. Hospital, malls, manufacturing. But yung merit para sa SO3, wala po yan. Okay? Dahil hindi siya advanced or specialized. Okay? So, hindi po pwede. Saan ba yun? Okay, next. Section 17. Occupational Safety and Health Reports. And I think na-discuss na sa inyo yung mga deadlines. So sa Section 17, kailangan po i-submit natin yan sa kanilang mga deadlines. Ano yung mga reports natin? Annual Medical Report. Kailan ulit ang deadline yan? End of March. Ano bang nakalagay dyan? COSH Committee Reports. Kailan po pinapasa yan? Monthly. Employers Work accident, illness, injury report or WAIR. Yan, monthly rin po yan. Annual exposure data report or AEDR. End of January. If you fail to submit, yan. Nalaman ni Dole, 30,000 po yan. 30,000. Section 18, Workers' Competency Certification. Yan. By the way, meron po bang mga engineers dito? Kasi po magagamit nyo yung COSH, BOSH, and other trainings accredited by DOLE sa pag-accumulate ng inyong CPD points. So po pwede po. Okay?
Sir, yung pag may cost ka, mga ilang units yun sa...
Ayan sir, nakalagay dyan, the PRC shall determine the minimum. Sila rin po ang magde-determine kung ilan yung i-grant nilang CPD points dun sir. Sorry sir, hindi ko kayo masagot straight.
Thank you sir.
Okay, this is similar yung sa mga may NC2. What if kung may engineer tayo pero hindi naman sila licensed? So 40,000 pesos penalty po yan. Oras natin, we still have 7 minutes. Patapos na rin. Section 19, Workers' Welfare Facility. Parang sa section 16 yata to ng DO13. So ganun pa rin. Adequate supply drinking water, sanitation and washing facilities. Ang kulang lang kanina ay what if kung hindi nag-provide ng tubig or kulang yung CR? Yan. Meron na pong penalty. Siguro mas mura yung magpagawa ng dagdag na CR kaysa 40,000 pesos per day.
Sir, excuse, pwedeng pabalik doon sa may CPD, yung slide na may CPD.
Sige po.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Section 18 yan, sir. Okay, clear po tayo sa penalty ng Workers' Welfare Facility pag hindi tayo nag-provide. Sige, next. Section 20. All other occupational safety and health standards na hindi po natin na-discuss, we need to revert back kay Rule 1978 DOLE OSH standards. Okay? Example, fire safety, Rule 1940. Balik tayo doon. Registration of establishment, hindi po natin na-discuss dito. So susundin pa rin natin yung 1978 OSH standards, Rule 1020. Section 21, the total cost ng CSHP, parang sa DO13. Dapat po duly approved to ng ating DOLE. At the same time, may separate budget po siya. What if kung wala tayong CSHP? Again, 40,000 pesos. Ngayon, sino po yung magiging liable sa mga penalties na yan? So, Section 22, the employer, project owner, contractor, or subcontractor, if any, and any person who manages, controls, or supervises the work being undertaken shall be jointly and solidarily liable for compliance with DOLE, with occupational safety and health standards, including po yung mga penalties. So, pwedeng nagko-comply si company, pasaway lang si supervisor. Okay? So, sino nga naman ang mag-shoulder ng penalty? Dapat na po yung pasaway na supervisor. Okay? Kasi sumusunod naman si DOLE. Yung tao lang ang hindi. Next, Section 23. Visitorial and enforcement power po ng DOLE. Okay? So, this is synonymous sa Labor Code, Article 128. Yung DOLE and other government agencies, they should be granted access pumasok sa ating establishment and access sa ating mga records. Okay? So Section 23 ng DO 198-18 is synonymous sa Article 128 ng ating Labor Code. Next, Section 24, bayad po sa mga workers kung nagpatigil si DOLE. Gawa ng kapabayaan ni company. Mayroong imminent danger dahil hindi na po provide si company, pinasa-stop ngayon ni DOLE, babayaran po ng company yung sahod ng mga workers. Okay? Clear po tayo dyan, ha?
Ano yan, sir? Yung babayaran, sir? Isang araw o isang buwan? Ay, isang araw ba o isang buwan?
Okay, as long as naka-stop work po, effective yung WSO, the company should pay for the wages ng mga affected employees nila.
So let's say kung may stoppage o wala na, may stop na lang yung ano. So hanggang doon na lang yung payment. Ano?
Di po. Wala pong pasok, walang kita yung workers natin for the next succeeding days. The payment should be, the wages should be paid.
For a month or depende?
Depende, sir, hanggang malit yung WSO. Work stoppage order.
How about mag-cease na lang ng operation doon?
Ayun, sir, they have to, bakit sila mag-cease? They have to file for
bankruptcy, something like that.
Yes, sir. Kailangan po i-inform yung DOLE natin na kailangan nila mag-terminate ng tao according sa Article 283 naman. Okay? Article 283 ng ating Labor Code. Retrenchment, closure or cessation po ng operation. So, yan po kukumputin. Depende sa service ng tao natin. If the worker nakapag-render ng more than 6 months, considered na yun as 1 year, that equates to 1 month salary. If the worker nakapagtrabaho ng 5 years na sa company, it is equivalent to 5 months or higher, depende kay DOLE. Pero yun po yung minimum. Okay? Ito po ay work stoppage due to negligence ni employer. What if because of force majeure, bagyo, earthquake, COVID-19, kaya po nag-close. So hindi po babayaran ni company ngayon yung sahod. Okay? For that days na hindi nakapasok yung mga workers. Kasi hindi nila negligence yun. Force majeure yun. But of course, if they need to stop the operations, they need to pay the wage, the back pay na. Separation pay according kay Article 283.
So included na yung ano like holiday, hindi magpapasok yung employer. Okay na yun.
Holiday, sir?
Yeah.
If sa contract nila, they are not entitled for holiday pays.
Pero pina-holiday off yung mga empleyado ba? So walang work tayo ngayon, something like that. So walang ano yun.
Wala po yun, sir. Kasi ang holiday pay natin, kailangan pumasok ka ng before at ng after. Tama? Since hindi nga sila pumasok physically, so exclude natin yun.
Okay.
Okay? Sige, clear po tayo. Section 24, ha? Sige, last one muna. Section 25. Patapos na rin. Pero 3 o'clock. Last muna to, then we'll resume later on. Okay. Delegation of authority. The authority of enforce mandatory COSH standards may be delegated by our DOLE Secretary sa ibang government agencies or private organization. Okay? So, pwede pong humingi ng tulong si DOLE in terms of yung specialized inspections. Okay? Audits. One good example, si DOLE pwedeng humingi ng tulong sa mga society ng mga mechanical engineers in terms of boiler safety. Okay, kung kulang sa tao si DOLE. Sige po, we'll stop here muna, section 25, for our 15-minute break. So be back by 3:15. 3:15 po. Okay, 1 minute po sa ating break time, 1 minute. Before the break, we finish yung section 25. So let's go sa section 26. Explain ko na lang po Section 26, the standard setting power of Secretary of DOLE. So just in case sa tingin niya, yung isang industry, yung isang company, parang kulang yung kanilang mga standards. So pwede po siyang mag-recommend. Of course, this is in consultation with other government agencies. Okay, so pwede siyang magdagdag ng COSH standards. Section 27, employees' compensation claims. The worker may file claims for compensation benefits arising out of related disability or death. Siguro magpapile yan yung naiwang pamilya. So hindi pwedeng bawalan ng company dahil masisira ang reputation, hindi. The workers has the right to file for compensation. Section 28, kanina puro penalty. What if kung sumusunod naman yung company natin? So pwede tayong makareceive ng incentives naman. The company could receive incentives. Tulad po ng mga additional training packages, ini-invite yung mga companies, additional protective equipment, yan, pwede natin ibigay sa ating mga workers, technical guidance, ito po yung madalas, recognition awards. So especially sa construction, dapat nagpa-file po tayo na SMILEY or the Safety Milestone Award. Once our construction, our project reach 1 million safe man-hour. Okay? So pwede tayong mag-file ng SMILEY, Safety Milestone Award. Section 29, yan. Any willful failure or refusal ng isang company to comply with the OSH standards, of course, magkakaroon ng administrative fine. Yan nga yung mga dinidiscuss natin kanina. So, ito po yung complete list. Okay? The complete list ng mga violations and penalties. Inisa-isa lang natin kanina. I think hindi kasama dito yung registration of establishment, which is nasa nasa 1978 OSH standards pa. Rule 1020. Okay? Sir, how about kung hindi sumunod sa scaffolding safety? Hindi natin na-discuss yan, sir. Papalo yan yung sa pinakababa. Compliance with other OSH standards. Okay? 40,000. Sir, hindi naman na-discuss yung sa fire extinguisher na dapat meron sila for every 250 square meters na wala pong pader, Maximum ng fire extinguisher is 250. Sir, walang fire extinguisher. So, meron pa rin silang non-compliance to other OSH standards. 40,000 pesos din po yun. Okay? May work stoppage order, pero nagpa-continue, nagpatrabaho pa rin si company. That's 50,000 pesos per day pa rin. Okay? Sir, what if kung paulit-ulit, nagkaroon na po ng case yung company na nag-charge ng PPE last project. Ngayon, inulit na naman nila. So, meron na pong karagdagan na 50% per day penalty. Kung ang PPE natin, 50,000 ang penalty, ngayon magiging 75,000 na po per day. Okay? Pagpasaway talaga si company at paulit-ulit na yung kanyang violations. Okay? Ito po yun. 50%. Sorry. Naunahan natin. Separability clauses. If any part section or provision ng ating mga na-discuss shall be held invalid or unconstitutional to other provisions not affected by such declaration shall remain in full force and effect. Okay? Nothing in this rule shall repeal any issuances which have more stringent, mas mahigpit po. I'll give you an example. Sa Department of Energy, meron ding safety, occupational safety standards. Isa po doon, ang safety officer ay kailangan full-time. Bawal po yung dual function. Dito po, na-discuss natin, sabi po, pwede. Kay DOE, hindi. So, yun pa rin ang susundin natin. Yung mas mahigpit. Okay? Clear po tayo, ha? All rules and regulations or other issuances or part thereof which are inconsistent dun sa po sa mga na-discuss natin are hereby modified or repealed. Example, sa Yellow Book makikita natin Rule 1030. May part-time, full-time safety officer. Part-time safety officer. Nasa Yellow Book po yan, ha? Rule 1030. So papaano yun, sir? So dito po sa repealing clauses, considered it as modified or repealed. Okay? Sinupersede na sila ng Section 14 natin ngayon, which is lahat ay full-time. Magbabago lang kung SO1, 2, 3, or 4 siya. Okay? So this is the last siguro. Left, yan yung signature for our RA 11058, yung batas, at signature ng DO 198-18. So any questions po before we proceed sa next? Okay, sabi ni Sir Samson, none. Sige po, let's sunod-sunod na. Thank you for answering, for the feedback. Yan ang kailangan natin for effective communication. Sige, let's go sa last topic. Okay, for the last time, please confirm sa ating chat box. Nakikita po ba? COSH, ang ating CSH program. At as expected, mabilis pag last presentation. Okay, thank you sa 12 na nag-confirm na nakita nila. So what is an OSH program? Laging nire-require to. An OSH program is a plan or outline of activities prepared to promote safety awareness among the management and workers in order to prevent, minimize, or eliminate the accident, illnesses in the workplace. Meaning, ito po yung magiging manual natin bilang safety officer in enforcing occupational safety and health standards. Okay? Pwede po bang i-contesto ng ating project management? Of course not, kasi pirmado nila to. At the same time, approved ni DOLE. So they are obliged to follow. We have two types ng OSH program. Pero magkasama yan pag isasubmit natin. We have the Occupational Safety Program and the Occupational Health Program. Ang key elements ng safety program, accident prevention and safety promotion. Okay? While the health program, this is the protection ng health, makaiwas sa sakit, and health awareness. Okay? Safety program, accident or injury prevention. Health program, illness prevention. Now let's go sa application form. Okay, 3 page po to. I hope nakikita. Hindi natin mapagkasya kung i-zoom pa. So 3 pages po yung application ng ating CSHP. This one is form from DOLE. So the first page, ito po yung information na hinihingi nila, yung ating company profile, pati po yung mga license and registration. So anong name ng ating GenCon, contact details, sino po ang magiging project manager, ano ang kanyang email, pickup license ng ating GenCon, ilan ng male, ilan ng female. So very straightforward naman. We have TO 18-02, requires yearly renewal, especially pag may manpower agency tayong in-engage. Rule 1020 naman po, yan yung registration of establishment natin. Okay, yung DOLE registration. Ngayon, if we have subcons, ilalagay natin, subcon for the project, ilalagay po ngayon natin dyan sa pinakababa. Sir, nag-submit kami ng CSHP, 3 lang, pero may nakuha pa kaming 2 subcon. So anong gagawin? You refile your CSHP. Okay? You update your CSHP. Second page, project profile naman. Ano ang pangalan ng project? Saan siya located? Sinong may-ari? Contact details. You should ask the client kung okay lang na ilagay dyan. Okay? Then, project classification. Is it construction, high-rise? Is it road construction, demolition, installation of equipments? Total project cost? Sir, pwedeng estimate? Pwede naman po. Ganon din po yung number of workers, pwedeng estimate. At kung kailan po magsisimula. Ilang months po ang duration, re-reflect din natin dyan. The lower part po is the brief description regarding sa magiging activities natin for the project. Okay? Walang question? Okay, next. The third page, last page po natin, COSH personnel. Our COSH personnel. Pangalan po ng ating safety officer. Kailan po siya nag-BOSH or nag-COSH. Kabila naman po pangalan ng first aider natin. Sir, pwede ba yun? Si safety officer, siya rin ang first aider. Yes po. Pwede parehas nating susulat yung pangalan niya dyan. Okay? Ilan po siya ng first aid training? Ang difference ng BOSH or COSH training, walang expiration. While si first aid training, meron po. 2 years yan. 2 years. Okay? By the way, may changes po sa first aid training. This year din po nilabas ni DOLE. Dati po, 2 days lang ang first aid training for higher establishment. Ngayon po, 4 days na yan. Sige, next. If our personnel nalagpas po ng 50, we need to declare sino ang ating nurse, physician, and our dentist. Need pa rin pong mag-BOSH if meron ng COSH. Kung construction po, COSH certificate will suffice. Pero kung meron na kayong BOSH, pero mag-engage kayo sa construction, kailangan pa rin mag-training ng COSH. Clear po Kung BOSH po, hindi yan applicable sa construction. Kailangan kayo mag-take ng COSH. I hope I answered your question, Sir Harold. Sige, next. Sa baba naman, heavy equipments. Listahan po ng mga ide-deploy na heavy equipments, kasama yung third-party certificate, at yung mga operators, kasama yung mga TESDA certificates nila. Sir, mahaba. So you could attach additional sheets. Next, the profile ng gumawa ng CSHP natin. Kasama yung educational background, work experience in COSH, and other qualifications such as DOLE accreditations. The last part, yung parang sworn testimony niya, it will be signed by the highest official, project manager, the owner. Okay, clear po tayo sa application form. Oops. Sige, let's go sa components. By the way, before we proceed sa mga components, kailangan meron tayong statement of commitment to comply with the COSH requirements. Okay, sino ang pumipirma dito? The highest official. So parang ito po ang document na nagsasabi, nag-ensure na susunod yung highest official kasi parang sworn statement to eh. I or we, name ng highest official, by accomplishing the safety and health program, do hereby commit and bind ourselves to comply with the applicable requirements of the OSH standards. We also acknowledge our obligations and responsibilities to provide throughout the course of the project the appropriate PPE as added protection for our workers and employees. Okay? So parang nanunumpa yung highest official na susundin niya lahat nung nakalagay sa CSHP. So what are the components ng ating OSH program? This is according kay Chapter 4, Section 12 ng DO1A-18. Yung kaninang in-skip natin. So the first part is the General Safety and Health Program. Okay? That is our HIRAC. Hazard Identification, Risk Assessment, and Control. De-declare natin lahat ng task. Ano yung hazard? You conduct risk assessment, is it low, medium, or high, and the controls, okay, to mitigate those hazards. Next, Section 2 po ng ating document is the medical surveillance. This is the early detection and management of occupational and work-related diseases. Example, anong ilalagay namin dyan, sir, sa medical surveillance? That the company would conduct pre-employment medical checkup, merong annual, at merong transfer at separation medical checkup. Okay, so what are the medical checkups na ipoprovide ni company? Okay? Bakit kailangan ng pre-task or pre-employment checkups? This is to have a baseline data. Ano yung health condition ng ating worker before natin i-deploy sa site. Para kung aalis na po sila, natapos ang kanilang contract, meron naman silang separation medical examination, which is provided pa rin ni company. Ngayon, ibabangga yan. Titingnan kung nagkaroon po siya ng occupational disease while employed sa ating company. Okay? How many treatment rooms ang ipoprovide ni company? How many clinics? Or may malapit po bang hospital? Next, for Section 3, this is the promotion of the following health domains. Ano ang programa ni company in terms of drug-free workplace? Paano mag-maintain yan? How to care for the mental health ng ating workers, and how to promote healthy lifestyle. Mag-exercise po ba kayo every morning? So ilagay natin dyan, Section 3. Magkakaroon kami, sir, ng teleconsult sa isang psychologist on a weekly basis. Sige, ilagay po natin dyan, Section 3. Magkakaroon po kami ng drug testing. Sige, i-state natin po dyan. Okay? For Section 4, prevention and control of the following health domains. Prevention and control. Kanina promotion. Ngayon, prevention. Kasi mga sakit na po ito. HIV, tuberculosis, hepatitis. Sige, round down muna natin since naglagay tayo ng mga EO, mga DO, ng RA. For TB, we have DO, Department Order number 73-05. So mandatory po sa lahat ng establishments natin na magkaroon po ng TB prevention and control policy and program. Okay? Next, DO 102-10. This is for HIV. The same po, parang kanina. Mandatory sa lahat ng companies na magkaroon ng policy regarding sa HIV prevention and information. Dapat po meron tayong non-discriminatory policy and practices para sa mga personnel natin na may HIV or madadiagnose na may HIV/AIDS. Sir, kung nalaman na may HIV, ita-terminate po, pwede po ba yun? Hindi. Okay? Confidentiality policy, dapat meron din. Hindi pwedeng i-disclose ni nurse, ni safety officer, or kahit sino man yung HIV case po ng isang empleyado. For hepatitis B, the same. Dapat po ang company mayroong policy regarding Hepa B prevention. Non-discriminatory policy rin. And confidentiality. So ang common denominator nila sa mga nabanggit nating sakit, HIV, TB, Hepa B. So dapat meron tayong policy on prevention, detection, non-discriminatory, at confidentiality. Okay? Next, for a drug-free workplace naman po, I just want to reiterate, it shall be mandatory for all private establishment employing 10 or more workers na required po ng magkaroon ng signage sa loob ng ating establishment. Okay? At dapat po meron tayong drugs awareness and prevention. Yan. Required po sa atin na maglagay ng signage na nakalagay, "This is a drug-free workplace. Let's keep it this way," or similar message. This is in compliance with DO 53-03. The same DO pa rin po tayo. So dapat po mag-undergo ng random drug testing ang ating mga empleyado, mga officials, mga employees, mga workers natin. Random. And of course, yung magiging result, magiging confidential. Hindi yung i-declare natin sa ating billboard, si Juan de la Cruz ay positive sa drug testing. Hindi po. Okay? Meron pa rin confidentiality. Sir, sino mag-shoulder ng ating drug testing? It shall be the company. All costs of drug testing shall be borne by the employer. Okay? As per Department Order number 53-03.
Pag positive po sila sa drugs, anong ginagawa?
Oh?
If in case they're found positive sa drug, ano
Okay.
yung ang corrective measure ba is the same what sa gaya sa company, they should be ordered for a 6 months rehab on their own dime, and after that they can come back to work.
Yes, ma'am. Yan po yung ilalagay natin dito. Ano yung magiging programa ni company once na may nag-positive. Okay? So yung rehabilitation, yes po?
Go ahead po. Yung
Okay.
sa amin po, sa DOLE, yung sa normal na company, not the construction, kailangan sila mag-rehab for 6 months. Tapos, with the DOH accredited facility. Tapos, kailangan nila ng clearance. Papakita yon pabalik. Pag sa, I think sa government po is they can be removed from their service ata. Depende sa case.
Okay po, ma'am. Yes po, gano'n naman ma'am. Pero sinong gagastos ng rehab nila? Shoulder na po yan ng ating mga workers. Hindi kailangan i-shoulder ng company. Additional help na lang siguro dun sa worker natin na mag-positive. I-refer natin sila, sabi nyo nga, sa DOH rehabilitation centers. Then after that, pwede nating i-accept. That's good. Okay po yun. Okay? Yung sa government, sabi ito terminate. Of course, kasi nakalagay naman sa Article 282, Commission of a Crime. The usage of an illegal drugs could be considered a crime. So, pasok pa rin siya sa Article 282.
Pero bakit po sa government, mati-terminate sila, tapos sa private, hindi pwede mag-terminate?
Ano po ma'am? Please, ulit
Sa
po.
government, pag positive sila sa drugs, tini-terminate sila. Pag private, hindi kami pwede mag-terminate.
Okay ma'am. Kasi pag nasa government tayo, ina-expect po na medyo we maintain our high moral. Kumbaga yung reputation ng isang government official, government employee, ay dapat medyo mataas. Okay? So dapat mini-maintain yun. Unlike sa private, sige, I could not say no more. Okay? So bilang government worker, mas mataas dapat yung expectation. And ganun yung, anyway, compliance natin. Okay? Sige, next. Section 5. Section 5 is allotted for the project details. Specific name of the project, name of owner, location ng project, name of construction project manager or consultant, the estimated number of workers, hours, working hours po natin, including yung mga shift, estimated number of heavy equipments, project dates, kahit yung estimate natin, total project cost, and yung breakdown po ng ating COSH implementations. Okay? Section 6 ng ating CSHP. Dito lang po ilalagay natin yung composition and duties ng ating Health and Safety Committee members. Okay, remind ko lang, chairperson, next official, the highest official shall be the chairperson. Secretary, safety officer, members, you have your nurses, physicians, first aider, dentist, subcon safety officers. Okay? Workers representative, yan, pwede rin po. Ano yung mga function nila sa inyong construction site? Next, Section 7 ng inyong CSHP. You have your OSH personnel and facilities. Sino po yung mga safety officer natin? We need to attach sa Section 7 yung Certificate of Trainings. Ngayon, sa Section 7, gagawa po tayo ng table. Ayan, tulad niyan. Name of Safety Officer, Arman Dominic Zingapan, 40 hours course training. Sir, may LCM po, dilagay din natin dyan. Vilmore Lim Ariola, lagay natin yung pangalan, 40 hours course training. Samson Galvan, lagay din natin, course training. So lahat po ng details regarding sa trainings na attenda ng ating mga safety officers, ilalagay natin sa Section 7. Dito po makikita kung mamimit po partially ng ating safety officer yung SO3 requirements. Kasi baka nga naman, construction, hindi lang SO2. Baka kailangan nyo ng SO3. So makikita ni Dole rito, oops, ito maraming training. More than 48 hours yung additional trainings niya. So pwede siyang ipasok as SO3. Okay? Madya-justify. Section 8 po natin. Safety and health promotion, training and education. These are the company policies in terms of orientation ng ating mga workers. Do we conduct our orientation daily? What if kung daily, what if kung Monday pumasok is 8, Second day, pumasok 2. Wednesday naman, third day, pumasok 4. So iilan lang yun. The safety officer must conduct mandatory COSH seminar sa kanila. So 3 araw po natenga si safety officer for less than 20 workers. So pwede tayo mag-conduct ng by schedule. So depende po yan kay company. I-reflect natin dito sa Section 8. Okay, dyan na rin po ba i-issue yung kanilang mga PPEs? Ilagay natin. Okay? Paano mag-conduct ng risk assessment and evaluation? Continuing training on OSH for OSH personnel. Okay, ito nagte-take advantage yung mga safety officer pag pinagagawa ng CSHP. Instead of 16 hours, pwede nilang ilagay 40 hours. If this is signed by the highest official ng company, approved by DOLE, yun ang susundin ngayon natin. Aside from the 16 hours, mandatory ng DO13, ngayon 40 hours na po. Yun yung approved sa CSHP eh. Okay? Mechanics po ng ating work permit. Yung iba may permit issuer pa, may permit requestor. Okay lang din po yan. Nasa company yan kung paano yung mechanics ng inyong permitting. Ilalagay lang natin dito sa Section 8. Next, sa 9 naman po, we have the toolbox safety meetings and job safety analysis. Ano ang policy natin in terms of toolbox meeting? Kailan po tayo magpo-conduct ng toolbox? Sir, before the start ng shift, anong oras yung shift ninyo? How many minutes? Sino yung a-attend? Sino yung magsasalita? Paano yung recording? Okay? Next, sino po ang bubuo ng job hazard analysis or job safety analysis? Is it the safety officer lang? Or si worker, si foreman, si engineer? Okay? Section 10, accident, incident, illness investigation, recording and reporting. Okay, ito kinuha natin to mismo sa template ni DOLE. Yung sa CSHP template. Any dangerous occurrences, major accidents resulting to death or permanent total disability shall be reported by the company to DOLE Regional Office within 24 hours. Okay? Pwedeng yan ang ilagay na natin kasi yung reporting, mandatory yan. Standard po yan. Hindi yan yung preference ni company. So major accidents, report kagad within 24 hours. Ano ulit yung mga major accidents na yan aside from death at nag-result sa permanent total disability? You have your fire, explosion, collapse of lifting equipments. With or without injury, considered sila as major accident. Next, what are the PPEs required sa inyong site? Iba po yung sa contractor, iba yung sa ating mga visitors. Ngayon, gagawa rin po tayo ng table based sa template ni DOLE. Table, ano yung mga PPEs na ipoprovide and how many numbers, for how many personnel, sorry. Okay? Kung sa application form nyo is 300, tapos nakalagay lang dito ay 200, naku, may deficiency ka na 100. So questionable nga naman itong CSHP. Anong ibibigay mo dun sa 100 workers na yun? Okay? So dapat po mag-coincide yung application ninyo sa CSHP. Section 12 po natin, we have the safety signage. So the company needs to attach sample po ng mga safety signage na gagawin natin sa construction, na gagamitin sa construction. Okay? From safety reminders, pagsuot ng PPEs, danger signages, caution, yan. Attach po tayo ng sample designs. Section 13. Ito, mahaba-haba yung Section 13. Ano po ang gagawin natin sa mga critical operations? Ano ang standard ng inyong construction site in terms of working at heights, electrical works? Sir, electrical works, wala pong gagalaw dyan unless our electricians, supervised by our electrical engineers. O, sige, kung ganyan yung policy natin, ilagay natin sa section 13. Okay? Power tools po namin, sir, hindi pa gagamit yan, sir, without machine guards. Okay, that's good. Reflect it sa inyong section 13. Excavation works, protection to the public, exposure sa mga vehicular traffic. Sir, magde-designate po kami ng mga traffic man, flagman, pag meron kaming heavy equipment operations. Sige, put it into writing sa inyong section 13. Ganon din po sa employees, exposure to falling loads, hot works activities, at yung ating mga compressed gases. Okay? Next, workers' welfare facilities. Magpo-provide po ba tayo? Yes, definitely. Otherwise, meron tayong 40,000 pesos na penalty. Ito pong table na to, kinuha natin sa template. Later, pakita natin yung template. From adequate supply of drinking water, adequate sanitary and washing facilities. Is it provided? Yes or no? Yes. Remarks? How many? No. Bakit? Example, ramps, railings, and the likes para sa ating mga physically challenged na employees? No. Bakit? Hindi sila i-allowed sa construction site. Doon sila sa head office. Okay? Example lang po yun ng remarks. Lactation stations, hindi po provide sa construction site. Bakit? Hindi allowed nga naman yung bata sa construction site. Other workers' welfare facility as prescribed by the OSH standards. Ano kaya yung mga yan, sir? Isolation areas. Lalo't ngayon may COVID-19. Barracks. Sa bagay, that is pwede sa suitable living accommodations na. Ngayon, from 15 to 18, yan. You need to attach yung emergency and disaster preparedness and response plan. Okay? Yung kanina, from mitigations, preparedness, response, recovery. So i-attach po natin. Ganun din yung solid waste management system natin. How do we control yung ating construction debris, domestic waste, sa CR, sa canteen. Control and management of hazard. Yan. Pwede pong parehas na dun sa HIRAC. Kung very comprehensive yung HIRAC natin, sige, we could cross out yung section 17. Okay? Kasi yung HIRAC, nandun naman yung controls. And here, section 17, it requires control and management of hazards. So, magiging redundant. Kung hindi natin kayang expand sa section 2 kanina, sa HIRAC, dito natin i-expand. Okay? Section 18, these are your prohibited acts. I-attach natin ano yung mga violations and yung magiging penalties. Let me just point out. Yeah. Compliance with health and safety rules should be considered a condition of employment. Yung mga rules po natin must be explained to new employees once na nag-start sila magtrabaho sa ating construction site. Ano kaya itong prohibited acts and penalties? Ini-screenshot ko yung sa amin. We call it disciplinary code. Okay? Meron kang list of violations at mga penalties. Yung first offense, second, third, and fourth offense. Example, sa amin, hard hat, safety shoes, eye protection, and reflectorized vest. Pag hindi sinuot, 1 day suspension without compensation. Second offense, 3 days. Third offense, 1 week. Fourth offense, i-dismiss sila or i-terminate. Sir, hindi ba violation sa labor code yon? Well, according nga sa Article 282, habitual negligence is one of the grounds na i-terminate yung ating employees. Okay? Mga pasaway na employees. So, valid pa rin yung magiging penalties natin. Okay? Sa amin, sir, pwede bang written warning? Walang problema. Nakay company po yan. You could make your own violations and penalties. And yung penalties that would just seem fit dun sa mga violations, nasa inyo po yan. Wala tayong standard dyan. Sir, pwede ba second offense, hindi lang nag-hard hat, terminate? Well, nasa inyo yan. If it's approved by DOLE and by your management, go ahead, we could implement that. Advice lang po, minsan may nakikita tayong CSHP. First offense, verbal warning. There's no such thing as verbal warning kasi hindi siya documented. Walang black and white. Different account. Sir, hindi mo naman ako sinabihan eh. Sir, first time ko lang masabihan. Bakit sabi nyo pangalawang beses na? So, non-recorded, pwedeng itanggi. So, tatanggalin natin yung verbal warning. Instead, written warning kagad. The last part of our CSHP is the cost of implementing company COSH program. Okay, this is the annual estimate regarding sa amount ng ating COSH program. Sa template ni DOLE, yan, naka-breakdown, COSH items, PPEs, magkano yung estimate cost? Yan, if you want to expand yung PPE, hard hat, magkano? Vest, magkano? Safety shoes, magkano? Okay lang po yan. Mas maganda pa. How much would we allot for COSH trainings, safety signage, machine guards, medical examination for our new employees, and for our resigning or paalis na mga employees, kailangan pa rin sila yung pang-medical. Medical supplies and others. Specify na lang natin kung ano yun. Example, RT-PCR testing. Kung hindi natin sila ipapasok sa medical examination. Okay? So kung yung total dito ay 2 million, so yan po yung magiging budget ng CSHP yan, sa ating project. Okay, clear po tayo sa 19 sections ng ating CSHP. As safety officer, marami talaga tayong gagawin para makabuo na CSHP. So, kumbaga lahat ng notes ninyo since day 1, yan, isa-isay na natin to comply with these sections. Lalagay na natin. What are the core elements of an effective safety and health program? First, management leadership. Okay? Kailangan natin yung commitment nila, kailangan natin yung actions nila. Next, okay yung management, approve yung CSHP natin, may budget tayo, bumili na tayo mga PPEs, safety equipment and signage. Ngayon, kailangan natin yung participation naman ng workers natin. Bumili nga tayo ng PPE, magandang klase. May test result from COSH Center, ayaw naman or mali naman yung paggamit nila. So, baliwala pa rin yung CSHP natin. Magkakaroon pa rin ng aksidente. Next, ang CSHP po natin ay document. Kailangan pang i-enforce yan. Meron tayong policy for hot works. May policy tayo for excavation. However, kung hindi natin kayang i-identify what are the hazards nung excavation at nung hot works na yon, baliwala. Hindi natin ma-i-implement yung mitigations na nakalagay sa CSHP. So, kailangan po natin yung magandang hazard identification and assessment procedures. Next, nakalagay din sa ating CSHP, what are the controls na dapat nating i-enforce? So if you identify the hazards, So we need to control them. Management and employees work together to decide and implement the best method for eliminating, controlling, or preventing identified workplace hazards. Okay? Magbibigay ng budget si management natin. Magpa-participate yung mga workers natin. The question, ano ang gagawin muna nila? What are the controls that they need to implement? Okay? May materials, may tao. Ang tanong, paano gagawin? Okay? Yan. Dito po papasok yung education and training. Management and employees should all be properly and effectively trained to understand why and how the safety and health programs work, as well as how to implement them effectively. Okay? Ang CSHP po natin, yan ay isang document lang. Dapat yan nako-communicate din po sa lahat ng tao, from the workers hanggang sa management po natin. Okay? That is for them to appreciate yung ating mga implementation and the goal, which is accident prevention. Ayaw sir, yung management ayaw magbigay naman sa amin ng mga additional PPEs. Sir, yung mga workers ayaw naman mag-participate, ayaw magsusuot ng kanilang mga PPEs. Probably, they are unaware or unmotivated. Diyan po pumapasok yung ating training. Diyan pumapasok yung education. Unaware, conduct education, conduct trainings. Okay? Unmotivated, sir. Baka you need some punishment and reward schemes. Next, we have the program evaluation and improvement. Yan, hindi dahil may DOLE approved CSHP tayo, okay na. Okay? Minsan pa nga, mas nakakasama pa. Mayroon bang ganun, sir? Yung wala, less yung incident or accident. Nung may CSHP, mas lumala. I'll give you an example. Nasa po tayo sa Biliran Geothermal before 2016. Then we were transferred sa solar. Okay? Wala pa, pag onboard ko ng solar, wala pa pong CSHP. Ginagawa pa lang kasi yung planta. Before the CSHP, meron kaming 4 to 5 grass fire caused by smoking. 4 to 5 incident per month. Okay? Smoking. So anong iisipin natin? Gawa tayo ng program. Okay? No smoking, sir. Para ma-stop yung 4 to 5 grass fires na yan. Nung nagkaroon po, umakyat, naging 8 to 9. Bakit kaya? Program evaluation. You investigate. It turns out, din since wala pong pwedeng manigarilyo, kung saan-saan sila magtatago. Kung makita si safety officer, binabato na lang sa malayo. So what happens? Mas lumalayo, mas dumarami tuloy yung nagiging grass fire namin. Okay? So you evaluate your CSHP kung applicable nga sa inyong job site. Okay? Kung hindi, you revise, then you implement. Next po, ang iyong CSHP ay good for the whole project, kung kayo yung GenCon, ha? Pero kayo lang ang nakakaalam, yung organization nyo lang. So you need to communicate to your subcontractors, to your trade cons, and staffing agencies. Okay? So dapat under pa rin sila ng CSHP ninyo. Susundin pa rin nila yan. Hindi yung kanya-kanya kayo na implementation ng COSH program. Okay? I think this is last 3 or last 4 slides. Program evaluation. Why do we need? Of course, to know if changes or revisions are necessary. For us to check areas that have to be prioritized. Teka, maraming sunog sa amin sa construction site. Baka kulang yung hotworks policies natin. Okay? DOLE approved nga, pero baka kulang. Also, to monitor the performance of our CSHP. How would we know if effective ang CSHP? Number of accidents or incidents are trending downward. Yung cost ng aksidente, hospital bills, repair ng mga gamit, pababa rin, of course. At yung ating time loss, pababa rin. Okay? So lahat, susunod-sunod po yan. Accident, cost, pati yung time loss natin dapat pababa. Kung may pataas dyan, mas dumarami yung aksidente, mas dumarami yung nire-repair kasi maraming nasisira due to accidents or incidents, you need to revise your CSHP. Hindi compatible sa inyo construction site. The last slide. Procedures. Okay, sa pag-process, sa pag-file, pag-process ng inyong CSHP. Where to file? Application for processing, evaluation of COSH program shall be filed with the Bureau of Working Conditions through our Dole Regional Office. Hindi po sa satellite office, sa regional offices. Next, once received po yan ni Dole, merong 7 days sa kanila to review. Okay? Kung okay po sa kanila yan, i-endorse na ngayon nila sa Bureau of Working Conditions. So yung Bureau of Working Conditions, sila ang may last say if kung approve or may kailangan pang i-revise. Okay? So that would take siguro additional 7 days. So you allot at least 2 weeks, okay, for CSHP. Question po regarding our CSHP. Ang oras natin ay 4:06. We are 6 minutes over lang from the schedule. Do you have questions? Question po, meron po ba? Thank you, Sir Geoff. Thank you, ma'am. Sir Carlo. Okay, and the rest? Sunod-sunod na. Yes po, go ahead, sir. May nag-raise ng kamay? Okay, yun si Sir Irvin yun. Okay. Based sa ating communication, effective communication, you've given your feedback. No need to adjust the information. We have an understanding. Right? So I therefore conclude, natapos na po yung ating mga topics. Sige, let's turn over kay Sir Louis. Sir, good afternoon po.
Good afternoon po, sir.
Sorry, sir, if we consume 7 minutes.
Okay lang po, sir. Okay lang po. Sir, bali, share screen ko po yung sa workshop, sa huling workshop po nila para sa re-entry planning.
Sige sir, explain ko po yung re-entry plan nila.
Okay po.
Sige sir, pataas lang ng konti. Yan. Yung kita po yung name. Yan. Okay. Thank you sir. So for our dear participants, aside from your post-test, meron po tayong gagawin pa. This is your re-entry plan. This one will also be submitted kay Dole as proof na may natutunan kayo sa ating training. Okay, so straightforward, name, company, date, location. Sir, wala po akong ano ngayon, self-employed lang po ako. So pwede tayong mag-make up ng company name. Anyway, this is just to show na yung mga natutunan natin. Okay? Kung meron po tayong company, yan. Mas maganda po kasi magagamit din kagad natin to once we return to our workstations or workplaces. Next, yung body po ng ating re-entry plan. How many ang kailangan nila, sir? 1, 2, 3? 3 only?
3 lang po.
Okay, sige po. Sa ating job site po, we need to identify 3. Tatlong hazard and risk. Tatlong hazard. Sir, yan po ba yung fire, explosion? May birthday yata. Okay, ulitin ko reset. So we need to identify hazards and risks. So mag-identify tayo sa ating job site at tatlong hazard. Sir, yan po yung fire, explosion, hindi po. Those are accidents. Okay? Ano yung hazard natin? Ito po yung mga conditions or behavior that could cause accident. Live lines, excavated soil, elevated works. Okay, at least 3. Unguarded surfaces, yan na lang yung example natin. Unguarded surface sa 5th floor, pwedeng mahulog yung tao kasi. That's 1. Anong ilalagay sa corrective actions? Ano bang natutunan natin? Unguarded surfaces, kailangan may handrail. Ang taas, 1 meter. Followed by mid-rail, 0.5 meter. Toe board, 6 inches. Example po ng corrective action yon. Responsible person. Sino po bang mag-i-install niyan? Sino ang gagawa? Hindi si safety officer. Sirs, ang aming supervisor or ang aming foreman. Lagay natin dyan. Target date. Since high risk po yun, so ang target date natin, kailangan ma-accomplish yan by July 11, Monday. Remarks? Yan.
Can we get po a soft copy nito?
Mamay na i-send po kami. Kasama po dun sa Zoom link. Kasama po siya.
Kasama siya, sir, sa?
Send po kami ng Zoom link sa kanila, sir.
Okay. Kasama na daw po sa Zoom link. Okay, remarks. Ano yung remarks natin? So, pwedeng ongoing or pwedeng nagpo-purchase pa lang ng materyales or pwedeng done. Depende sa time na pag-submit nyo to. Okay? So, we need 3. Hindi tayo masi-zero. Why? COVID-19 itself. Yan, hazard yan. Biological hazard. Construction, marami. You have your grinders, power tools, heavy equipments, hot works. Okay, clear po tayo regarding sa re-entry planning.
What time is the deadline on, like tomorrow? Anong oras po yung deadline bukas?
8 p.m. po mamaya.
8 p.m. Today. 10 pa ngayon eh.
Opo.
So deadline is today, hindi tomorrow.
Deadline po ay today. Pero yung target date, nasa inyo po yan. Okay? Naging realistic lang. Baka mamaya ang gagawin natin ay mag-install ng inverted canopy for falling debris. So sir, matatapos yan hanggang Wednesday. So ilagay natin July 13. Okay? Pero po ang deadline mamayang gabi daw. Alas 8, tama sir?
Yes sir, alas 8 po.
Sir, wala po kaming copy ng software. Probably yung soft copy. Wala yata daw sila sir sa email.
Nasendan ko po sila lahat sir. Kasama po nung kasama po sa attachment ng Zoom link.
Sir. Kasi yung main naipadala niyo po yata sa main namin company email, hindi po dun sa
Type na lang po ng email niyo, we can share it to you.
Okay po.
Send ko na lang din po ulit.
Sige po, yung wala pa daw na-receive, pwede nating i-type sa ating chat box ang inyong email. Isisend na lang po ni Sir Dewey. At nag-present si Ma'am Almira. Send na rin daw.
Ayun, I put it in the chat box.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay na po tayo sa re-entry. Pwede niyo na pong i-download sa sa chat box yung soft copy.
Question, yung activity is per person, right?
Opo.
See.
Question po, hindi related sa work activity. Yung certificate po, kailan namin makukuha?
Pag na-submit na po ma'am yung re-entry, tapos mag-send po ako ng link na yun para sa post test po.
Bukas.
Okay na. Padala na din po bukas, isang araw.
Thank you.
Okay na po tayo sa re-entry.
Sir, wala pa.
Sir, pakicheck niyo po sa chat box. Pwede niyo pong i-download dun yung sinend ni Ma'am Almira. Please, magsisend din po ako.
Sino yung walang copy kanina?
Ako po.
Kuya Samson.
Sir, ito na po. Pwede niyo na pong i-download. Then mag-send po ako ng link para sa post test. Bali for 5 days po ito.
Sir, tanong lang sir, ano nga yung location na gamitin sir?
Ano po yun?
Ano po yung location na gagamitin sa re-entry na form?
Complete address ba to or city lang?
Company address.
Company address po.
Kunin mo ay papuntahin mo rito si may test kami. Hindi ko alam yung mga
May 5 link po na na-send. Ito po yung post test na kailangan niyo din pong sagutan.
Deadline nito is 8 o'clock also.
Yes, ma'am. Pwede niyo din pong i-save yung mga link. Dahil pag end po tayo ng Zoom, mawawala na po ito mamaya.
Tapos after this, meron pa tayong lecture? Wala na.
Ipe-present ko lang po yung
Kasi mamaya na kami magsasagot after ng training, kasi 8 o'clock pa, para makamerienda muna at saka maka-exercise ng konti.
I-present ko lang po ma'am yung virtual graduation attendance para ma-check nyo rin po yung spelling ng mga pangalan. So, okay na po ba yung mga link na i-save nyo na po lahat? Yun po sa iba. So, tignan na daw po itong i-present kong PowerPoint presentation.
Hey, Sir Louis.
Yes, sir.
Should there be a problem dun sa mga forms nila after mag-end yung Zoom, pwede ka bang kontakin?
Pwede pong mag-email sila, sir, sa rbamandaluyong@gmail.com.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Please check yung spelling po ng mga pangalan natin, ha, para mai-correct agad ni Sir before niya i-print.